Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The April 7, 2010 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. I always make this announcement in an abundance of caution. There's no reason to believe that we'll ever have to do this, but this room is protected by a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. So should alarms activate, please leave by the exits, and when it's safe to re-enter, our marshals will tell you to do so. As I say, there's no reason to anticipate this, but we do it as a cautionary measure. Before we proceed with the agenda, I'd like to ask whether or not Dr. Smith is here. All right. Would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by our Mayor Pro Tem, Gary Reese, and please remain standing for the pledge.
Good morning. Our dear Heavenly Father, as we bow our head before you this morning, with gratitude in our hearts for the opportunity we have of coming together this morning as a City Council meeting for the City of Las Vegas. Father, we're thankful for all that we have. We're especially thankful for those young people that are here today to receive their honor certificates for those the participation they have in the Mayor's Cup. Father, we're thankful for the ability that we have of the help that we have to come here and preside over this meeting. Please be with us at this time, Father, with thy Spirit. And Father, we're also thankful for those men and women that are serving in our armed forces abroad and at home, that they do so to protect the rights that we have. Father, I say this prayer in all humility, and I ask that each and every one of us pray in the way that we've been taught and trained. And I say these things by him and his Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And I think I'm going to have you do it every week now. I thought that you started off like a Chief Feather Eagle. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. This is the ceremonial portion of our agenda. Councilman Wolfson has appeared in the federal courthouse on occasion, and on the podium in the federal courthouse, there's a message that says that it took Abraham Lincoln 90 seconds to give the Gettysburg Address. Now, Councilman Wolfson is going to show you that. All right, all I can tell you is everybody get real comfortable, sit back, you can rest, and I'm going to turn it over to Councilman Wolfson, who's going to recognize our April Citizen of the Month. Councilman.
I love you, Mayor Goodman. Okay, good morning, Las Vegas. It is my honor today to talk to you about two recognitions. I get to start with the first one and end with the last one, so let's get started. Every 6 months, I have the honor of choosing someone from the community to be named the City of Las Vegas Citizen of the Month. And we have a lot of great residents to choose from, and what I always try and do is select somebody that not only does something that affects Las Vegans, but affects people all through the world. And April's selection of the Citizen of the Month is no different in that respect, except for one thing. I think today the city of Las Vegas may be honoring the youngest Citizen of the Month in the history of the world. Because Aiden Sebastian is only 7 years old. I was told about this young man's efforts to raise money for those in need as a result of the earthquake in Haiti. And let me tell you Aiden's story. Aiden was cleaning his toy room and his bedroom after Christmas, and his birthday was coming up. And he was doing this with his father, John. And his father knew there'd be about 25 to 30 kids coming to a typical 7-year-old's birthday. And how many have been to one of those? All of us. So they started talking about who would be coming to the party, schoolmates, friends, and family. And the earthquake in Haiti had just hit. So it was all over the news about all of the terrible, terrible things and the tragedy in Haiti. So Aiden and his father, John, discussed how many toys and other things Aiden already had. I mean, here's a nice young kid who you're going to meet in just a minute that has a lot of things, a lot of toys, and a lot of things that typical 7-year-olds have in their room. And it was Aiden's idea to do something different. He thought it would be cool, instead of having his friends bring gifts to his birthday party, he thought it would be great if his friends brought money to give to those in need in Haiti. His father, John, jumped on board, so they spread the word and got the word out to everyone invited to the birthday party that rather than bring Aiden a gift, bring some money that could be donated to those kids that are in such need in Haiti. So Aiden and his parents got together and they collected $600. So instead of getting birthday gifts, this $600 went to the kids in Haiti. Aiden and his parents then went to the Red Cross office and personally delivered the money collected and gave it to the staff there. And I think we've got a couple of pictures. There they are. Great. So it is my distinct pleasure today to honor Aiden Sebastian for his selfless efforts to help other children and the good example he has set for his fellow classmates. And I think his fellow classmates are sitting right back there. Is that right? If you're Aiden's classmates, raise your hand. Look at that. Look at that. So it's my pleasure. And these are the great kids from Faith Lutheran Academy. So it's my pleasure today on behalf of Mayor and the City Council to honor Aiden Sebastian for being the April 2010 Citizen of the Month. I'd like to invite Aiden up here with his parents and family right now to accept this award. Now you can applaud. Aiden, this is Mayor Oscar Goodman. You've heard of him, haven't you? Okay, Aiden, why don't you come around here?
Wait a second. Hey, let me look you up.
I was going to, yeah, great. And Aiden is here. Come on up here, Aiden, please. Aiden is here with his parents, John and Maureen. And I think what I'd like to do is give the microphone, and Mayor, I appreciate your indulgence. It's taken a little bit more than 90 seconds, to John or Maureen, whichever one, so that you could just reflect a little on this great occasion.
Thank you, Councilman. Again, we were just beyond words that our son would, at this age, be so selfless. And it didn't take but just the suggestion after he saw the pictures of what was going on in Haiti and taking a look at what he had in his room and everything that he has. And I was thinking, my goodness, where are we going to put all these new toys? We were still sorting things from Christmas. And so it went off just unbelievably well. And we're so proud of our son at this age, and what an example that I think he's set for himself and for his fellow students. And it was just a remarkable event, and we were able to go down to Red Cross, and he was able to personally donate the check And we're just very proud of him, and we know he's going to continue to do wonderful things for his community, and hopefully continue to do wonderful things for the world as he did in this situation. So thanks everybody for coming. And also, I would just like to thank to all of his classmates, and because it was their donations that made it possible. So thank you again.
Thanks, John and Mo. Aiden, we'd like to hear from you. Can you say a few words to these people? I'll hold your certificate, okay?
Hi, my name is Aiden, and when I was in my toy room, since I had so many toys, I probably had more than 100, my dad made a suggestion that instead of getting more toys than I already had, I kind of forgot. And I made the suggestion to raise money to give to Haiti because they had an earthquake that destroyed tons of homes. So since nobody had homes, I just wanted to make some money for them.
That's great. You took pictures? Some pictures?
Sure. This is a good one.
This is a good one. This is a good one. Okay, and there's one other thing, Aiden, that we have to tell you about. You see that sign over there? It says the City of Las Vegas Citizen of the Month, Aiden Sebastian. That sign is going to go outside here on 4th Street, and your name's going to be up there for the entire month. So I think you got to ask Mom or Dad to drive by once a day. What do you think? Okay, congratulations. Sure, John, Mo.
Councilman.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, everybody, for coming down. Schoolmates.
Thank you. That was very nice. You were entitled to take a little extra time on that, Councilman Wilson. All right, for our next two items, Councilwoman Tarkanian is going to recognize a special youth volunteer who recently won a prestigious award and National Poetry Month. Councilwoman.
I will. This is a very important award. Because this is such an important award, I wanted to ask some special people to come up here with us. I, of course, want Elizabeth Keene up here, and her parents, and her grandparents, if they're here, and Mr. Walt Ruffles, our superintendent of schools, for still a bit longer, I hope, and Carolyn Edwards, a member of our Board of Trustees for the schools. And then Darren Swikert. Some of you can stand on this side. A lot of people involved in this, a lot of pride in this. And then, Darren, would you introduce our Prudential?
Hi, my name is Darren Swikert. I'm the principal at Lois and Jerry Tarkanian Middle School. And we have Elizabeth Keene here, and you'll hear about her in a minute. But first, I'd like to introduce Ken Hartung from Prudential to recognize Elizabeth.
Thank you very much. Mayor, City Council, it's a great pleasure for me to be here today and for a very special presentation. My company, Prudential Financial, in association with the school principals, and we sponsor a nationwide program for young people whom we deem are a credit to the community and who have done a truly a great mitzvah and a good deed. And we do this because we believe that if we're going to meet the challenges of the future, that we're all going to have to get more involved in the making of our communities and our planet a better place in which to live. And this young lady, Miss Elizabeth Keene, has truly done that. For the last year or so, she's been tutoring children in the community to the tune of about 10 each weekend, beginning on Saturday, and helping them with their studies. And there's very few people that have done that. Boy, I wish you were around when my kids were growing up. But in doing so, she has helped many, many people. And Prudential has decided to award her the Silver Award Program for the Spirit of Community Volunteers. And she will be receiving a $1,000 scholarship and going to Washington, D.C., where she will again be presented with this award and receive national recognition. Elizabeth? Here's your award. And congratulations on a job well done. And also, I'd like to commend her parents, because it's my understanding they've also constructed a school out in their yard where she has been holding class every Saturday for the last year or so. So that's, again, truly a great thing and a wonderful pair of Thank you very much.
And the city of Las Vegas wanted to add something too. I'd like to start off by saying that I believe that great teachers are born, not trained. I've believed that for a long time, even when people in the field said that wasn't true. I still believe it. Because from their very beginning, they have a heart and soul that reaches out to and capture others in the joy of learning. And that's what Elizabeth has done. And when you combine this love of sharing knowledge with others and with the strong core value of helping others, you have someone we are recognizing today, Elizabeth, an 8th grader from the middle school level. And Prudential, of course, has awarded her the Prudential Spirit of Community Awards as Nevada's top middle school volunteer. And these are awards presented by the United States' largest youth recognition program. The hours of volunteer service she has accumulated also qualified her for the President's Volunteer Service Award. So President Barack Obama is sending Elizabeth a National Volunteer Award along with a letter from him. Now, this all began, and this is where it's really, I think, important. It all began when Elizabeth was so inspired by her 2nd grade teacher that when she began building desks, out of cardboard boxes. The seats in the desks were cardboard boxes, and she made her brother and cousins play school with her on Sunday afternoons. And when she became serious about teaching, then she started conducting lessons for her siblings in her grandparents' house. And as word spread, other children asked to attend the classes. So Elizabeth's parents and grandparents helped her build a one-room schoolhouse in her backyard. And now Elizabeth teaches about 10 children, ranging from 4 to 12 years of age, in that schoolhouse every weekend. She creates and she executes lesson plans for the various level of her students, and she works with them individually to address particular academic needs, always striving to make learning fun and interesting. Her classes also help the students build self-esteem and make new friends. And she stated at one time, helping these kids find joy in learning has inspired me to continue this long term. And I'm happy that you're going to do that. The Prudential Recognition Award, as you know, bestows upon her the $1,000 check, this engraved silver medallion, and the expense-paid tour to Washington, D.C. for a series of national recognition events from May 6th, from May 1st through the 4th. I just want to say, Elizabeth, you represent our future, all of us here in the room. Your volunteer services represent the best way we can help our nation today. And so it is with great pleasure that we, the mayor and members of the City Council, today proudly proclaim April 7th, 2010 as Elizabeth King Day and present you with this proclamation of honor. And this is a special thrill for us in this city because this avenue for the City Council was chosen for awarding this to her. I'd like to just say, would you like to say a few words, Elizabeth? I've said enough.
Okay, my name is Elizabeth Keene, and I honestly wasn't prepared for a speech. So, thank you. But I love, my aunt is special needs. She has Williams syndrome, and I love working with her. And a lot of the kids that I help work with have dyslexia or have learning disabilities. So it's always really fun to help them learn and achieve their goals, and I've learned a lot from this too. So I just want to thank all the kids who couldn't be here that are in my schoolhouse. So thank you.
give this to you today, The Beauty of Roses for the Beauty of a Young Girl. Thank you very much.
Well, Elizabeth, I too want to congratulate you, and I want you to know that we have an application with your name on it, so in about 9 years you come on down. And I also want to thank the parents and all parents and teachers who help make students successful. But I also have a comment or two, the remainder of my 90 seconds or less. I want to express the appreciation in behalf of not only the 7 trustees, whom are represented by Trustee Edwards today, but also almost 40,000 employees and over 310,000 students. Our appreciation for this City Council for not only reliably but relentlessly pursuing recognition of the student leadership in this community. Over and over, you will see this council providing some kind of leadership award to students, and I think that's somewhat unusual for city councils. And so over my years, I have found over and over that the City Council has not only recognized the youth of Las Vegas, but also helped me on many occasions and also provided infrastructure issues to the entire community through the school district. So again, I am tremendously appreciative of this council. I have told Mayor Goodman in the past how much we appreciated it, because we've been at many events together where I drink Diet Coke. Now the 90 seconds are up. So
We have youngsters here. Might even have some 4th grade students. I don't know.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask Dean if you might want to say something. No, all he does is work very, very hard all day, all night. I've been out to the school, and I know how hard he works. So you're just a tribute to what they do at the school, too. Carolyn, did you want to say something for the trustees? And all the parents? I just want to say how proud we all are of you, and thank you very much for coming here. And we really appreciate being honoring you. Oh, yes. Mr. Mayor, we need to take a picture. We want to know what you really drink. No, we really want to take a picture to honor her and all of you, that you would appear in the picture, and if the council would sort of in here. Yeah. There we are. And I don't know how many realize that April is National Poetry Month. And it happens I love poetry. I try to instill it in others, not always successfully. But today we are going to honor National Poetry Month. And along with that, we're going to honor a local poet, and that is Keith Brantley. If Keith would come up, please. Keith is one of our own, and because he moved to Las Vegas about 1 year of age. He says that he's a native Las Vegan, which he probably is here. And I want to just tell you a few things I wanted to say about poetry. You know, all through the years, there's a culture involved in poetry. You can go from Edna Vincent Millay's time when she said, "My candle burns at both ends, it will not last the night. But all my friends and oh my foes, it gives a lovely light." That sort of was a way of describing the area in which she lived. And then we had Langston Hughes, who expressed so much that which surrounded him in his life. One of my very favorite poems, "Hold fast to your dreams, for if dreams die, life is a broken-winged bird that cannot fly." And now, through all of the times we've had poets that represent our culture. And today we have a poet who represents some of the culture that's existing predominantly within our lives. And I just want to say a few of his accomplishments. He's founder and host of the Poets Corner, which is the longest-running open microphone venue in Las Vegas for poetry. He has been twice recognized by the cover of Las Vegas City Magazine, which hailed him as a local hero. He's charter member of the West Side Poets, a co-founder and charter member of Griot Nation, and a contributing poet to the Lewis Street Poetry Bridge and to the Las Vegas Performing and Visual Arts Camp, founder and director of the West Las Vegas Writers and Young Writers Workshop, contributor to the Las Vegas Sentinel Voice news publication, resident poet for the Left of Center Art Gallery, recipient of the World of Poetry's Gold and Silver Poet Awards. So he's been recognized. He's our resident poet here in downtown Las Vegas, and I'd just like to have him say a few words to you because he's also going to read to us a poem of his.
I'd like to thank the city of Las Vegas because the Poets Corner, which is the longest running open mic poetry venue in the state of Nevada, has been sponsored since its inception by the city of Las Vegas. I'd like to thank the mayor and all the city council members for keeping that going. It's been a wonderful long ride. I'd like to thank the council for recognizing the Las Vegas poets. There are some very, very wonderful poets here in the city of Las Vegas, and a lot of times, being that we're Las Vegas and we have that flash and that glitter thing going, people don't recognize some of the other art forms that exist here in the city. So I'd like to say big ups to the council for giving us that beyond the neon type of thing. As far as poems are concerned, I will be below 90 seconds.
Take your time.
Here we go. Take my time.
I don't mind hearing from you.
This is something that I spent a little time working on. Bear with me. Roses are red. Oh, I'm sorry. That wasn't me. We are the scribes of our times. We are here not to adhere to the cozy and comfortable. We are sometimes combustible and always ready to burn. As long as the world still turns in a singular motion, we shall speak the words and be the words' reflection. We are charged with saying what needs to be said. We are truth to fear of greatness dread. We are whispers in the darkness and torches at night. We are that which is uncovered in the morning light. We are the blood ink which spills from the book of the dead. We are the voices of reason when sanity has fled. We are little Davids in the house of giants. We are arrogantly meek and humbly defiant. We are words of wisdom and screams of pain. We bring joyful noises and moans of shame. Simply said, we are the voices of expression, by day and by night, an endless procession. When truth is on trial and life is in session, we are brave denials and cowardly confessions. From our mouths to your ears, from our words to your pages, the masses shall hear where the quiet storm rages. We will say and say until said is done, and time has its way, into this world is one.
That was absolutely beautiful. Thank you. And it does represent our times very well. And we want to present you, could you open this, Mr. Pro Tem? Just want to present you with our honor, our recognition of all that you've done and our gratitude for it. Thank you so much for helping us recognize April as Poetry Month. Thank you.
That was wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. Great seeing you. Okay. For our next item, we're going to recognize National Library Week, and I'd like to invite Gene Goodrich, the Executive Director of the Las Vegas Clark County Library District, to join us at the podium. All month long, our local libraries will be celebrating National Library Week with special programs, readings, recommendations, and other activities. This year, the theme is something we could all use a little of more in our lives, and that is humor. As many of you know, I love to read. As a matter of fact, I get up every morning about 2 o'clock and read from 2 to 4, and I finish about, I'd say, about 3 books a week, to be quite frank with you. And I love to feel the pages and just read the words, and if something strikes me as being important, to go over and over it. And reading is the most important thing, in my opinion, that youngsters can learn how to do, because if you can read, you can do anything. I wouldn't know if a toilet broke how to fix it, but if I got a book out and it was about toilets, I'd probably be able to fix it. I don't know why I picked that particular. This is how, boy, I think I'm losing it today. I don't know. So on behalf of the entire City Council, and I'm sure they wish that I wasn't up here today, I'd like to present this proclamation recognizing National Library Week in Las Vegas. Thanks. And Jean, if you'd please tell us about the program, we'd appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. It's a pleasure to be here and let everybody know that beginning Sunday, National Library Week will commence, and we've got several ways that we're celebrating it here in the district. National Library Week was created over 50 years ago by the American Library Association to celebrate library services, our library staff members that provide those services, and just remind the community how important, as the mayor said, reading is to everyone's life in terms of information, pleasure, whatever we can help you follow your interests. What we're going to be doing during National Library Week in the district is having our Amnesty Week again. So beginning Sunday, if you have any fines, if you've lost some materials, look around for them. I usually lose them under the bed, so look under there. Bring them in. We'll waive up to $25 in fines if you pay off whatever you owe. And our idea is these are tough times, and if we can help families and individuals get their accounts squared away and come back into the library, we'd really like to be part of that effort. We want you to come back. We have so many services, especially during these tough times, to help you out. Job hunting services, information, computers to use, and again, just for fun, lots of movies, lots of recreational reading. We have newspapers from literally all over the world that we make available in every language that you can think of. So come on down to your library. If you haven't visited us lately, you may be surprised to know that we have free Wi-Fi. Sometimes people even sit in the parking lot with their laptop and piggyback on this. For small businesses, we have legal forms, we have business plan information, we have access to government information. We have free homework help for kids online, and we have homework centers at our West Las Vegas and Centennial Hills branches for after-school assistance to our young students. We're also going to be kicking off during this month Reading Las Vegas, which is our monthly celebration of reading, and this will entail a number of presentations around the humor theme. Again, we felt in these hard times it doesn't hurt to have a few laughs and relieve a little bit of stress that day. That way, we'll have writing workshops, outdoor book festivals, plays, music, and the signature ending event will be a lecture, free presentation on April 30th at 8 p.m. at the Clark County Library by humorist David Sedaris. He's always very popular when he comes to any community, so we encourage you, if you would like to hear Mr. Sedaris, come a little early, make sure that you are able to get in and get a seat to that presentation. So National Library Week, Amnesty Week this coming week, come on into your library, give us a visit. We've got something for everybody, I guarantee it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very much. That's great. Thank you very much. For our next item, Councilman Anthony is going to join us in recognizing one of my favorite annual sporting events, the Mayor's Cup Soccer Tournament. This is a tournament that we began many years ago, and it has just grown to proportions that people wouldn't recognize from its inception. Hundreds of youngsters participate, not only from Las Vegas, but from western states, from foreign countries, and it's a phenomenal experience for anybody who was involved with it. And Councilman Anthony is going to make the presentation in a very brief, succinct manner.
Hi, Captain.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. As the Mayor said, this is quite an event that we hold at the City of Las Vegas. It's probably one of the biggest events that's held in the city. The tournament is held in October and February of every year, and the best thing about this tournament, it's a partnership between the City of Las Vegas and the private sector, specifically the Las Vegas Downtown Soccer Club. We both work together to make sure this is a great event, and I want to. The person that from the Downtown Soccer Club, that's the glue that holds this event together, that works the hardest, is the president, Roger Tabor. So, Roger, would you mind coming down here and standing here with me to be recognized? I also want to mention the City of Las Vegas employees who work very, very hard to make this spectacular event, and the two folks that are kind of leading the charge on this and that are out there working very hard are Lonnie Zimmerman and Sherry Alexander. Could you just stand up and be recognized, please? They're great. They do a great job out there. Let me tell you a little bit about this event. It's held at 27 soccer fields all over the city of Las Vegas, and the finals are held at the Betty Wilson Soccer Complex. And if you haven't been to the Betty Wilson Soccer Complex, it's over in Lake Mead in Tenaya, which happens to be in my ward. It's one of the premier soccer complexes in the United States. It's an absolutely fabulous facility, and it's because of the employees from the city of Las Vegas who think that's one of the jewels of Las Vegas that keep that an absolutely spectacular complex. There are 500 soccer teams that show up for the event. 7,500 youth participate. 800 volunteers work to make this a successful event. There are 3,000 referees. Some are liked, some are not, depending on the calls they make. There are 28 United States represented at the soccer tournament. There are 50 foreign teams that are represented, and the one nice thing is the finals are held at the Betty Wilson Soccer Complex, and the mayor and I are out there handing out the first and second place trophies, and we get to meet the kids and the coaches, and they're a great bunch of kids. I mean, they're just absolute athletes, and they're great kids, and we handed out trophies in February to teams from Canada, England, Germany, and we bring them up on stage, and the comment we always get from them is, we're going to be back next year. This is a great tournament. We're going to be back. 8 countries are represented throughout Europe. There are 100 college coaches that are out there recruiting kids for college scholarships to attend as soccer players. And the best thing is there are 10,000 rooms that are rented during that weekend to support this tournament. And we're trying to make sure that they all stay downtown, but that's going to be a little bit difficult, but we try that. So there were actually 13 teams from Las Vegas that won first place trophies in the tournament. And what I wanted to do with the mayor is we tried to get all 13 teams to show up here to be recognized. We weren't able to do that, but we were able to get some of the teams to show up. And what I'd like to do is you can obviously see them because they're in their uniforms. What I'd like to do is when I call out your team, if you could the team could stand up, wave, you'll be on television. You can see yourself on television. If I could have one representative from the team come down here to get us a certificate of recognition signed by the mayor and the city council. That can be the coach, the captain, I don't care, whoever wants to show up. So our first team is Santos Lugano, under 17 boys Telemundo division. So would you all stand up? Where are you? All right, and if one of you could come down and get a certificate. Yep. Who wants to come down? Coach? Come on down. Thank you. Good. The next is the Vegas Silver Under 12 Boys Adidas Division. Why don't you all stand up? All right, great job. First place. One of you come on up. The Downtown 97 Gold Under 13 Boys Rotary Division. Why don't you all stand up? Not here. Okay. All right. We'll give it to them. All right. The Heat FC 99 Under 11 Girls Telemundo Division. First place. Good job. Come on up, one of you. Over here with the mayor. Okay, the New Sport FC 96 Green Under 14 Girls Telemundo Division. First place. Why don't you all stand up? Are you here? There they go, over there. Great job.
Yeah, says you shouldn't have won, though.
And I didn't miss anybody, right? Okay, there is? Oh, okay. FC Las Vegas 98 Under 12 Girls Adidas Division. Why don't you all stand up? All right, first place. Great job. Okay, there is one other team, and I do not believe they are here, but I wanted to especially recognize them. The Las Vegas Premier 95 White Under 15 Girls Telemundo Division, and the one of the winners of that team is the granddaughter of Mayor Pro Tem, Alyssa Gomez. So I wanted to give the certificate to the Mayor Pro Tem. Roger, you want to say anything?
Oh, yes, please. Thank you so much. I'd be remiss if I didn't recognize the folks that really put in all the time to make this event so extraordinary, because it is an enormous undertaking, and I need to just kind of go through this list. I won't bring them up though, in interest of brevity. First of all, our tournament director, Sherry Alexander. Sherry, this would never happen without your hard work, and so thank you. We get great support from Leisure Services, Lonnie Zimmerman, Dean Matson, Andrea Anzalone, and Adam Sequeros, and they're just tremendous to work with, and the group up here needs to know that, because they're very important to us. Obviously, we don't do this without the City Council support. Councilman Gary Reese has been out there for years handing out awards. Mayor Goodman has been one of our biggest fans. Our newest fan, Stavros Anthony, who I think we've converted to come out every year, and of course our first fan, Lois Tarkanian, because we couldn't have, the club would have never hatched, if you will, if it wasn't for Lois's support early on, and Robin Meunier and her staff. The Downtown Board of Directors, which worked tirelessly as volunteers, Mark Bogdanovich, Gary Sorsman, Kurt Polster, Shanine Penko, Bob Breer, Mary Hausch, Rich Ryerson, and Bob Coffin. We have, but there's 500 plus families of downtown soccer that volunteer to put this on. And you heard about the shifts. I mean, we make it as many little jobs as we can to pull this off, and it's, as I say, it's a huge undertaking. We have some major partners that need to be recognized. Telemundo, Rudy Goris and Bill George, who have been supporters for some time. Adidas and Mike McMoyle. Sports Teams Accommodators, Neville DeVere, who flew in from Canada, whose company books all 10,000 of these rooms. The local Rotary clubs, Las Vegas Fremont Rotary, Steve Ryder's here, Roy York is not here, but every year host one of the foreign teams, as well as the Las Vegas Rotary. Current President Karen Wisenhut is here, and Russ Swain, who have been around since we started hosting the foreign teams. One of our newer partners, the Nevada Consular Corps, which is just a coup for us. We've had former Governor Bob Miller contact teams in Bulgaria because he's the Bulgarian consulate. Andreas Adrian, who is a consul to Germany, who's just been instrumental in us bringing teams from Germany. Leah Roberts, who's not here, consul to Romania. Andre Portal, consul to France, and Lon Hammergan, consul to Belize. The French Alliance of Nevada, Marie-France Hilgar, hosted a team from France for 10 days and just did a tremendous thing. And then we have one new partner, and you're going to hear more about their press conference tomorrow, is Major League Soccer Colorado Rapids. They have Brian Crookham here and Steve Cook, and you'll get to maybe hear from them tomorrow with a big announcement that they're going to make in Las Vegas. And then the last one I have to recognize is my devoted wife, Amy. Thank you for all your help. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. That's great. Very good. Thank you so much. Thanks for everything. That's great. And what we did is we gave Roger a proclamation, and I have to thank him because nobody works harder than Roger as far as this tournament is concerned, and he really made a turnaround. And the truth of the matter is it's one of the few projects that the city has where we make money. So I want to thank you for that. Now, for our final item, we'll be here for another hour and a half. Councilman Wilson is going to recognize another group of athletes that were recently named state champions. Just kidding.
What a fabulous community we have here. You know, people that don't live in Las Vegas don't realize what we have here in Las Vegas. We have a poet. We have a 7-year-old hero. We have great athletes here in Las Vegas. And now it's my opportunity to recognize one more group. And those are state champions. The Faith Lutheran High School varsity dance team recently won the Nevada State 4A championship in Carson City. This is the first year Faith Lutheran has completed at the 4A level in all sports, moving up from 3A. The team was among 16 in the state competition. Faith finished #1 in hip hop. I don't know what that is, but they finished #1, and my girls will tell me, I'm sure, when I get home. #1 in hip hop, edging out the defending state champions from Foothills High School. Foothills High is also ranked among the top dance teams in the nation. We have some video, Mr. Riggleman. Cue up the video.
Divas to the runway, please. Walking the runway, eating the runway, yes, I like your style. Supermodel. All the runway day, cover of magazine.
For the record, that video was 89 seconds long. Okay, also the Faith girls finished second in the jazz competition. An interesting factoid is that the Faith Lutheran Junior Senior High School is the largest Lutheran school in America. I'd like to introduce the dance team, so girls stand up for just a moment, please. Hold your applause. What we do is we have certificates for all of them. So as I call your name, please come forward. Paige Fulfer. And now I remember how I know you, Paige. Paige, you're the captain of the team, right? Kind of, okay. Allegra Demergian. Come on up. Jacqueline Meyer. And these are all the seniors. Alyssa Plasman. Audrey Swanson. Here's our seniors. Now the juniors. Shannon Sperry. Alexandra Griego. I know David Griego. Brooke Badger. And Jillian Riggleman. Does that name sound familiar? Jillian's father, David, is our proud, what's your title, David? Communications Director for the City of Las Vegas. And then finally, we have one sophomore, Victoria Delgado. Okay, and I'd like to recognize the dance team is under the direction of Christine Harper. Would you please come up, Christine? And then we also have in attendance the Faith Lutheran Principal, Dr. Steve Book. Stand up, Doctor. And the Athletic Director, Brett Walter. And of course, the proud parents of these students. Just raise your hand, stand up. Okay, Paige, I'm sorry, I'm going to pick on you. So would you come up and just say a few words on behalf? Come on up here. Then I'll come over to you. You got a D in speech class or something? Is that what it is? Okay, Christine, would you say a few words, please?
Dancers are notoriously afraid of microphones. I would just like to thank Councilman Wolfson, Mayor Goodman, and the council for this special recognition. I can honestly say that when the decision was made that Faith Lutheran High School would move up to 4A, we never expected this outcome. But with a lot of hard work, determination, and the power of prayer, we did it. And as a team and myself, we'd like to thank Dr. Book and especially Coach Walter for your continuing support. And to each of our families, thank you so much. And to quote my favorite verse, Psalm 149:3, let them praise his name with the dance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations, ladies. That's great.
Everybody went forward. David, you want to come up?
Come on, Dad.
Everybody smile.
Yeah, wait till we get David.
1, 2, sorry. David, where are you at?
Right here, sir.
1, 2, 3. Like we're in Hollywood.
Thank you.
Thanks, ladies. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I think I know what hip hop is now.
Councilman, can we just step in and get a picture with you as well? Why not? Come on in here. Exactly. Singer.
Thank you again for doing this.
Absolutely. The rose is in the middle. Exactly.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Great job.
Thank
Great
you.
job.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Stuart.
Thank you very much. I'll tell her thank you. I will. I'll tell her thank you. Yeah, very nice. Thank you very much. Thank you so
All right, folks, we'll call item number 11 now.
You want anything to drink there?
No, thanks, I'm fine. Item number 11. Item number 11. Any items from the morning session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wiggelman, you have a lovely daughter.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Good manners, too. Yes, Your Honor. We have item number 49 was a Clean Water Coalition report. Staff's asked that to be held in advance until our next meeting on the 21st, but Councilman Ross won't be here at the next meeting, so he's requested that we go ahead and hear that item today. So we are going to hear item 49.
Very good.
Item 53 is a special event beer wine license, House of Vino, 8053 North Durango Drive, Suite 160, Jeremiah Boucher. Staff's asked to strike. And item 56 is R11 2010. Staff's asked to strike that also. Council members, are there any other items at this time? Hearing none, Your Honor, make a motion to bring these items forward.
Okay.
Take appropriate action, please.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 12 is approval of the final minutes by reference of the City Council meeting of March 3, 2010, and the special Joint City Council and Redevelopment Agency Budget Workshop meeting of March 10, 2010. May I have a motion, please, to approve the minutes?
Yes, Your Honor. No additions or deletions. I make a motion to follow statute and make approval of these minutes, please.
Thank you. Please vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Items 13 through 47 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items that the council wishes to bring forward at this time?
Mayor, item 46, please.
Item 46, okay. Anything else? All right. Before we hear item 46, may I have a motion as to the other consent agenda items?
Yes, Your Honor. Make a motion to approve items 13 through 47 with the exception of 46, please.
Thank you.
With all conditions.
Very good. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 46 is R20-2010, approval of a resolution authorizing a medium-term obligation in the amount of $15 million in the form of an interfund loan from the City's Sanitation Enterprise Fund to the City's capital improvement funds. Councilman?
Thank you, Mayor. It's my understanding that $11.5 million of that transfers for the Mob Museum, so I just wanted a separate vote on it.
All right, thank you. May I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Move to follow statute recommendation for approval of this item, please.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 48 is a report and possible action regarding the status of negotiations and concessions between the City of Las Vegas and its various bargaining units. This pertains to all wards. Ms. Fretwell?
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
And members of the council. I'd just like to give you a little bit of a historical perspective and talk a little bit about why we're here and why we have this report in front of you today. As you all know, and maybe many of the members of the general public know, we are required to recognize employee groups that decide to become represented. That's covered under NRS 288, and that guides all of our actions as it relates to negotiations and labor management relations between those organized and recognized labor groups and the City of Las Vegas. NRS 288 focuses in on the Employee Management and Relations Board as well as the required recognition of employee groups. It speaks to what is mandatory for bargaining purposes. It also defines how we determine ability to pay of the employer. It also outlines how we use fact finders and arbitrators, and it prevents state and local government employees from striking. So just for background purposes, I think it's important to know that we have collective bargaining agreements because there's a state law that requires that when there's a recognized labor unit, we have to follow these rules. Last session, there was a change in the statute, and we briefed the Mayor and Council and given you a report back in January at one of the council meetings about the changes to 288 and the requirements. And this is the one that I really wanted to highlight again for you here today because it explains why we're giving this presentation. One, When we're done with negotiating with or entering into a collective bargaining agreement with a recognized labor group, we have an obligation now to have a public hearing. We have to describe the negotiated and arbitrated issues. We have to describe the fact finder recommendation or the arbitration decision. We also have to prepare for you, it's my responsibility to prepare for you the fiscal impact information. And as you know, we have been working diligently on a fiscal modeling process of the impact of collective bargaining agreements on our overall budget. Mark has done an excellent job of putting that model together for us so that we can judge those impacts, and we've been using them. So those are the kinds of things that we're doing to prepare for this kind of report in the future. As we were discussing the requirement for this kind of report, it became evident in our discussions that we would be doing this report at the very end of the process. Most of these processes happen behind closed doors, in closed bargaining sessions, in closed briefing sessions with the mayor and council. And so for members of the public, as well as our own employees, what seems to happen is usually in around February, we start negotiating, and then sometime after February, we end up with an agreement that would have this final report that would be made in public. What transpires in between is completely invisible for the most part. After some of our discussions and briefings, many of you indicated to me that we needed to really follow the intent and the spirit of the law to create greater transparency, because we would be explaining at that final report how we got where we got, but no one would know how we got there along the way. So the request was for some sort of regular reporting in public that describes where we are in that negotiating process. That is why we are here today. That's why Dan Tarwater and I are up here, to give you a thorough report, to give you the current status of our negotiations with all of our labor groups and our concession discussions with those labor groups that we do not currently have open contracts with. Councilman Wolfson asked me for this chart yesterday, and actually asked me for CTAC, so I took a little attitude here, and I wanted to show you all of our revenues. This picture speaks 1,000 words. Our expenditures are substantially higher than the revenues that we have. This is why we have asked every bargaining unit to reopen discussions. This is why we have made significant requests for concessions, if you will, in salary growth as well as current wages and benefit levels. So you can see that in the last 3 or 4 years, the tide has completely turned. Our revenues have diminished significantly. We have been curtailing our expenditures significantly, but you can see with our fiscal year 11 budgeted number, the number that we are moving forward with based on your direction from March 10th, the $493 million, is still substantially higher than what we anticipate our revenues will be next year. You may ask me, or the public may wonder, how are we plugging that gap? Because this red line of expenditures does not anticipate any concessions. None. So if there were concessions, the red line may further reduce. If they're not, that's the budget that we're looking at for next year. That gap between the red and the green line in fiscal year 11 will be filled with either further cuts or reserves. Right now, we're anticipating filling that gap with reserves. That will substantially reduce our reserves. If you look back at fiscal year 4, 5, 6, and 7, you may be wondering, what did we do with that money between the green line and the red line then? Did we save it? Did we spend it? What did we do with it? Every bit of that money went towards capital projects. That's by budget policy. So when our expenses underrun our revenues, all of that money transfers into the capital projects. So this kind of explains that reason that we really have very few capital projects for consideration going forward, and had virtually very little last year, because we simply don't have any underruns that are happening. We're spending more than we're taking in. So that's where we are from kind of a snapshot of our overall financial health. That's why we're being very aggressive in managing our budget shortfall.
Betsy, before you move forward, Mayor, if you don't mind, real quick.
Councilor Barlow.
The FY11, the expenditures and the revenues, if you could just explain to the listening audience as far as the dollar difference between the revenue and the expenditure.
Well, you can see that we're projecting around $440 million in revenues, and we're planning on spending somewhere close to $493 million. So that's around $53 million that we're short.
Thank you.
Any other questions about that?
Not at this time.
What I'd like to do is just go over where we've been, because I felt like last year that we were very successful in working with our bargaining leaders and our bargaining groups. And I'm very appreciative of that, because the prior chart would have been much worse had we not been as successful as we were. I don't think any of us really recognized at the time how bad things were going to get, and that the revenues were going to continue that steep decline that shows up on the earlier chart. With that in consideration, I just thought it would be helpful for me to go over where we were last year, and then I'm going to turn it over to Dan and have him explain where we are in the current process. So last year, we resolved with the CEA, which is our general bargaining unit, a concession agreement that lowered the COLA immediately, which is the cost of living adjustment, from 3.5 to 2.5. And it also established a mechanism to reduce the cost of living adjustment from 3 to 2% by council resolution each year. We have to make some findings associated with that, but there's the latitude for the mayor and council to take that action. It kept the contract in place through 2014. The LVPOA, which is our corrections function, made a variety of changes. One included lowering the annual uniform allowance, lowering the monthly health insurance payment, lowering the fiscal year 11 COLA, so the one impacting next year's budget, from 3.5% to 2.5%, as well as lowering the uniform allowance and the health insurance payment. Their contract expires next year, so they have a contract through 2011. In the concession agreement with the Las Vegas PPA, which is our marshal unit, which includes both the municipal court marshals and the detention and enforcement marshals, the COLA is still in place. It's a 3.75 COLA. That has not changed. They lowered their uniform allowance, you can see, by about half, as well as keeping that cut in half instead of having an escalation, which was the way the agreement was written prior to that, in fiscal year 11. That contract is in place through next year. With IFF, which is our fire unit, the non-supervisory group, we worked with them. They agreed to a zero COLA that had been 3% in the prior year. And in lieu of the PERS contribution increase, they got approximately a 1.5% COLA. We had an increase in the biweekly health insurance payment. You can see the difference there, a little over $50. And we did add an article for an educational stipend pilot program. That contract is open for wages and insurance for fiscal year 11, and we're currently in negotiations. You will probably remember, I feel like I've reported this out in about every way possible, newsletters, town hall meetings, presentations to each of you individually as well as collectively at council meetings, that we made a request back in November of all of the bargaining units that we would eliminate the normal contractual growth, things like longevity, steps, and cost of living adjustments. And that on top of that, that we were asking for a wage rollback of approximately 8%, the value of 8%, in both fiscal years 11 and 12. These were significant requests, and we recognize that. But we thought it would be important to share what that amounts to as far as the wage rollback impact, not the elimination of growth, but just the wage impact. And that's what we communicated to each of the bargaining leaders before Thanksgiving. One, that we were trying to save in fiscal year 11, just on the wage rollback, $21.5 million, and then a second year of $20 million worth of savings in salary and compensation reductions. And that's what we have asked for. That is what we have been targeting. That is what you have directed us to continue to pursue through your direction to me. And what I'd like to do is, unless there's questions about where we've been, I'd like to turn it over to Dan for his presentation about where we are currently.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Ms. Fretwell, okay, you showed us. Can we go back to that last slide, please?
Yes, sir.
Can we go back to the last slide?
Oh, I thought this was, you want this one?
The last one, yes.
Or this one?
It's not coming up on the screen.
Oh,
It's all right.
sorry. It's coming up on my screen.
There we go.
Yeah, there. No,
Which, you want this one?
This one here.
Okay.
Okay, these figures for that we have designated as our goal in this fiscal year 11 and 12, the $21.5 million and the $20 million, have they changed at all?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Mayor Goodman,
Yeah, Councilor Wilson.
if you don't mind, just a lot of people ask me what a COLA is and why people receive COLAs, and I understand that a COLA, which is a cost of living adjustment, is a bargained for thing. When we bargain with our employee groups, we have agreed over the years to provide a cost of living adjustment in the amounts that you've shown on previous screens. Here's my question, if you can answer this. For how many years, generally speaking, have our city employees that receive COLAs, for how many years have they been receiving annual adjustments in the form of a COLA, generally speaking?
We did some analysis for the January presentation, and I believe Mark may want to jump up here, but I believe we looked back 15 years, and there was an adjustment in every year for the last 15 years. We didn't look any further back, but was that Mark? Mark's nodding his head.
So for about the last 15 years, our city employees, the majority of them, have received adjustments upward. We're talking about upward adjustments on an annual basis.
Yes.
My question is, has the cost of living for the last 15 years, I know it's probably tied to an index or something like that, increased the last 15 years? And then my final question is it continuing to increase, or have we reached a point where the cost of living, forget that it's a bargain for thing, has the actual cost of living increased?
I'll let Mark take those two.
For the record, Mark Vincent, Chief Financial Officer. The 15-year look back, the Western States Consumer Price Index, which is a sort of a representation of cost of living adjustments in the Western United States for all items, has in fact gone up every year for those 15 years. We expect this year will be different. In fact, through December it is actually negative. For the last fiscal year it is negative. But it has averaged about just under 2.8%. The Western States CPI has averaged about, for that 15-year period, about 2.8%.
Okay, thank you. And just for perfect clarity, did you just say that for fiscal 10, if you will, the year that we're about to expire?
Calendar year 9.
Oh, calendar 9, okay.
Calendar year 9 we'll see negative
a negative. CPI. What do you project for calendars 10, 11, and 12?
I haven't done any projections.
Index. Pardon me?
I haven't done any projections.
What do you think?
I think it will. Either be a little bit flat, and I'm not saying it'll be negative, but it'll be a little flatter than normal certainly for this calendar year, and might see a little uptake in 12.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
If I can follow up on your question, please. It's a good question, but again, back 15 years ago, we gave them, say, a 3% cost of living increase, and we'll just say they were getting paid $1, okay, or maybe $100. And so 15 years later, we give them a 3% increase. It's 3% of $25. So if you look from that 15 years, the cost of living has went up this much but the salaries went up this much just on the cost of living, as far as I'm concerned. You understand that? Council members, I mean, to me it's important.
Excuse me.
It's always a level with the cost of living, as far as I'm concerned, is you start out getting a cost of living of, like I said, your salary 15 years ago. Now you're getting a cost of living of what your salary is today, which is a lot more.
What you're saying, excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
What you're saying is that each year you got a cost of living increase, which then went sort of to a base salary, which is the next salary upon which you base the cost of living.
Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't just the base salary, it was what had been accumulated through the previous years. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
I understand then. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Tarwater.
That's a lot of money.
I may want to just speak to Mayor Pro Tem's comment about the COLA versus the CPI and the analysis that we did. And I think we gave you a presentation maybe a year ago, maybe a little more than a year ago, that actually showed our analysis of our wage growth against the Western States CPI. And in each year, we exceeded the Western States CPI number. So what happens is two things happen. You've got a COLA, a cost of living adjustment that exceeded CPI in each year. And then you had step increases that are automatic that also increased. So that's what created that differential, if you will, between the CPI and what our employees actually received in the way of additional salary growth. I think that's what you were saying.
Yes, but again, though, in 15 years, that's a huge difference, though.
And if you'd like, I can try and find those charts and bring them around in briefings next week so you can see them.
Appreciate that, please.
Okay.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilman.
Could I just ask, did you say that in 2009 there was a negative cost of living?
That's what Mr. Vincent said, yes.
That's what Mr. Vincent said. Was that then deducted? Is a negative cost of living deducted? I mean, if you get more for the cost of living going up, is it cut when the cost of living goes down?
Councilwoman, no, it's not, because the bargaining agreements actually indicate a cost of living adjustment that goes up. It's not necessarily tied to the consumer price index. So even if the consumer price index, which is generally what you use to determine the cost of living generally, if you will, is not the same thing as the cost of living adjustment that's been negotiated. So even if that index was going down and was negative for 2009, we were providing this level of cost of living adjustment for each of our bargaining agreements in that same year.
Were we just doing it on a percentage that we thought was the best, not on any basic understanding of or connection to what cost of living really was?
Well, I think we probably have to talk to the people who were negotiating those agreements, and it wasn't me and it wasn't Dan. He may be able to use his expertise and historical knowledge of how these negotiations go to try and answer that question.
I just think that the general public believes, or their perception is, that you get a cost of living increase because the cost of living goes up and you need it to keep up with the cost of living, but that when it goes down you don't need it, so then you wouldn't get any or you would get less. And evidently that's not accurate.
Well, historically in the valley, when there's a cost of living that's negotiated, and we're in a small valley with 3 cities, the county, that becomes the base. And with 6 months later, another union is bargaining, that base is usually what they're referring to, what they're bargaining from. And then it just spirals up. And I think that's really what's happened in our valley for the last several years.
Wow, thanks.
Okay. Time for the status of negotiations?
Sure.
All right, Mr. Tarwater?
Yes, I'd like to go through, Dan Tarwater, Employee Relations Manager. I'd like to go through the current offers and proposals and then show you the values of those. And then lastly, I'd like to go through the fire contract, each article in a chronological form. Currently, the LVCEA concession offer, that while we're still working with them, we currently have them at a zero COLA, which was about a 3%. They wish to remain or keep their step increases, longevity, and flex promotion increases. And then they've offered up a 96-hour furlough, which really doesn't reduce the unit labor costs. It really just reduces the pay along with services based on reduced hours. and that comes out to about a 4.61%, which I'll get to in another slide. Besides the ongoing concessions, we've also had a budget reduction committee that was formed by the LVCEA that's been reviewing our budget, and they've sent to us a number of items that they believe we could do to reduce expenses, and our management staff has responded to each one of those. LVPOA, we really haven't had a concession offer. They decided that what they had done last year that's effective this year was really all the way they'd like to go. They did submit to us an 8-page document that went through a lot of recommendations for reducing overtime, but most of those items, up to about $1.5 million for fiscal year 11, but our D&E management staff reviewed those suggestions and felt that they have already, from a management perspective, addressed those in the FSR process that we've been going through. The LVPPA, the concession offer, was to waive the COLA of 3.75%. They needed to keep their step increases. They also wished to waive the remaining $712.50 payment on uniform allowance and then freeze longevity for 1 year. And then lastly, IAFF, the fire contract, the offers that have gone back forth, the package is really being stated as zero cost at this time, and I'll show you what those mean in actual numbers. This is a summary of what I've just stated, and as the city manager said in her November 09 letter, those targets were dollar amounts that we began each concession meeting with. And as you can see underneath the FY11 target for the LVCEA, we used two items, flat and the 8%. Again, flat was a zero COLA, a zero step, and freeze longevity was what the flat definition was. As you can see, as we go across on flat, the target was a little over $4 million. The offer was about 2.7, which gave us a difference of 1.4. On the 8% rollback, it equals about $12.6 million. The offer was about $6 million. The difference is about 6.6. And then you can see the total is about $16.7 million. The offer is about 8.7, and their difference is a little over $8 million. So they're over half to the target. And we'd also like to stress we're in continuation of concession meetings. We met this week, and
let me ask you this, Mr. Tarwater.
Yes.
When you say over half, can we then extrapolate that and conclude that that means flat plus 4%?
Sure. We could do it any way you want on flat and the 8%. But yes, that'd be one good way to state it.
All right. Thank you.
The LVPOA, the reduction targets for flat was about $925,000. Their offer was zero. The 8% was about $2.1 million. The offer is zero, and then the total was about 3.1. On the LVPPA, the reduction targets for flat was about $415,000, almost $416,000. The offer was $415,000, a small difference. The 8% rollback was projected at $685,000. Offer was there zero, which left that difference, and you can see the total about $1.1 million. The offer of the $415,000 left us with the difference about $685,000, close to flat. And then under IAFF reduction targets, flat equals about $851,000. They offered $900,000. The difference is a little over 48. The 8% rollback would have been close to almost $8 million. The offer is zero, and the difference is still that $8 million. The total is about 8.8. You can see the difference, the offer of $900,000, leaving about 7.9. We're also continued labor negotiations with them. We met yesterday, and we're scheduled to meet next Tuesday also with our ninth meeting. What I'd like to do now is go through the union negotiations with IAFF, just the articles, and show you from inception to date what we have put on the table and how we have gone back and forth with some of those values. On February 16th. The proposal from the fire union to the city was Article 24 on workday, which is time in lieu of, which is TILO. That's a program where instead of being paid overtime, to collect those hours and take those off at a different time at a lower rate. That is a current program within the city. They were requesting for this to be added to their supervisory unit, which is already in their non-supervisory unit. And then the second article on February 16th was uniforms for supervisory. There was a uniform language change in the non-supervisory group, and they were requesting that it rolled over to their supervisory group.
Is that it?
No, I have a couple more slides. February 23rd, the proposal from the city to the fire union. We presented them with the sick leave article for the supervisory group to eliminate the sick leave bonus, which we felt would save about $18,000. And we consider that kind of a new employee item for that particular group. Wages for both supervisory and non-supervisory group. There is no COLA slated, so it has zero value. Requesting that the steps go to zero, which is $727,508 savings plus PERS, and then suspension of longevity, which is a little over $122,000, and then the 8% compensation reduction, which is close to $8 million. We also requested through the supervisory unit only a freeze in longevity for 1 year, which is about $1,363, and eliminate this benefit going forward for new employees. They would not receive that benefit. Under medical for both supervisory and non-supervisory, would reduce the monthly premium from $495 to $400. Actually, it should be per pay period to $400 per pay period, which would be a savings of about $1.4 million. And then with the last article, we presented uniforms to the supervisory group to reduce them from $1,500 to $1,400 annually, so $1,800 savings. The next meeting we had was March 2nd. Proposals from the fire union to the city. They put out wages on A, no COLA, B, no step increases, which would equal about $727,000, and then suspend longevity, equal to about $123,000. For longevity for both units, freeze for 1 year, close to the $123,000, and then duration of the contract would be extended for a year with reopeners, not have the contracts open totally. And this was considered a package that they offered us at this time, all of them together. Then on March 2nd, the proposal from the city to the union, we had two language changes in management rights, and then we had a language change in jury duty, which would bring us up to par with the statute. And then under duration, we looked at a 1 year contract through 212, opening everything. And then the last item that we submitted to the fire union was the fire standard operating procedure 130.06.01. It basically gives the fire chief flexibility on scheduling and reducing overtime. On March 9th, the proposal from the fire union, Articles 17, 18, and 38, which was really that package deal, they withdrew that. On wages, the average, they put a plan together where they would like us to consider the average increase equal to the 3 metro contracts, the 3 that are being negotiated today. Whatever that average is, that would be the set wage rate for COLA. Under the medical, same. Whatever the Metro's 3 contracts, the projections were, they would also take what they're at today, and anything over and beyond that would be added to that benefit. Under wages for both contracts, 0 COLA increase. Under medical for both, there was a reduction of the contribution that would equal about $540,000, which means 2 payments or 26 payments, and they offered to reduce or eliminate 2 of those payments. And then for uniforms, they offered to reduce it by $150 per employee per quarter, which is about $360,000. So that equals about a $900,000 benefit. March 23rd, the proposal from the city to the fire union on wages. Again, no COLA. B, no steps. C, suspend longevity. And then on D, which is new, we requested a 5% compensation reduction, which was equaling about $5 million. And along with that consideration, to reduce the new hire wage matrix, the range, and change the steps to 5% increments. They are not equal between steps today. Under the medical, we asked for another reduction from $1,073 to $900 per month, which is about a $1.3 million savings. And under uniforms, we asked that to be suspended, which would equal about $900,000. And then finally, the summary, all the items that we just covered. This is simply a summary page. You can see the groups on the left, the goals that we have outlined. Those goals change from the original numbers because we've added the PERS increase to the appropriate benefits. You can see the offers and then the difference. So the summary at the bottom, the goal's about $29.7 million. The offers to date are about $10 million, and the difference outstanding is about $19.7 million.
And Mayor and Council, that pretty much concludes our report. I do think that Mark may want to make one clarification just to explain the PERS impact on the numbers so that it's real clear to you, as well as the impact of the adding the 2 numbers of the flat and the 8%, so that when you're making your kind of generalization of the value, Mayor, of the 4%, that we can kind of put that in perspective. The other thing that I feel like I should mention is recognize, please, that your executives and your appointees for many years now have received no adjustments. And so we're where we can, we're tightening our belt. And it's really incumbent upon us now to do that as much as we can across the board. Mark, I don't know if you want to clarify that point you mentioned to me.
Mayor Goodman, I'm sorry for interrupting. Councilman. When you say executives and appointees, a lot of people listening don't know who you're talking about. So could you be a little bit more descriptive in the type of employee you're talking about?
Your executives are folks like department directors, deputy city managers, myself, all of the people who are sitting here, all the way through the manager level of the organization. So folks like Kathy Rainey, who's a purchasing manager. On the appointive side, we're talking about all of the individuals who are non-classified in our organization. It's around 200 employees who typically provide professional support. So that could be analysts, budget analysts, management analysts, council liaisons, some of our executive assistants, and a whole variety of individuals who support the administrative side of our functions.
And how many employees make up our appointives and executives?
A little less than 300.
And we have about 3,300 city employees, is that right?
And going down.
Well, I'm afraid I have to say I understand what you're talking about, but as of
We're
right
getting
now,
closer to about 2,800 with this budget.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Vincent?
Mayor, just 2 clarifications. You asked a question about if the number if the offer from the bargaining unit was about half of the number that we requested, does that mean we got about half of the rollback? If we asked for 8%, did we get the 4%?
Right.
The math doesn't work that way, so I thought it would be helpful to explain that.
I'd like to hear that.
We estimate that the flat's worth about 4.5% on average, plus the 8% that looks more like a 12.5% reduction. So if you're getting about half of what you asked for, you're getting closer to a 6% package. 4.5 of that is the flat. The remainder is the rollback portion. So it's not equivalent to a 4% rollback. It's probably closer to 2%. So I thought I'd clarify that math. The other thing that Betsy asked me to clarify is on with respect to the IAFF concession from a year ago. First of all, let me just say that that'd be helpful. Betsy functioned as a trustee for the PERS, the Public Employee Retirement System Board. I am now have replaced her. I function as the vice chair there, so I thought I'd try to explain this a little bit. The first bullet there says we agreed to a 0% COLA, and in lieu of that, what we did is we, as the employer, absorbed the employee share of the PERS increase. Now, for this group, in the IAFF, you have early retirees and you have regular retirees. They have different pension benefits, but the blending of that, the cost to us of that sharing is about 1.5, a little over 1.5%. And so what we had to represent to the PERS system was that we can't say that we just voluntarily picked up their share, and the reason why we can't, and really the point I wanted to make, was under the PERS law, we are an employer-paid system. We pay the PERS contribution. If it goes up 3%, we pay the whole 3%, but the PERS system requires us to make sure the employee pays their half. The reason why we have to do that is by law and by process, when an employee retires, it's assumed by PERS that over the course of their employment that they paid their half of the PERS. And the PERS system actually inflates the 3-year average salary that we pay them by the amount that the employee supposedly gave up by making their own contribution for the half. But we're an employer-paid system, so the law says when the rate goes up, we're supposed to take back from the employee half of that rate increase. So if we say we gave 0 COLA, but their salary stayed the same, we in fact gave them a COLA equivalent to the 1.53%. So I just wanted to explain that. So it's a little confusing, but that's just the way the PERS law is. And so if employees' pay stays flat in a year that the PERS contribution rate goes up, half that PERS contribution rate is assumed to be a COLA that we gave, but no one really saw it that way.
We in fact did something very similar for the appointees and the executives when the rate went up. We adjusted their salary by 0.5% to compensate for the rate increase. So it's not uncommon, but it is something I wanted to clarify for you today because it's complex. The other thing I think is important to note is that we have not rejected any offers. I think we just need to be very clear that we're still negotiating in good faith. We're still at the table, so to speak. All of the offers that we've presented to you today, none of them have been turned away, despite what you might hear, because there are a lot of rumors running around. So this is the status of where we are today, and as Dan indicated, we're still working through this process, and we'd be happy to answer any additional questions that you might have, and we certainly hope that this has shed some light on the process of labor negotiations as well as where we stand now, so that hopefully if we're able to reach resolution with all or some of our bargaining units, it will be a little clearer about where we've been and how we get to that end point for our employees, for our citizens, and certainly for each of you that would have to make a decision about whether or not those are the right agreements for the city at this time.
All right, before we hear from the council or others, could you give us the chronology now as to the important dates that have to be met, as to when the budget has to be submitted, when we have our budget workshop, and the like?
Your final budget hearing is on May 18th.
May 18th, okay.
And we have to submit the budget, I believe, by June 15th. Excuse me, June 1st. So we have very little time between the final budget and what we actually file with the state.
So the window is closing.
The window is closing. But we have a plan. We have the plan for the $493 million budget. As I indicated in that earlier slide, we will be dipping into the reserves more than I even reported to you in March based on our current year's revenue performance. We anticipate that we will have a significant gap of around $52 to $53 million that we would use in reserves if we stay at the $493 million budget level. And that $493 does not include any concessions. So that number could change if there were to be concessions as a result of our discussions with our bargaining units.
Very good. I think fairness requires at least an offer to the representatives of the various bargaining units who are present today if they feel that the representations leave something to be desired or are inaccurate. This is your chance to straighten out the record if you choose to do so. Yes, Mayor.
I just have a question of Betsy, if I could, please. The reserve you keep talking about, is that mandated by state law that we have a reserve?
There's a mandate in your budget policies that we retain a 12% ending fund balance. About 2 years ago, you relaxed that standard to 10%. That's what we're following. But as far as I know, unless Mark has something different to say, we do not have a mandatory amount we should have in the reserves. Having said that, however, the 10% reserves is basically about 5 weeks of cash flow for the city of Las Vegas.
And I think that's very important. If we go any lower than the 10%, then we're just living from payday to payday.
And I think people get confused. There is a section of NRS that indicates that I believe a little bit more than 8% of your ending fund balance is protected from bargaining. A lot of people think that 8% is also the reserve levels. They're not the same.
Yeah.
So just for point of clarification.
I appreciate that very much. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
yes,
could I just ask Betsy, will you be giving us a hard copy of this?
Absolutely. If you would like it, absolutely.
And I think if we have another presentation like this, it might be very helpful to us to have the hard copy before the presentation.
Certainly.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Before Mr. Collins, if you don't mind, please, sir, just a couple. Need to get Betsy before we get into other means of conversation. The 12% ending fund balance, can you talk to the 12% in relation to the council's position or policy years prior as to where we are now and what that fund balance currently is or what we've reduced it to from that 12%?
I'd like to ask Mark to come up and respond to that. I will tell you that this year we had budgeted a $31 million deficit budget, which anticipated a drawdown in our ending fund balance from where we closed the books out last June 30 through the course of this year. We are going to get very close to that number. We anticipate within 10% of that number, or around 10% of that number. We're hoping not to have to use all 31 million of our reserves. I believe the last number Mark indicated to me was around, our estimate is around 26 million that we would dip into the reserves.
Maybe 28.
Okay, maybe between 26 and 28. And I'd like to specify something. When we brought the proposal to you back in November to make adjustments mid-year because our revenues were declining, we identified what we thought we could live within this year at around $493 million. The exact same budget number that we're recommending that you approve for fiscal year 11, we're trying to hit in fiscal year 10. Every one of these department heads, every one of the people that these guys represent are doing their very best to hit that 493, 494 for current fiscal year 10. I feel very confident that we are going to get very close to that number. Our approved budget was $528 million. Now, what that tells you is that our revenues have declined to such an extent that even though we have basically cut our expenses significantly from 528 to around 494, our current estimates, we are still going to be using the lion's share of that deficit that we predicted when we approved last year's budget. That's how bad the revenue picture is. It's not because we're spending more than we should. We're definitely not spending more than you authorized and allocated in your budget process. We are spending way less than that, and our revenue numbers are sinking so fast that we're still having to dip more significantly into our reserves. And you may remember back in November, I said our goal of making these mid-year adjustments is to try and hit our budget target, which was the $31 million deficit, not any more than that. And I'm hopeful that over the course of the next 3 months that we will be able to hit that target. But I will tell you and caution you that our revenues are dropping at such a precipitous rate that our cutting of expenses is not enough, and we're having to dip into those reserves more than I would like for us to in this current year, and it will have dramatic impacts on your fiscal year budget reserve drawdown in addition to what we had talked about. When we presented our budget, our tentative budget back on March 10th, we suggested at that point that we were making close to $31 million in cuts through personnel, services, and programs. We also were going to draw down our reserves by $38 million. We're now estimating that that drawdown will be closer to $53 million, not 38. So we have significant work to do as an organization. We're committed to doing that work, but we have to be extremely aggressive in resolving that structural deficit. I don't know, Mark, if you have anything to add.
Yeah, maybe before I answer the councilman's question, if I may, just to tag on to what Betsy's talking about, the strange thing we're seeing, I shouldn't say it's strange, but we've been watching all of our revenue categories. What we're seeing now that's causing us to revise numbers downwards is some things that, unfortunately, we probably didn't think of. One major thing we're seeing is, and there was an article in the weekend paper maybe 2-3 weekends ago about an unemployed person who was dreading the summer coming because of what he has to do with his electric bill in terms of turning it up higher and going to suffer through the summer. We're not necessarily seeing reductions in utility rates, but what we're seeing is people in the winter are turning the thermostats down more than they used to and turning them up in the summer higher. We're seeing significant reductions in franchise tax revenues, particularly in the electric bill. That kind of surprised us a little bit. Other things now we're starting to see, because the economy has been dragging along, about half our license tax revenue, about half of it is relative to gross receipt license fees. Now we're starting to see that impact show up in our license revenue. So we're seeing a few odd things, drawing down our reserves and lower interest rates. We're seeing less interest income as well. So all these things are adding up, and that's kind of what this new little adjustment's happening. Specifically, your question, Councilman, you asked about the 12% fund balance, and everything that Betsy said was correct. There isn't a statutory requirement of how much you have to have, but I will tell you that industry standards, recommendations by government finance officers associations and others can be anywhere from about 8% to 15%. Up until the recession that we hit, we were averaging fund balances in the high teens. When times were good, we established about, I want to say maybe 10 years ago, 9-10 years ago, we established a 12% by policy, a 12% fund balance through our budget policy.
And that's council policy, correct? Not
council
legislative.
Policy. As Betsy indicated 2 years ago, anticipating coming into the recession, or the start of the recession, we revised that down to 10%. So we went from a 12% policy. We didn't revise it. Actually, what we technically did was suspend it, because the bond raters do look at that. They liked the fact that we had a 12% reserve policy. They understood that we needed to reduce it given what was happening. And, of course, that was somewhat offset by the creation of the Fiscal Stabilization Fund, which is also what we did at that time. So hopefully that answers your question.
So currently we're at 10%.
We will be at 10% at the end of fiscal year 11.
Okay. And Betsy, you mentioned something in relation to the 8% and a legislative requirement making sure that we had enough monies to carry.
Actually, a little opposite of that.
Okay.
There is an 8%, give or take. I think it's like 8.37 or something around there.
8.125.
8.125. That is not subject to mandatory bargaining. There is no statutory requirement for a reserve. I think the important thing to recognize is that we have reserves because those preserve our cash flow, so that if there's any interruption in revenue coming in, the state doesn't pay us our sales tax on time or don't pay it to us at all, that we're not running into a problem. In fact, Councilman mentioned this to me yesterday. I believe LA Power and Light withheld a utility payment to Los Angeles, and they immediately instituted a 2-day-a-week furlough because they did not have the cash flow to pay their people. So it's really important for us not to lose sight of the fact that we need to have some good cash flow capacity so that we can continue to meet payroll and meet our contractual obligations. So that's why Mark and I are kind of stubborn on that 10%, because it's 5 weeks of cash flow for us.
Right. And what would 8% do for our organizations should we drop to the 8% mark?
The 10% number at the end of fiscal year 11 will represent about $49 million. So roughly, an 8% would be, 1/5 of that. So it would get us down to about $40 million.
40 million.
So you drop, do that math.
And
right
what would
now.
that put us in the category of reserves for cash flow and being as far as the reserve? How many weeks would that put us if we were at the 8% mark, Betsy?
Well, 10%, and basically there's 52 weeks in the year, so a 10% fund balance, you multiply that against the 52 weeks. That's where Betsy got the 5.2.
Right.
Instead, you multiply the 8% times the 52 weeks, and you probably get around 4.5 weeks. It shrinks it.
Right.
Just remember that the things that we're completely dependent upon, state transfers and that type of thing, some of them are 3 months in arrears, some of them are 2 months in arrear. So the cash flow issue is a significant concern, as well as having adequate reserves so that we can preserve our bond rating.
And just one last thing, one of the things that we have been, two things, Betsy hit on one, bond raters are watching the reserves. They are very much watching that. In fact, when we got our credit ratings last winter, they sustained our ratings, but they did put us on a negative outlook. They thought the economy was continue to worsen, so there was that issue. The other issue is that, from my perspective as your chief financial officer, it's one thing to plan for things you're pretty sure you know, but how do you plan for the things that you don't know? How do we know that there won't be some event that we haven't quite figured out that's going to, perhaps there's I hate to mention it, but what if this is a sort of a double dip recession kind of thing? Or what happens if something else happens that causes an unexpected event and you don't have reserves for that? It's going to be very difficult for us to manage through something like that. So the reserves give us breathing room to respond in an intelligent way, in a planned, with some valid judgment and thought process and evaluations. When you don't have those reserves, you have to react, and oftentimes what happens is you make some decisions that you didn't think the unintended consequences through. So reserves gives us time to plan through, and that's why, as Betsy said, we're kind of stubborn about wanting to maintain at least something adequate so that if the unexpected happens, that we don't have to knee-jerk. Although it seems like lately we've been doing a lot of knee-jerking, but we've had reserves to absorb some of that. So,
Mr. Mayor,
yes,
I think that's what happened in Los Angeles. Who would expect that large an entity would not pay its bill to Los Angeles? And when that occurred, they didn't have the reserves, so they had to knee-jerk or whatever. It had to be fast. And that's the thing that is scary. These are things, who do we know, or how do we know that some entity that we count on every year to be paying something, they don't pay it, and then we are left in a situation where we need those reserves, as you said, to keep going. I just think this Los Angeles thing was a little shocking, and it was a wake-up call, I think, as far as things that could happen that you don't expect. And then a very strong union person, a very strong a Democrat person, says, look, we can't do anything else. It's 2 furlough days a week, and that's it. And he did put it in, and that was only because he had to save his city.
Okay.
Mayor Goodman, I apologize. I know you want to have these gentlemen and ladies have a chance, but before we do that, if I could, Betsy, could you go back to the general fund history chart? I think it was your first chart. Okay. It ends at fiscal 11. And I would say about 95% of the discussion we've been having the last hour or so has talked about the past and the present with very little direct discussion about the future. I mean, you said something about 5 minutes ago about the projected revenue being, for the years to come, being poor. And Mark said something about that. And I noticed in one of the charts as far as the concessions, Dan, that you mentioned the new employee 2 or 3 times. And I just want to emphasize that, in my opinion, that is one of the key things we're doing here. Do we want to balance our budget? Of course. Do we want to save employees jobs? Of course. But I really feel strongly that this is the time and opportunity and an obligation on our part to not only do what we have to for fiscal 11 and fiscal 12, but also be looking to the future. And that's what that new employee designation does. And Don King, I saw you out there before. I don't know if you're still here. There you are. You and I have had discussions about this, and there's different philosophies in this regard, but I just feel so strongly that all of our efforts have to be geared towards not only what we have to do for today, but what we have to do for tomorrow, because we just can't sustain the growth that we've been sustaining for 15 plus years.
Okay. All right. Mr. Collins? I've invited you up here, Mr. Collins, to clarify or rectify any of the positions that have been stated so far. That's the purpose of the invitation.
I appreciate it, Mayor. Mayor and Council, I'm Chris Collins, the Executive Director of the Las Vegas Police Protective Association. And as frustrated as you are, Mayor, I can tell you that the Deputy City Marshals and the Muni Court Marshals are equally as frustrated. They made a proposal 6 weeks ago now, and as Betsy said, it's not been rejected, but from what we can tell, there's been no work done on it. I've had 2 phone calls in the last 6 weeks from the City of Las Vegas, nothing about what the proposal is, where it is, what's going on with it at all. Dan calls me 2 days ago and says, hey, I'm going to make a presentation, and sends me some numbers. I've worked with Dan. I enjoy working with Dan. Betsy's been great. But as far as I can tell, in the last 6 weeks, nothing's been done. So it's not the union's fault right now that nothing's being done, I believe. And if I could, I'd like to add just a couple clarifying points. I don't believe that the PPA and the city are in formal contract negotiations right now per NRS 288. I don't believe SB 427 has anything to do with what we've been doing. That statute clearly calls for a letter from one side or the other to open negotiations. There's been no letter to open negotiations from either side to the other. We're simply sitting down in discussions. Those discussions, quite honestly, have been unfruitful to this point. After we tendered our offer, nothing's been done. You can talk about the Western States CPI, and that's great. Las Vegas is on the verge of having its own CPI that we should be utilizing, not the Western States CPI. Not many other states in the Western States have had the economy that we have suffered through, as we all know. Your workforce that I represent is a fairly young workforce. They've gone out and purchased homes in the last 3 or 4 years. Sure, the CPI is going to be down because the housing market is down, but it doesn't do anything to the mortgages that they're paying. They bought homes 3 and 4 years ago at peak value. They're now negative in their homes, but they still have to make that mortgage payment. Just as the city wants reserves, your employees deserve reserves. They're willing to help the city. But as you're protecting your bond rating, they have to protect their families and their ability to pay their bills.
Okay, that's what I wanted to avoid if we can. I appreciate your advocacy on behalf of the folks that you represent, but basically the purpose of inviting you up here is just to comment on the factual statements that were made by either Ms. Fretwell, Mr. Tarwater, or Mr. Vincent.
I'll be happy to speak to that for you, Mayor. I'm sorry if I got off track.
I appreciate that.
It was talked about PERS. I sit on the Police and Fire Committee for PERS. It's not the last 3 years plus the additional, they call it the kicker, if you will, that our half of PERS pays, like Mr. Vincent said. They take your last 3 years, they figure your PERS, and then it's added in, not on top of your 3 years. So it does lower that number down. I know it's confusing. I'd be happy to talk to any of you about it at any time. I sat and watched all the city council meetings, and it was said that your appointed employees have received no COLAs, and that is true. I concur with that. But I have watched many of your appointed employees receive time off in lieu of raises. Every week that they get time off is the equivalent of a 2% COLA, no matter how you look at it. You can ask any CPA in the world to figure it. If you get a week off, it's a 2% COLA. Many of your appointed employees have received that. That's not being offered to any of the unions. Maybe that would be some concession back to do the same thing for the people that you've done for the appointed employees. And last but not least, what I would say to you is these contracts that we're talking about today were not negotiated in a vacuum. The union did not sit down and decide what these contracts should be. We sat down with your negotiation teams. We came to an agreement. They were brought before the city council and they were approved. So to try and make the unions solely responsible for these contracts is simply not fair. Each and every one of you has voted on at least one of these contracts.
It's a new world. New world.
I understand it's a new world,
it's a
sir,
new
but
world.
It's not fair to say to the public that it's just the union's contract and it's the union's fault when we all agreed to them and all of us here in this room agreed.
Well, that's the purpose for this presentation, because I wanted to have the opportunity for the city to state the management's position, and I wanted to give you the opportunity to state where that position is erroneous or where you take umbrage with it, and you did that, and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
No.
No?
No, I didn't say that. Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem wanted to talk.
Mr. Collins, I just got to say one thing. I've been able to vote on a lot of these contracts, and I appreciate the good faith that has been shown at these negotiations, the good faith in good times. And all I ask right now is that we continue to negotiate in good faith in bad times.
Mayor Pro Tem, I agree. And I think we have negotiated in good faith and made a good faith offer to the city.
Councilwoman?
I just wanted to say I really didn't hear anybody here today, and I have not heard anybody really say that it's the union's fault. I think what it is, as the mayor said, it's new, it's changed. And what we were able to do before, we can't. But I wouldn't blame the unions. I just know it's hard for them to come to some of this. It's hard for us to come to some of what we have to do, too. In addition to that, you had stated that executive and appointive received days off, which was worth something going towards a COLA, for example. Were those appointive or executive that you're talking about? I'm not aware of any appointed that received days off, but I'm not sure.
You know, the one person, I hate to name him here, but you're asking, I'll tell you, the one person I very vividly remember at a council meeting is your city attorney, Brad Gerbert, received, I believe it was a week.
That was part of his contract negotiations with
Correct.
Yeah,
so,
okay,
and
I
that
see.
week is worth the equivalent of a 2% COLA.
Right.
Okay, I'm just trying to be aware of all this, and quite honestly, it is very complicated. But the problem is that we're at a position where we don't have the resources to do what we did in the past. So as we have to cut back the help and support we have here, then that's why we're asking the unions to give additional cutbacks. But I don't think we're saying anybody's a bad guy.
And you know, I guess I apologize.
No, don't apologize, because I know how you feel.
The screens that come up indicate that the union is not willing to give back what the city has asked for, and quite honestly, that's true. We're not willing to give back that much, but we're willing to work, and we think we've made a fair offer.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. King, did you want to be heard? As I said, just address, if you would, the factual presentation rather than the emotional aspects of this.
Don King, President of the Las Vegas City Employee Association. I just have two comments that I want to make. First of all, at one point in time, and it hasn't been that long ago, we actually offered to tie our wage increases to the CPI. It was the city that turned it down. We also used to have a provision in our contract that allowed either side to open the contract if it was 1% plus or minus outside of CPI. And again, it was the city that had that part removed from it. So maybe we need to look at those things when we negotiate in the future. Mr. Snyder does have a couple comments he'd like to add as well.
All right, once again, the comments have to be addressed to the facts.
I'd like to address two things that were shown on the slides that we believe are not totally accurate. One was on the summary slide where it showed that the city, including the flat, was seeking $16.7 million from the LVCA bargaining units, and that our offer to date was worth $8.7 million, or just over half. However, in that calculation, it is our understanding in meeting with the city that the 3% COLA we're giving up, we are only getting credit for 2%. they claim that 1% was given last year in the concessions that we did, and therefore they're not giving us credit this year towards the goal. That's worth another, with PERS, about $1.5 million. So it really should be our proposal this year, right there, where it says offer is $8.7 million. It should be around $10.2 million out of the $16.7 million that the city requested. Why do we believe that we should get credit for that 1%? Because the agreement that we reached with the city last year imposed 3 conditions in order for the city to take the 1%. And it is our belief that the city has not met those 3 conditions. Betsy referred to one of those 3 conditions, which was the city passing a resolution. They did that. And there's another one having to do with executive pay not exceeding that of those in the bargaining units. But there's a third condition that we believe they have not met, and that is that the city must have made reasonable efforts to obtain substantially similar concessions from other unions. And you can see from your own slides and from what was agreed to by the other unions last year that the other unions, there's one that for FY11 did agree last year to 1%. The others did not give 1%. It is our understanding that one is in negotiations right now, and the other only, if you cost that out, it was about 0.5%. So it is our belief the city has not met the condition. If there were to be no concessions this year, it would be the CA's position that the city could not take the 1% because it has not met that condition. Therefore, we ought to get credit for it, since what we're offering now imposes no conditions on the city to give the whole 3%. Therefore, our offer should be $10.2 million, which is getting close to 2/3 of the way that the city wanted. The second clarification is that our offer also said that any money we give back to the city was to buy back our positions that were laid off. Our union is scheduled to have 121 people laid off out of 140 or 142. So most of the layoffs are coming from our bargaining units. And our money, our $10.2 million, was contingent on we getting $10.2 million of people bought back from the layoff rolls, which would be about 100 people. We could save most of our people. Maybe not quite that high, because there might be some program costs that would be associated. You bring back a person, you may have to bring back the car they drive, et cetera, like that. But we can buy back a substantial number of our people with our offer. So I would like, those are the 2 things I would like to clarify. The offer is really worth, in our minds, $10.2 million, and that $10.2 million would be used to buy back our people.
Very good. I appreciate that.
Anything else?
Thank you. All right. Mr. Fletcher?
Mr. Mayor, as Mr. Fletcher come forward, Betsy, can you speak to the 10.2 that the CEA has just represented, so that I'm clear on the numbers that your slide has presented and what they're referencing, please?
Generally, it's an accurate reflection of the discrepancy.
Did you say accurate or inaccurate?
An accurate reflection of the discrepancy.
Accurate.
An accurate description of the discrepancy. I'll let Mark go into why, but basically we feel like we met the criteria to drop to the 2% COLA for next year. So,
okay, well, I really don't want this to turn into a bargaining session. I wanted to give these folks an opportunity to clarify the record if they felt it was necessary, and I don't think this is the appropriate forum to negotiate.
Mayor, if you will, please, it's more so for my understanding so that I can at least follow the presentation here. So
maybe Mark can just very quickly explain.
Right. I think there's a simple explanation. The offer, the goal, the FY11 goal, assumed that we were going to already reduce the COLA by 1%. So the goal is predicated on a 2% COLA. So you're comparing an apples to apples. The offer, to inflate the offer by the extra 1%, I'd have to inflate the goal by an extra 1%. So It wasn't in the goals, so it's obviously not in the offer. We think it's apples to apples.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Fletcher? If you would limit your comments, please, to
Yes, sir.
the record.
Mayor Dean Fletcher, President of the Las Vegas Firefighters. I really came here not planning to say anything, but I am going to just clarify a few points as you ask. If Ms. Fretwell could bring up the slide with the graphs, with the green and the red. Yes. And I want to clarify that that was a budgeted amount, not an actual amount.
Wait, let's get the chart up. I don't have it on my. All right, now it's up. Yes.
We did not have expenditures exceed revenues in fiscal year '09, as that graph shows. So these are budgeted amounts. These are not actual amounts.
I'm not sure that's an accurate reflection, so maybe Mark needs to come up.
That's my opinion right now. It was said different, and I'll have the facts to back that up later. On the
just so I understand where we are, you're saying that the 2009, which shows that we expended more than we received, is not accurate.
That's correct. Also, and the financial statements would back that up for anybody that would want to look. The consumer price index for the Western, which we've never used in the past, but for December 2009, it showed 2.8%. For January of 2010, it showed a 2.5. For February of 10, 2.0. That's not flat line as stated by Mr. Mark Vincent. And I'll just leave it at that. We did make some offers that were not mentioned. We had negotiations yesterday with your team. Hopefully, Mr. Tarwater shares those with you in the closed-door session here later on. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Valenzuela, did you want to be heard?
No, there's nothing to clarify, sir.
Okay. All right, well, thank you very much for your participation here. And Betsy, do you want to wrap up, and then we'll let the council ask questions or make comments if they deem appropriate?
I think we're pretty much wrapped up, Mayor. We just hope that this creates a little more transparency. And as I indicated in my opening remarks, we recognize this is above and beyond the SB 427 requirements, and it's to assist not only the public but our board members and our employees understand what's going on throughout this process, so that when we reach some conclusion, and hopefully we will, that it will be clear where we've been along the path instead of just having a final report, teeing up a vote item for the mayor and council with one final report.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I'm pleased that we gave everybody an opportunity to at least try to state the position that the negotiations or discussions are in at this juncture. I think it's important that the public understands what the parties are facing and what the city is up against. Be happy to hear from any of the council members if they have any comments or questions at this time. And if not, I have a couple comments. Anybody? All right, seeing none. I've tried to tone down my rhetoric for the past 2 weeks in an effort to give those who are at the discussion table the opportunity to reflect and not be defensive. But the truth of the matter is, I'm looking at this very much the way I look in the newspaper after one of our police officers or firefighters, bless you, or city employees is injured. And I read the newspaper accounts about how they're doing in the hospital. And I know that the condition that's described is indicative of the health and the well-being of the injured party. And there's no question in my mind, after agonizing over this with other members of the council and taking this as seriously as one could take any matter that this council has had to deal with, it's as though the condition of the city has and is going from serious into critical. It's not an upgrade, it's a downgrade. Every time we see the financial forecasts, and we get the records as to where we stand financially, the news is not getting better. It keeps on getting worse. I'm speaking for myself, but at the same time, I'm speaking in a sense for the council, because we've had these closed-door sessions, we've had chats with one another, and we have a moral and fiduciary obligation to address this so that the critical condition does not erode any further. And if you would bring back the chart of the expenditures and the salaries and the revenue, if I can get that.
It should be up.
All right. As I understand it, for some reason I don't get it.
I think you got it.
Okay. As I understand it, if we go to the farthest to the right side of that chart, that gap is closed if we get flat plus the 8%. That closes those two lines and makes it even for all intents and purposes, correct?
Not completely.
Not completely. How much does it close it? 80%?
It would probably get us, maybe 80 to 85%, I would guess.
It gets us a long way.
It gets us a long way.
And without having that, we have certain alternatives that are available to us. One, and this is very unpleasant, is we reduce our staff by terminating employees who are loyal employees, whose service to the city we appreciate and respect. We reduce services that our constituents have become used to and feel that they're entitled to, and they may be right about that. We look to privatization to replace city employees who are functioning, but at a salary level that is higher than perhaps the private sector would provide to us. And we don't have any choice but to look at that as an alternative. That's not a threat. It's just a fact. And I'm hoping, because, as we said before, Ms. Fretwell, the window is closing quickly. There will not be time to rectify what I consider to be a very sad situation of losing 141 of our fine employees. So I'm urging the city and Mr. Tarwater and your crew, as well as all of the city employees that are being represented, to do whatever they can to get to the 8%, because the 8% is the number. I've been asked in press conferences, is that in cement? Nothing's in cement, but we have to get the 8% in order to make this into a livable condition without losing the patient. So that's my directive to all who are involved in the negotiations. They've got to go for flat plus 8%. And with that, we'll go on to the next item. Thank you.
We need a motion, Your Honor.
Yes.
We need a motion.
Okay, motion, please.
I would incorporate the mayor's last comments as well as the other comments made by our union negotiating team, our presidents, as well as those comments made by our city council, as well as our staff. This is trying times, and I look forward to bringing this to a conclusion ASAP. I would move to accept the report as presented.
Thank you. Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 49 is to receive a report and direct staff as appropriate on the Clean Water Coalition. Mr. Cervantes.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Jorge Cervantes, Department of Public Works. I can get the presentation up on the screen. This is a status report on the Clean Water Coalition. I'll start off with just a little bit of background on how the Clean Water Coalition was established. It was established in 2002 by an interlocal agreement by the three wastewater treatment providers that existed at that time, which was the City of Las Vegas, Clark County Sanitation District, and the City of Henderson. In 2006, the City of North Las Vegas started the design of their own water treatment facility, and so at that time they became a member of the Clean Water Coalition also. This coalition was established specifically for the purpose of designing, constructing, and operating what's called the System Conveyance and Operation Program, better referred to as SCOPE. SCOPE is a system of pipes that would carry the wastewater that comes out of all the treatment facilities and convey it down to the middle of the lake. This piping would be constructed along the alignment of the Las Vegas Wash. It would tunnel under some of the mountains that are south of Henderson and would deliver the water in a deeper part of the lake so it would mix a little bit better. The project was intended to address some of the concerns that were raised around the mid-1990s with the phosphorus levels that would come into Las Vegas Bay and some of the erosion that would occur on the wash, particularly around the wetlands area. As flows increase with growth, as the velocity of these flows increase, there was concerns that further erosion would occur. When the project was conceived, it was estimated it would cost about $550 million to provide this piping system. Current estimates, now that the design's been refined a little bit better, show that it cost about $800 million. The funding for this was to be done through a series of bonds that would be issued that would be paid out of sewer connection fees and user fees. The connection fees would account for about 75% of the revenue needed to pay for this, user fees about 25%. Currently, the connection fees for a new home that gets developed is somewhere in the range of about $800, and for a user fee, it's an annual fee of $7 per user. Several conditions have changed since the project was conceived back in the late 1990s. Some of these changes include that water flows have been reduced significantly just because growth has slowed down, development has slowed down, and so that's reduced the phosphorus level that's going into the lake. There's also been a series of erosion improvements that have been constructed along the wash. Right now, about 60% of those improvements are complete. There's been enhancements to the water treatment process due to technology advances since SCOPE was first conceived. The Clark County currently has a project under construction to add a $30 million per day facility that's going to have newer technology that's going to remove a lot of the phosphorus, a lot of the contaminants that were concerns back in the late 1990s. Similarly, the city of North Las Vegas, in their facility, is a $25 million per day facility, and they too will be using newer technology that will address some of the phosphorus concerns. And as we do further enhancements in all our plants in the future, either to replace old systems or to enhance capacity, there will be new technology that will address a lot of the concerns that were raised back in the late 1990s. Realizing that these changing conditions, the Clean Water Coalition Board directed the staff to review the agency's role. What should the agency's role be, being these changes, and to see if there was still a need for SCOPE, and if there is, what is the timing? Is it something that we need in the next couple of years, something that we need 10, 20 years from now? Based on the results of this analysis, the board directed the Clean Water Coalition staff in their February meeting to suspend SCOPE until 2012, at which time they would look at the project again, see if there was a need for it, and if so, they would evaluate at that time. They also directed staff to cease the collection of the connection fees effective March 1st. Now, the reason for that, there was no reason to be collecting money if the project was suspended, and potentially could be suspended permanently. They also directed the staff to look at the reallocation of the remaining fund balance if SCOPE were not to move forward. At that time, they had a balance of about $63 million. It was looked at, should this money be returned to the member agencies to be used for water quality projects, or should this money be returned to the people that paid originally, whether it was the users or some of the developers? During the special legislative session that just passed, the state legislators passed Assembly Bill 6, which reallocated $62 million of this fund balance into the state's general fund. This left the Clean Water Coalition Agency with just a little bit over $1 million in their balance. On March 12th, the governor signed AB 6 into law. That same day, the Clean Water Coalition filed a suit against the state, trying to retrieve that fund. And the end resort filed a suit against both the Clean Water Coalition and the state, trying to get their fees that they pay into reimbursed to them. And so we're here today looking for direction from council as to what they feel should be the future role of Clean Water Coalition given the suspension of SCOPE, and what should the city be, what should the city's continued involvement be with Clean Water Coalition. There's several roles that have been suggested that the Clean Water Coalition could play, given the suspension of scope. Some of these roles include the management of the 208 Regional Water Quality Management Plan. This is a plan that's performed by the county. It looks at the water, wastewater facilities region-wise and makes plans not just for current operations but for future operations. Another role is they could perform the Stormwater Management Plan inspection for industrial and construction sites for best management practices enforcement. A couple of years ago, the EPA did an audit of the best management practices of construction sites and found that a lot of silt and other materials were going into the storm sewer inlet system and eventually to the lake. And so they required that better enforcement be done of best management practices. They could complete the erosion control structures along the Las Vegas Wash, and as I mentioned earlier, about 60% of those are finished. There's still about 40% of the work to be completed. And they could be a regional voice on the wastewater issues that, such as salt concentrations, such as total dissolved solids, and such as emerging contaminants. Now, all these roles that are being looked at as potentially being new roles for scope are roles that really are being done by agencies today within the valley. It's not roles that aren't being addressed and aren't being done. They're just being done by different groups. So staff has several recommendations we'd like to present to council today and get your feedback and direction on whether it's the proper direction. What we're proposing is that no additional growth be allowed in the Clean Water Coalition. Certainly, as scope was being developed, there was a need for that group to grow, to have more staffing to operate and manage that facility. But with the suspension of scope, we feel that there shouldn't be any increase in their staffing level or the agency itself. The current budget is being proposed for fiscal year 11, we believe should be scaled back to just provide the minimum amount of funding needed to meet their existing contractual obligations and the minimum operational cost, and to reduce the user fees commensurate with this revised budget. With the $7 user fee they collect today, the agency is collecting about $7 million a year. Their current proposed budget is at $4.5 million, but we're meeting with them to see that if that's really what's required, we think that the budget required to operate that agency with the suspension of scope needs to be significantly less. And so we feel that the user charge should be adjusted accordingly to what it requires to manage that agency and not a higher number. We recommend that we don't allow any capital expenditure or additional indebtedness that will obligate the member agencies until the indebtedness is satisfied. If there's any debt that's issued by the Clean Water Coalition or any capital projects, then we as a member agency are obligated to that debt until that debt is paid off. We're recommending that we develop a transition plan that redefines or dissolves the Clean Water Coalition, or for the city to withdraw as a member agency if there isn't support from all the agency members to dissolve this agency. And finally, if there is a dissolution of the dissolution of the coalition, that we develop a way to redistribute any remaining fund balance to the member agencies. And so that's the recommendation that we're making today, and we're here again to get some feedback or direction from the council.
Okay, as to your last statement, does that mean, let's assume that the M lawsuit, for lack of a better way to describe it, is successful and the $62 million is recovered by the CWC, and assume further that the CWC is dissolved, what would happen to those monies?
If that money comes back to the CWC, again, one of our recommendations and the CWC staff was directed at one of the means to start that process, seeing how that money gets redistributed. The M didn't pay it directly to CWC, they pay it to Henderson. Henderson in turn pays it to the CWC.
Right, but so, would our ratepayers be recompensed if in fact that money was retrieved?
Those are things that were being explored. Two things could happen, Mayor. The money would come back to the member agencies. The member agencies would then decide, do we use that money for additional water quality improvements, as was the intent of the collection of the money, or do we distribute those funds back to the ratepayers? And so that would be a decision that the member agencies would make.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of the council? Or
yes, Mayor.
Comments? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
And then Councilman Barlow.
Thank you.
Jorge, is there any talk at all about dissolving the CWC?
There's been talk about trying to identify what should a role be of CWC if the scope project goes away. As I mentioned earlier, the intention of creating the CWC was to implement the scope project. The reason for that, Mayor, was that it was thought at the time the scope project was so massive and so big that it wouldn't make sense for each individual agency to build their own little segment. And so with that project gone, the question is, what would be a role of CWC if it were to exist, and is there a need for the CWC? So there's been conversation whether What should a role be if it exists, or should it exist at all?
Well, again, though, if it's just going to be just trying to maintain, then the $7 million budget that's been bandied about right now shouldn't even be in place, then, should it?
I'm sorry?
The $7 million budget that's being bandied around right now for this Clean Water Coalition, is that necessary, or?
From our perspective, Councilman, certainly at a $7 million level, it doesn't. If the Clean Water Coalition still exists with a different function, it's a smaller group. $7 million is more than what it takes to operate that agency. That's what part of our recommendation is, that if there is a way to redefine the role of Clean Water Coalition and it remains an agency, then the user rate that's collected be adjusted accordingly to generate the revenue required to operate that and not the revenues generated today.
Thank you, Jorge.
Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Jorge, what is the total contribution the City of Las Vegas has contributed towards the Clean Water Coalition?
Today, we've contributed about $16 million of that total amount.
16?
16.
16 of the 65 million?
That's correct.
Okay. And
now, there's been more than $65 million that's been collected, 63, what was in the balance. There's been some expenditures because as they started the design process, there's been expenditure on just the operation of the organization and the design that was paid for the consultant services. So 62 was the balance, 63 is the balance at the time the state took action. Of that, about $16 million was the city's portion.
16 million?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's been since 2002?
The collection of the revenue started about 2006. Initially, to get the organization started, all the jurisdictions, the 3 original member agencies, contributed money, seed money to get it started, while the provisions came in for the user fees and the connection fees. Those didn't kick in until about 2006.
Okay. And who from the City of Las Vegas sits on the Clean Water Coalition?
On our board, our representative is Councilman Ross.
Okay. And this question is not to put Councilman Ross on the spot, but Councilman Ross, is there? Will you be speaking on this item also? Because I would be interested to find out your thoughts as the sitting board member as well. So thank you for that. I'll look forward to your comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Great. Any other comments? Or any other? You were going off. Any other comments or questions before we hear from Councilman Ross? All right, Councilman?
Thank you, Mayor.
Can we answer after Councilman Ross? Can we be
Certainly.
invited?
Whatever the mayor lets me do, Councilwoman. Jorge, does anyone ever tell you what a great job you're doing as our Public Works Director?
I appreciate
You're
that.
doing a
Thank you,
really good job, and I appreciate that. And Councilman Barlow and maybe Councilwoman, this will answer maybe some of your questions. I've been in the thick of this for quite some time. Understanding what this board was established for, understanding the scope and nature of the project that we don't need anymore, quite frankly. And I have thought of several of the other roles that the Clean Water Coalition could play in this community. Mr. Cervantes, you eloquently described a lot of those uses that other agencies are already doing. We certainly don't need duplication in government. That's what we're really trying to get through now, especially in this economic environment. And I think, councilmen and council members, that in the best interest of protecting the city of Las Vegas and protecting the citizens in the city of Las Vegas, especially considering we're the ones paying for this, that we move forward with what Mr. Cervantes has recommended. If I may, Your Honor, I'd like to make a motion.
Certainly, but perhaps you want to have some questions. Councilman, do you have any questions of Councilman?
No, I think I'm agreeing with what Councilman Ross is saying. They had something they were a duty to complete. The duty no longer exists. What they might do in the future is something that's being done at other agencies. And why would you keep an agency and just be trying hard to find something for them to do or trying hard for them to do something better when other agencies have been in that water business longer, when other agencies have extremely well-trained people and are doing it also? Is that something that you're sort of saying?
That's it, Councilwoman. And keep in mind, as Mr. Cervantes has indicated, why it was created. We were having an issue with wastewater. And my opinion about regional issues is this is a regional issue, and I was trying to point the board in that regional direction, that maybe we need a regional body to kind of look at these wastewater issues that we're dealing with. But the other entities are already doing it. Ms. Fretwell and I have talked about regional issues for quite some time, this being one of them. So that's exactly it, Councilwoman. We no longer need it, and it's unfortunate that some of those employees may be affected by this, but again, it's in the best interests of the City of Las Vegas and protecting the residents and this city. In regards to that, I think I'm prepared to make that motion.
Right, and I think it's a step forward. So many times in the past, we've let other additional entities come, and we never sort of drop an entity when the use is no longer there. And I think, as the mayor said, as we've all said, it's a different world now, and we have to look at it differently, and we have to have a really business attitude towards it and cut where cuts needed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, be happy to hear your motion now.
Thank you, Your Honor. On agenda item number 49, I'm going to move that staff be directed to work towards implementing the following. Number one, no additional growth be allowed in the Clean Water Coalition. And number two, scaling back the proposed fiscal year 2011 budget currently, and my numbers are indicating 4.5, but I'm looking at the budget on my other screen here and it shows 7, so I don't know what the discrepancy is in there. To the minimum amount needed to meet existing obligations and minimal operational cost of this agency, and this is important, and reduce user rates commensurately. Number three, do not allow any capital expenditures or additional indebtedness that will obligate the members until this indebtedness is satisfied. Number four, develop a transition plan to either redefine or dissolve the Clean Water Coalition as outlined in Section 18 of the Interlocal Agreement, or for the City of Las Vegas to withdraw as a member of the Clean Water Coalition. And last but not least, if there is a dissolution, that we develop a way to redistribute any remaining fund balance due to the member agencies. That's my motion.
All right, let's vote on that, please.
While you're voting, I'll go ahead and vote, but I just want to state on the record that under the open meeting law, I think direction of staff is appropriate. Many of those items will take additional action by the council, so I think your motion anticipates that any item that needs to come back for further action will be brought back for that type of action.
All right, with that amendment, let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cervantes.
And Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Could I request Councilman Ross, could he get to us a copy of that budget, the expenses, the salaries, the, secretarial, everything? Could he get that for us?
Absolutely, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
I will take care of that.
Very good. Thank you. Item number 50 is discussion and possible action regarding Assembly Bill 494, passed during the 2009 sessions, of the Nevada Legislature, for a report on potential consolidation/reorganization of certain functions performed by local governments in Clark and Washoe counties. This pertains to all the wards. Mr. Olivas.
Good morning, Mayor Goodwin and Council. For the record, Ted Olivas, Director of Administrative Services. We've got copies of this presentation that are being distributed to you, so you can make reference to that. We have briefed on Assembly Bill 494 a number of times, as late as last month, so you'll be familiar with most of what I've talked about because we have already talked about it. This presentation is essentially the same as the one that was made to the SNRPC, Southern Nevada Regional Planning Commission Technical Committee, which Betsy is a member of, and the Coalition Board that was made last month. Of course, Councilman Wolfson and Councilwoman Tarkanian were a part of the board discussions. So I'll go through this pretty briefly since you've already seen a lot of it. This is a collaborative report. There's been a number of jurisdictions. There's 6 local governments that are looking into how we go about crafting this report and presenting it to the legislature next session. Our own Leanne Lee is coordinating things on behalf of the City of Las Vegas. This, of course, was passed during the 2009 session. It requires Clark County and Washoe County and the cities within those counties to submit a report. They want us to look at public safety, public works, and general government. That report, as we've talked about, is due September 1st of this year. There are 6 things that they want us to look at. They want us to look at the functions that are currently consolidated. They want us to look at the functions that are being considered for consolidation or reorganization, the functions not consolidated that may be appropriate for consolidation or reorganization, consolidation or reorganization recommendations, the cost of those recommended consolidation or reorganizations, and then an analysis of the benefits of creating a permanent committee to look at consolidation and reorganization. This is kind of a longer-term action item. What we are proposing is this outline. The first section being an executive summary, an overview of what's included in the report. The second section we'd like to talk about consolidation and what that really means. It's not necessarily taking the Administrative Services Department of the City of Las Vegas and Clark County and putting those two things together. It could be streamlining our operations so that they mirror one another, so that a customer who goes to the City of Henderson or the City of Las Vegas for a business license receives the same process. The next section relates to what we've already done in Southern Nevada. And you'll notice there's a big list of items here: conservation, flood, housing, police, what we've already done. Transportation, we were talking about the CWC. There's a lot of activity as it relates to interlocal contracts and cooperative agreements that take place every day on every agenda that you see, as well as a lot of cooperative purchasing efforts that take place statewide. In Section 4, they'd like an overview of public safety, public works, general government. We'll collectively submit information about these three areas by starting with regional committees or groups that are already meeting. A lot of this activity is already taking place. There's groups out there that are having these discussions, and what we want to try to do is take all of that information and put it into this report, and that's the area that will do that. The specific recommendations for analysis are items that the SNRPC board approved, and those are animal control, business license, IT, shared infrastructure, parks, recreation, cultural programming, production functions of the TV stations, and purchasing. I will go into some amount of detail on each of those. These were presented to the coalition board by Betsy and Virginia Valentine as the representatives of the SNRPC Technical Committee. For animal control, at this time there is no regional group that's looking into this, so we're going to have to kind of create a group to analyze this. There are some things to consider, like looking at our ordinances and regionalizing some things, potentially a dispatch center, hearing master. The SNRPC, as you can see there, they provided us some direction to look at when we're looking at animal control. For business license, there's a group of local government representatives that have already begun discussions on how to streamline the process for business licensing. Our own Jim DeFiore is a party to those discussions and is actively involved. Their report will be included in this final report, and it will include their suggestions and recommendations. As suggested during the SNRPC meeting, I believe this was a suggestion from Councilman Wolfson, and that is that we look at work cards as a part of this analysis. IT and shared infrastructure. Again, there is a group of local government representatives that have already begun discussions on shared services through a group called the Nevada Shared Information Technology Services Group. Our own Joe Marcella is a party to that group. Their purpose is to explore and discover opportunities to share services. Again, we'll have them do an analysis and provide a summary which we'll incorporate into the report. As suggested by the SNRPC, there were discussions about how to utilize the www.mynevada.gov website more efficiently, so we'll be looking into that as well. In terms of parks, rec, and cultural programming, there is no group that's meeting to discuss these opportunities, but we will get a group together to have those discussions. The SNRPC provided direction to begin this group discussion. It includes potential joint events, regional approach to cultural programming, and shared maintenance for parks. Production functions of TV stations. Currently, again, staff for the City of Las Vegas, Boulder City, and Clark County have begun discussions on this issue. Our own David Riggleman has been right in the middle of those discussions. The SNRPC provided us some direction in this area as well. Strategy for channel placement, looking at franchise agreements and statutory impediments. Purchasing. We have a statewide purchasing group that Kathy Rainey is very, very involved with. It's called the Nevada Public Purchasing Study Commission, which was established per statute, and they meet to talk about things that are on this slide. They talk about cooperative opportunities, talk about standardization of items, the use of joint contracts. The county may use one of our contracts. Henderson may use one of our contracts. So how we can work together in that regard. We also received, so those were the 6 items, but we also received some general direction from the SNRPC. The last item I think that I mentioned of the 6 items that are requested in this bill was what do we think about creating some sort of ongoing group to look at reorganization and to look at consolidation. We are proposing that the SNRPC serve as the permanent group to do that long term. That does not mean that the City Council loses any ability to say, Betsy Fretwell, Ted Olivas, we think you ought to look at X for consolidation matters. But this would be a group where we're all represented, all the local government jurisdictions, where you could talk about potential opportunities. They also, the SNRPC also recommended that we clearly define what consolidation is. As I mentioned before, consolidation is more than taking 2 like groups and putting them together. There are other things. There's efficiencies. There's consolidation of codes or making the codes the same. It's not just joining two groups together. So there's some opportunities there, and we need to make sure that we're very clear with that with the legislature. Some additional direction that we received from the SNRPC was to examine the implementation, revenue, and policy impact. So when we're looking at these things, we need to look very clearly and very objectively at what is the opportunity, is it an appropriate opportunity, what does it cost? So we need to look at all aspects of that. Then there was also some comments about code enforcement. I believe those were brought forth by Commissioner June Kiliani about looking at some longer-term opportunities in that area. And finally, we have a proposed timeline. The timeline that's presented here includes presentations to all of the councils and the Board of County Commissioners from all of the member jurisdictions. The county and Henderson received their reports yesterday. North Las Vegas is going to be having a discussion on this tonight, and Boulder City and Mesquite will be having a future discussion before their councils. In June, we want to provide a draft to the county and city managers, and then come back to you with a draft of the document to get your input, and then in July have a final draft that we can review with the city managers and the county manager, and then bring that back to the SNRPC board, and then finally back to all of you for your final approval, and then we would submit it to the Legislative Council Bureau. Our recommendation today is really 4 things. One is to approve the report format that we're talking about and how to address the 6 areas that were identified in the bill. To approve the 6 topics for analysis that the SNRPC believes are appropriate and we believe are appropriate. The recommendation to make the SNRPC the permanent committee for looking at these things longer term, again, not taking away any of your authority. And finally, the proposed timeline that's provided on this slide. And I'd like to thank Councilwoman Tarkanian and Councilman Wolfson for sharing their thoughts to the Coalition Board. I hope that this adequately covers what your discussion was. That was certainly the intent, And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I have one question. Is it proposed that there be one report submitted on behalf of all?
That is correct, Mayor Goodman. That is correct.
Will there be room in that report for dissension?
Sure, there's absolutely. I mean, that's why we want to make sure that we're coming back, getting feedback from each of the commissions and councils.
Right. Let's assume that one of the members of the city council disagreed with the proposed report. Would there be an opportunity for that member to have their position stated in the report as a dissent?
We would certainly need to note that. So the answer is yes.
All right. Yes, Councilor.
If I can speak briefly to the City of Las Vegas Housing Authority as an example, and you've done a wonderful job putting this together, Mr. Levis, but if I can speak briefly about that, it took us a while to get to where we're at today, because now we have a regional housing authority, and every government is participating in that as a multi-government agency, and it's one of those regional issues: housing, water, transportation. So as we move in this direction, I think a lot of these things we really need to sit down and seriously talk about. And I concur with the mayor's thoughts in regards to what if we don't agree, because we're not. I can just guarantee that's going to happen. I want to speak briefly also, Your Honor, if I may, about animal control. We have worked hard to align our ordinances. Well, we created the ordinance. Clark County followed us with our animal control ordinances. North Las Vegas has already implemented theirs long before we did. I mean, we are moving in that direction as a government. And I think the other governments are also taking note of that, trying to do the same thing. So it's important that they're all engaged in this process. We're following the letter of the law, so to speak, what the legislature had intended. The historic meeting we had last year in the city of Henderson during the Nevada League of Cities was moving. I mean, I was excited to be there because when has that ever taken place before? Never. And I anticipate it will take place again. So I'm encouraged by this and looking forward to moving in the right direction.
Thank you, Councilman Anthony.
Ted, I have one question for you. Are we taking consolidation seriously, or are we just putting a report together to satisfy AB 494? Because, the timing is right. We've been talking about things that are different today. We have to take consolidation seriously. So I want to hear that from you, that this is serious business. Everybody's buying into it. We are looking at consolidation. So,
Councilman Anthony, that's a great question. We absolutely are. Now, and let me say this as well. The fact that we're going down this path with this group does not preclude any efforts that we're doing as a part of our budgeting process that we talked about this morning, and all the things that we've done from a city perspective in terms of consolidating departments and refining processes and making sure that we don't have silos within the city of Las Vegas. All that's still going to happen. Okay? The 6 topics that we have in here are, I hate to use this term, I don't want it to be misconstrued, but these are things that we think we have a handle on. When you talk about some major consolidations, that takes a great deal of time. We have till September 1st. So these are areas that we think that we can provide an appropriate analysis and then start looking at this longer term via the SNRPC and based on the recommendations that you have as a council.
And just as a follow-up, Mayor, I do like the idea about having a committee put together that we can send suggestions to. We can hold them accountable. They can do work for us, and I think that's a great idea.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. Again, I certainly support looking into consolidating other services throughout Clark County. I've always had a little bit of a heartburn when there's representatives from all the other entities in Clark County on the Clark County Health Board. I asked many times, how come it's called the Clark County Health Board when it should be a regional health board? Because we had representatives from Mesquite, Boulder City, North Las Vegas, Henderson, as well as the county, as well as the city of Las Vegas. One thing. And the other thing that really bothered me, and it still bothers me, is when they start talking about air quality. We had a joint air quality coalition between all the other entities. One person one person, got that taken out of the jurisdiction of the other entities and put it all in the county. And it made it so that we had to go through the county. If one of us had an issue with dust or a problem in our area that we represent, we had to go to Clark County to get them to talk to air quality about it. And I set up a meeting with the governor at the time. We went over there. We didn't get to speak on it. He said it's a done deal. It's always bothered me. I don't know how stuff like that gets done. I think stuff like that has to be discussed.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
If I could just clarify something. I sit on the health board, and it's called the Southern Nevada Health Board. They changed the name.
When did they change it?
I don't know, but that's what it's called. I just wanted to clarify that for the record.
I appreciate that.
All right.
Mayor Pro Tem, I think it's interesting to note, and I think that's a very important point that you made. Consolidation isn't a panacea to fix all of our problems. There are good things and there are bad things, and that's what needs to be analyzed. What is appropriate and what is not. So your point's well taken.
Councilor Wilson?
Just real quickly to follow up on what Councilman Anthony said, I'm not a regular member of the NSRPC. I think I'm an alternate or a player to be named later. It just so happens I've attended the last couple of meetings, and I find this board to be quite engaging. Very serious members from the various entities, the county, the cities, that are very serious about getting some things accomplished. Our legislature has demanded that we submit this report, and I think I might suggest that these 6 things that we're going to look at are baby steps. Consolidation of governments and consolidations of agencies are major proposals, and I think that it's important that we look at all of those things in the long term, obviously. But in the short term, let's get some things accomplished today, because it's consistent with our obligation, if you will, to use the mayor's term, recognizing that we're in a new world, that we need to not only bring our budgets in line, bring our growth in line, but take necessary steps in that regard. And by consolidating services and looking at whether we can save money and save time and be more efficient, it's all about the same thing. We're all working towards the same goals, which are making our governments and our services better for our constituents. So, Councilman Anthony, that was a long-winded way of saying there's very serious people looking at these very serious topics.
All right, any other comments or questions? I would just like to say this, Mr. Olivas. The valley here is made up of at least 5 different entities, jurisdictional entities. And they're symbiotic with one another. Whether we like it or not, if X city fails, it's going to have a detrimental effect upon the other 4 entities. And because of that, I think time is of the essence. I think these are desperate times, and in desperate times you have to take desperate measures. I don't think we have time for the baby steps. I think that we have to immerse ourselves into a very serious discussion as to what's going to happen to Southern Nevada. If the economy keeps on going the way it is, what's going to happen to local government as a whole? And I really think that the discussion has to go a lot faster and a lot deeper, and be a lot more inclusive as to the ultimate consolidation of the entire Southern Nevada area. Because if one entity fails, and we're not going to fail, by the way, we're going to make it, because we've taken some sagacious measures along the way. But if one of those fails, it's going to be a disaster for the rest of us, because the world doesn't look at us as distinct municipalities. They say it's all Las Vegas, and it's going to have a detrimental effect on our tourism industry, and it would be a disaster. So that's why I asked whether or not I could file a dissent, because I don't think this is accomplishing much at all. This is just more of the same. more of regionalization rather than consolidation. I just think that you have to have one body that is going to be making the decisions, monetary and philosophically, for all in this valley, or else we're going to have disasters along the way. I really, from everything I hear, one of the entities may be looking at a $200 million shortfall in their budget. Another of the entities laid off, I think, over 220 employees, including fire and police. And if that happens, that affects all of us. And I just think we need leadership coming from the top of one body to take care of all who live here. That's going to be my position. All right, may I have a motion to accept the report, please?
Yes, Your Honor. So moved, and put all their recommendations on what we need to do.
Okay, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 51 is discussion and possible action regarding a change of business name and change of ownership for a package license from Lucky Stores LLC, doing business as Lucky number 6030, to Cardenas Markets Inc., doing business as Cardenas at 2400 East Bonanza Road. This is in Ward 3. Ms. Meyer.
Mayor, members of council, Carol Meyer, Finance and Business Services. Cardenas Market was issued a temporary package license in December of last year, and my recommendation today would be approval of an extension of that temporary license with conditions, with the authority that the director or designee can issue a permanent license upon the receipt of a favorable police investigation. And the conditions that we would like to have placed on the license, I would like to read into the record. Those are, number one, that there's no outside storage of inventory. Number two, that once they receive a shipment of inventory, they expediently move it inside. And number three, they must comply with all health regulations. And I believe the returning, Mr. Trone, is here to answer any questions you may have.
Fine. Would you be kind enough to identify yourself for the record?
Yes. Good afternoon, Mayor. Darren Trone, Trone, for Cardenas Markets. And good afternoon, Council.
Do you agree with the conditions as stated by Ms. Meyer?
They're completely acceptable.
All right. Would you like to add anything to that?
Well, very briefly, Cardenas Markets tries to gauge the success of these markets prior to opening. They had huge success with these markets. They were doing everything they could just to get product in. It goes through the back door, on the shelves, and out the front door. It did result in some challenges. There were some outside storage issues, some parking issues. Some of the residents in that area directly face the back of that commercial building. They've done what they can to address those issues. They rented a 5,000 square foot storage facility right next door. They've implemented a program for more expedient offloading and scheduling of the trucks. They plan on being a good corporate neighbor. They want to open more stores. They're looking forward to a long and beneficial relationship with Las Vegas.
Right, thank you. Are there any questions of
Just a comment, please. I certainly appreciate you putting those comments on the record, because I'm the one that represents that area down there. I'm the one that gets the phone calls from and the neighbors coming over and talking to me about the problems they have seen over there and how it affects their quality of life. And I've always tried to make sure that I protect the quality of life of all the people living in the city, as well as the businesses doing business in the city of Las Vegas, especially in Ward 3. And so I have had many conversations with those people down there at the market, as well as some of the consultants that they've hired. They've guaranteed me they're going to be taken care of by Friday. I go back over there the following Friday. They haven't even attempted to do anything. So I would just like to have somewhere, somehow, that I can contact when I get my calls, that I can make some calls to get something done, because I don't think the problem's going to go away overnight. And I can't get anybody's attention to, I guess, steer them to see how serious this really is. And I appreciate, I got 2 Cardenas Markets in my area. One I don't get any problems from. The one on Bonanza and 25th Street, that's where I get my complaints. And I need somebody that I can call or something when I have concerns.
And
you don't have to hear me to me today, but I would like to be able to do that.
we will get that to you. And I drove by that market this morning. It looked like there's a very short wall, possibly 3 or 4 feet high, like this wall behind me here. And there's been discussion about mitigation measures, possibly raising that wall up or...
Well, they contacted me and they asked me if they could move it back to the street and put up an 8 or 9, 10-foot wall there. And that's no. I wouldn't want to live across the street and just look at this big wall with nothing in front of it, just a street and a wall.
It did look like there were room for mitigation measures, and we're certainly going to consider those.
I would like to work with you on that if I could.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I'd just like to comment that I wasn't aware of the problems with Cardenas at Bonanza, and I'm sorry to hear about them because I did have a member of my staff take me to your market recently, and I thought it was absolutely fabulous going in there and shopping and seeing the quality of food and the people and everything. So hopefully, of course, you would have all the other problems match up to the quality you have within your store. And it was so good that if you are interested in anything in Ward 1, I sure would appreciate talking to you about a grocery store. But of course, I'd be on you as hard as he is if you had the problems in the back.
Well, these challenges result from a high volume of sales. They're the kind of challenges that we like to have, but we will address them.
Thank you. They have these refrigerated trucks that pull up there, and of course, they have to be refrigerated. I understand it. They got the motors running, and it's very, very loud at times over there early in the morning too when people are trying to sleep. And I just wish that we could do something ASAP to get that taken care of.
And I think maybe raising the wall might prevent the sound, and additional landscaping could cut down on the noise too.
I appreciate that. With all those things said, John, I'll make a motion to follow statute and approve this item and with all conditions as listed.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post.
Thank you for coming up, too.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Item 52 is discussion and possible action regarding a review of conditions on a tavern license, Red Label Bar, Inc., doing business as Red Label Bar and Lounge at 332 West Sahara Avenue, and this is in Ward 3. Ms. Meyer.
Mayor and members of council, the Red Label was also approved for a temporary license in December of 2009 with the following conditions. Number 1, no live entertainment of any kind, and number 2, a 6-month review. The applicants have asked that we bring this back earlier to the City Council to have a review of those conditions, and they're here to answer any questions, but I would like to read the conditions that we want to put on the record. We met with their attorney, Rex Bell, and both of the applicants yesterday.
When you mentioned Rex Bell's name, I got to mention, how is Mr. Bell doing? He's a friend of all of us here at this council. We certainly respect and admire the man for what he's done for the city of Las Vegas. And I understand he's had some problems. Is he doing fine? Or
Mayor Pro Tem, he's doing well. He's getting better, and certainly he appreciates all your generosity.
Give him my regards, please.
Will do.
He said the meetings sometimes get a little long, so Lance was going to attend to it.
I appreciate that, but again, though, our love and concern goes out to Mr. Bell.
Thank you.
We met with Mr. Bell and the applicants yesterday, and we went over some of the proposed conditions. And I'll read those on the record, and then I'll let them make any comments that they may have. Number 1, entertainment allowed will include karaoke, comedy, live bands, birthdays, weddings, and wedding receptions. Number 2, entertainment will be limited to Thursday, Friday, or Saturday nights from 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. for ages 21 and over for a 6-month period. Number 3, live bands to be limited to Friday or Saturday night only for a 6-month period. Number 4, entertainment for the week will be submitted to business services each Monday for review and approval. Number 5, no outdoor events will be allowed. Number 6, DJ must be an employee of the Red Bar and Lounge. No outside DJ or promoters will be allowed. Number 7, the manager or designee may immediately suspend the entertainment venue if violations of the conditions are found pending a review of the tavern license at the next available City Council meeting. And number 6 would be a 6-month review.
Thank you.
Are those agreeable, folks?
Mayor, Council, for the record, Lance Hendren. Present with me as well is Nellie and Boris Petkova. One thing that brought to my attention was possibly with respect to Wednesday.
No, not this time. It's really, really hard for me to even go the nights I'm going because this is, again, a property, Your Honor, that we have commercial use and then we have residential right behind it. And I don't know how much we're going to impact those people that live in those apartments right behind it, or how much they're going to impact what we're doing over here. So I definitely feel like we are really stepping out there, and I just ask you to bear with me so that we can make sure that we're not going to make those people that are living there have any bad influence that I guess come to into their lives.
Is it possible that after the 6 months, when we come up towards the review?
Anything's possible after 6 months, yes.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
You bet.
So your answer is yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Mayor.
All right, thank you. And would you like to say anything else at this time, or have your clients address us?
My name is Boris, and I'm general manager of the venue. I would like just, with all my respect, to thanks for opportunity to be here earlier than what was said before. And I just would like to ask if it's possible, can we make the 6 months review to 3 months review? If everything is doing good, if everything is fine, if there is no compliance from the closest neighborhood or something. The only reason I am asking because our economy, our budget was set on to have this Wi-Fi entertainment, and in the economy earthquake we are now, we are kind of no exception from everybody else. We're suffering a lot, and every single help that we may receive is going to be great appreciated, and of course we appreciate what we're getting right now, and I just would like to ask if we can make the short time frame for the reviewing if everything is going good. And again, the reason that I'm asking for is just the economy earthquake that we are right now, and we are a new establishment. We open on 1st of January. These vibrations hits different businesses differently. Some businesses are stronger in the past. They can kind of surviving, but we actually building from scratch in very tough environment right now. And I just would like to ask with all the respect. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. I feel like that we've gone just about as far as we can go at this location. I can certainly look again in 3 or 4 months if we feel like that there's been no problems. I would be glad to bring it back again, but I think we need to leave the 6 months in there like we have it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Reed.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Any other comments or questions before we hear a motion? All right, hearing none, may I have a motion, please?
Thank you very much for being here today. Staff, thank you for the job you do, Carol. I appreciate it. I'm going to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item with all conditions as listed.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries, and please tell Mr. Bell we will send him our very, very best.
Certainly, Mayor.
Good.
Thank you, Council.
Item 54 is discussion and possible action regarding a review of temporary work card for Ronald D. Smith, doing business at Marche Bacchus at 2620 Regatta Drive in Ward 4. Mr. DeFiore?
Mayor, members of the council, about a year ago, Mr. Smith appealed his work card based upon a misdemeanor conviction which took place in 1998 in the state of California. The conviction was vacated in 2001 by the Supreme Court of California, but it still remained on his record. And over the last year, Mr. Smith has been making an attempt to have that conviction, I believe, pardoned by the state of California governor. And he's here today for a review and kind of give the council an update as to where he's at with that, and then I'll make a recommendation.
Very good. Yes, sir.
Hello. Are we still on? Good morning. Thank you for seeing me, or afternoon, I guess we are. And, Mr. Mayor, I have learned to say Nevada.
Now you're talking.
Instead of Nevada.
You got my vote.
In the past year, I have been employed at Marche Bacchus as a server there. We have gone forward with my attorney in California and put my request and report up to the governor and the state. Unfortunately, as some governments take a little bit of time, California has had other things on their mind over the past year, than to put mine in any kind of priority. So it is still in the works. I have been in contact with my attorney to get regular updates. And again, they say it's in review, and my attorney mentioned it's possibly even up until September before they make a decision.
It was represented that your conviction was reversed.
I applied for what is called a 1204.3 in California back in 2001, which was an expungement.
Yes.
And I was granted that.
All right.
But for some reason, it's still there.
In other words, you were granted the expungement, but they haven't taken it off the record.
Exactly.
I see. Okay. That happens. Okay.
My recommendation is to have the council approve a permanent work card site-specific to Marche Bacchus, and because I think these are technical issues that I think will be addressed. He's had no problem since that incident in 1998, and he has the support of his employer. So I think that would be my recommendation.
All right. Thank you very much. Any other questions? All right, Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to say Marche Bacchus is a wonderful restaurant located in Ward 4, right in the middle of Desert Shores. You should all go there. It's got great food. Make sure you tip Mr. Smith very well.
Thank you.
I know the owner, Jeff Wyatt, and if he says you're a good guy, then I'll make a motion to follow staff's recommendation.
All right, very good. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Council.
Item 55 is discussion and possible action regarding an appeal of work card denial for Leslie L. Ham, doing business at 7-Eleven Food Store, 13690 at 2691 West Sahara Avenue, and this is in Ward 1.
Mayor, members of the council, Sergeant Lowe is here from the Metropolitan Police Department in the event that you have any questions on the report. You can see that Ms. Ham has had 3 violations, charges, and convictions since 2005, and she is applying for a work card at the 7-Eleven store. She has her employer here to support her. I have met with Ms. Ham and have discussed with her her past record. She's a mother of 4. She conveyed to me that she has gone through a lot of trials and tribulations. Currently, she has custody of 2 of her 4 children. She's been through the West Care program, both the outpatient and the inpatient. It's really today her appeal, and before I make my recommendation, I believe I would offer her an opportunity, or have the council offer an opportunity to express her comments.
Sure, Ms. Ham.
Hi, good morning. Well, for a long time, I've been struggling with my my past history, and I do understand that it wasn't a good idea to be doing the things that I've done. But for the last 2 years, I've been clean and sober from all types of different drugs. I've been in West Care. I was in West Care for like 16 months. I've been employed with 7-Eleven for about almost a good year. I've accomplished a lot of things, and I've also learned that my past, well, as far as my past, I'm trying to get my life together and take care of my children and things. I have other 2 children that are in California that I want to bring home with me. I do believe that, everybody deserves a second chance, and I've been offered a second chance by my higher power, also from my employers. And I will prove to the city and to my, to the society that I am a great person. I've made bad decisions in my life, but I'm not a bad person. And I have several certificates from completing my outpatient. I've gained my GED certificate, as well as my certification for culinary. I've just completed my drug court with West Care. That was February 25th, and I just completed my outpatient with West Care as well, March 19th, and I have those certificates here as well. I just would like another chance, to show that I've been, that I am a changed woman. Inpatient has given me rehabilitation, not only physically, but mentally as well, and I've took time to think about a lot of stuff and where I want to be in my life today, you know. And 7-Eleven is a start for me. I haven't been employed since 2002, and I've been nothing but honest and a good employee for my employer to this day. And my long-term goal is to become a journalist, because I am very interested in writing, and I have plenty of awards from WestCare as far as my writing goes and everything. So if you guys would just be willing to give me that second chance, another chance, and I will be more than welcome to prove to you all that I am a model citizen.
Thank you, ma'am. Gentlemen, would you like to be heard? Please identify yourself.
Mayor Goodman, Councilman Richard Essex, 2691 West Sahara, franchisee of the 7-Eleven store. Leslie's been with us, that's my general manager, for about 8 months. We brought her from WestCare, as well as 2 other young ladies from WestCare. And she is in the top 3 employees that I have. She's absolutely incredible. What we're trying to do with Leslie is create some kind of foundation here that we can work with WestCare, Safe Nest, and Shade Tree for other women to have the same opportunity. And actually, we've been working well together, and it's gone very well. So I'm hoping today that we can at least get her sheriff's card. As such, at that point, she can deal with other opportunities in the store that would be available to her.
All right, thank you very much. Would you like to be heard, sir?
Hi, I'm Scott Bechet. I'm the store manager at the 7-Eleven store at 13690. And I'd just like to say I have a lot of respect. I'm very proud for her for what she's done. She has accomplished a lot. And if I had 12 of her, I'd have one of the cleanest, best stores in town.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. DiFiore?
My recommendation today would be to have a 6-month temporary work card issued, site-specific, with a review. And I would like to request that Mr. Essex come back and give the council a brief update at that review period.
All right, is that agreeable with you?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, Councilwoman Torkanian?
Your Honor, before Councilwoman, if you don't mind, Councilman, can I make a comment? Ms. Ham?
Yes.
I'm reading your letter,
Yes.
and very impressed. I'm a big supporter of the work card system and these investigations, and these 2 gentlemen standing up here today telling us how awesome you are and how great you are, what a wonderful employee. You are a success story of someone who fell down, got back up, brushed herself off, and you're going back to work. And I think that's very impressive, and it's impressive that hopefully the folks at home see this too, because there is hope for all of us. And I just wanted to point that out. So thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
That's all right. I felt the same way you did. I read your letter, information that was given to us by others. Not only have you worked hard and all the other things you've done, but you also got your GED, which couldn't have been easy to do in all that you were going through. I think that what these 2 gentlemen are doing, what the company's doing in trying to help individuals such as your health that need a second chance, I think their efforts are enhanced by what you have done yourself, so that other women can use you as a model. That's a wonderful place to be. You're really making a difference in your life right now for other individuals because of what you've accomplished yourself, and I'm very happy to move to follow staff's recommendations.
All right,
Thank you very much.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries, and good luck to you, Ms. Ham, but I also want to extend a great thank you to your employers and to the general manager. This is a good thing. This is really a wonderful thing that you're doing here, giving her this opportunity, and the fact that you're reaching out to those kind of organizations and trying to help folks who really need guidance and support while they're making it back into a useful lifestyle is to be congratulated. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Item 57 and 58, which are bills 2010-13 and 2010-14, are eligible for adoption at a later meeting. We're going to go on to the new bills, items 59 and 60, bills 2010-15 and 2010-16 will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, April 20th, 2010. Mr. Turbin, could you read those, please?
I'll be happy to, Your Honor. Bill number 2010-15, an ordinance to reduce the minimum amount of meal service seating that must be provided by establishments with beer, wine, cooler on sale and beer, wine, cooler off sale licenses and properly related matters. And finally, Bill number 2010-16, an ordinance to require certain contractors and employers of employees hired to staff gaming and hospitality operations to be signatory to collective bargaining agreements where the city and the city's redevelopment agency has a specified financial or proprietary interest and to provide for other related matters.
I understand. Thank you. I understand that Councilman Anthony, you won't be available that day, correct? Yes, sir. May I impose upon Councilwoman Tarkanian to sit with Councilman Barlin on that day?
Certainly. I don't know what my schedule is on that day, but if there's time, I'd be very happy to do so.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'll assign the bills to Councilman Barlow and to Councilwoman Tarkanian. We'll move on to item number 61. Our next item is to go into closed session to discuss labor negotiations. Before I hear a motion, Ms. Fretwell, how much time do you think we'll need? Not much. I don't think so either after the report today. Why don't we come back here at 1:30? We'll adjourn till 1. We'll, if I could have a motion to go into closed session.
Your Honor, I move we go into closed session, please.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Following the closed door session, the council will be in recess until 1:30. We'll start up again at 1:30.
You didn't say 1:15. 1:15? You got all these items here from this one over here?
Yes.
These over here?
Yes. You need my help? Want to go forward? I don't got a problem with that. I'm ready to vote. I'll support you. Okay.
are you?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for bearing with us. We had a long morning, and we had a session in chambers regarding our labor negotiations. And now we'll start the afternoon agenda. We'll call item number 62 first. Any items from the afternoon session that the council, staff, and or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have one item. Item number 79 is a special use permit 36588, applicant Vegas Bail owner Jackie Cason and Maxine Cason Family Trust, appeal from the denial by the Planning Commission for a bail bond service at 3325 West Sahara Avenue. The applicant asked that to be withdrawn without prejudice. At this time, are there any other items at this time? Hearing none, Your Honor, I make a motion to bring this item forward, take the appropriate action, please.
Very good. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. I have a prior engagement where I'm going to have to leave here about 2 o'clock. So there's been a request that I call an item out of order so that I would have the opportunity to vote on it. And those would be items 75 and 76, which are...
Yep, 77, 78.
Pardon me, 77, 78? Yes. 77 and 78. 77 is VAR 35528. It's a variance, public hearing. The applicant owner is Body Flying US, LLC, request for a variance to allow 59 parking spaces where 69 are required for a proposed commercial recreation amusement indoor use on 0.81 acres on the north side of Sahara Avenue, approximately 440 feet east of 6th Street, and this is in Ward 3. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open. And 76 is SDR 35186, Site Development Plan Review related to VAR 35528. This, too, is a public hearing. Applicant owner is Body Flying US LLC. Request for a Site Development Plan Review for a proposed 79-foot tall, 9,979 square foot commercial recreation amusement indoor building with waivers of perimeter landscape standards to allow landscape buffers of 5 feet along the south perimeter where 15 feet is required, 0 feet along the north and west perimeters where 8 feet is required, and 3 feet along the east perimeter where 3 feet on the east perimeter where 8 feet is required on 0.81 acres on the north side of Sahara Avenue, approximately 440 feet east of 6th Street, Ward 3, of course. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. The public hearing is now declared open.
Your Honor, if I could, before we hear from the applicant, I'd like to make a few comments, if I could.
Certainly.
I guess this was a lot more contentious than I thought it was going to be. I have received duplicate signatures for and against this project. I've had different businesses write me letters opposing it, and they turn around, and 2 or 3 days later I get a letter from them supporting this issue. I want to put on record Christian Kiliani, who is a council or a commissioner who represents this district, has had a letter brought forward at the Planning Commission opposing this project. I also have had contact with Assemblyman Dick Sagerbloom, who opposes this project also, and I want those names on the record. I had a letter from Mr. Coyle from Silver State opposing the project. I got one yesterday approving the project. I've got stuff from the applicant, letters signed. They're form letters, and over half of the signatures they got, the businesses are in the county. I've always tried to support the wants and needs of the people closely affected by any application that's come before me for the last 15 years. I've made statements over and over and over again through the years. If I don't want it in my backyard, I won't put it in your backyard. I feel like because of what's been going on the last 2 or 3 months that it's important that I put these things on record, how I feel and why I feel the way I do. I guess the bottom line is what I heard a long time ago: if you're not with the one you love, love the one you're with. And it really bothers me how people change their mind for whatever reasons. To me, it's you're either for something or you're against something. And it really bothers me when I get emails and letters like this. To me, it's challenging what they stand for. And I don't like to be challenged like that. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Gronauer, are you representing the applicant?
Yes, Your Honor. Before I begin, I want to make sure that everybody get a bookend of support.
It says body flying, business support
Yes,
letters, neighborhood support petitions. Yes.
Okay. May I begin?
About two.
May I begin?
We do have it.
Okay. The first thing that I'd like to do is introduce myself to you. My name's Bob Gronauer, 8345 West Sunset Road. I'm here representing the owner and the applicant on this property that's before you today for the site development plan review and the variance application. Actually, with me as the owner is Mr. Gary Spear, who's in the audience. He's from Tennessee. He has been in the business of doing skydiving, indoor skydiving businesses for about 25 years.
Excuse me if I could, Your Honor. One thing I want clarified. Okay, you say he is the owner of this property.
Yes.
Did he buy the property before he made this application or after he made this application?
I'm going to say after the application, if I'm not correct.
He bought the property after he made the application.
Come on up, sir, and identify yourself for the record, please.
Yes, he made the investment in the area prior to submitting the applications.
Okay. Well, I don't want that to be a deterrent from this board for him taking advantage of or trying to take advantage of what he thinks we're going to do.
No, that's not.
I mean,
the
I don't
purpose.
want this approved because he's already bought the property. Doesn't know what to do with it.
That is not the argument that I'm going to stand before.
But you mentioned it though.
Yes, because what I wanted to do is let you know to qualify Mr. Spear that he is in the business of skydiving. As a matter of fact, he was.
But you
the
mentioned
owner.
that he bought the property. He was the owner
Yes, that's
of the
fine.
property. Okay.
I'm not going to make that argument. I understand that. My point is, the reason why I have Mr. Spear here today, he currently operates a skydiving of East Tennessee, location obviously in Tennessee. He is the former owner and operator of Flyaway. Flyaway is the existing buildings, indoor skydiving, which is located on Convention Center in Las Vegas Boulevard. He was the owner from 1994 to approximately 2005 when he sold the business. And then he wanted to make a reinvestment into the city by opening a new one. But the reason why I just wanted to mention that so you can understand that we don't have a person purchasing property here today and looking to get something zoned and then going to flip the property. If anything, this is a owner, this is an operator, and in addition to the property, which I'm going to get into a little bit more in my presentation, there is a medical office building, a dentist building that's on the building, on the land itself, where we do have a tenant and then we do have operations on that property. So with that being said, outside of introducing you to Mr. Spear, I also have Mr. Todd McBriar. He is with Breslin Builders. He is the preferred contractor. Breslin Builders is for this project if this is approved today. Todd is also here because he did our sound studies in case we need to get into some of the sound and vibration issues and discussion today. I'll get into that portion of my presentation a little bit later. And then last but not least is my partner Jennifer Lazovich is here, who has been working on this project with me over the last several months in the last couple of years with respect to all of these issues. So if I'm not familiar with an issue throughout the process of the questionings and answers, Jen's here to answer any of those questions I may not be familiar with because she's been meeting with the neighbors over the last couple of months.
All right, before you go on, Mr. Gronauer, I'd like to ask the folks who are in the audience here, how many are here to be heard on this particular matter? So I'll be able to judge the time. Okay. All right, thank you very much. Of that group, how many are in favor of the project? Of the group, how many are against the project? Okay, thank you.
Okay, Your Honor, members of the council, as I'm going to proceed now with respect to the location of the property. One of the things that I think is very important as we always start off with our presentations is to understand where this piece of property is actually located. Generally speaking, it's the property fronts on Sahara, and it's approximately 440 feet east of 6th Street. If you're not that familiar with this area, I typically tell people it's right by the Tony Romas or Marie Callender's. It's in that general vicinity. As I have on the overhead here, as you can see, this is the property that's crosshatched in this area. This is a property that we are discussing tonight, this afternoon, asking for the approval of our applications. But there's another reason why I'm showing this zoning map on this piece of property, because you're going to hear arguments that this use of what we're proposing to build on this property is adjacent to residential development. By no means are we asking to encroach into any setback requirements for residential adjacency standards or reducing those setbacks to buildings to residential homes. If anything, this whole area that you can see in pink is commercial. This is, for all intents and purposes, a commercial corridor area for Sahara. More importantly, not too long ago, there was an RPD 25, which means 25 units to the acre development, that was also approved. It's not developed, but it's been approved and zoned for RPD 25. When you look at some of the other yellow areas, if you visit this area, although it's zoned residential, they have other uses on there for religious purposes, for educational purposes, etc. The pocket of homes that you're looking at, and I want to make note on the record, is these are the closest homes that are located in this area, which is a couple hundred feet away from where our building would be proposed. And in addition, not only away from our building, but much closer, our existing buildings or vacant land where you can build existing buildings on the property for commercial purposes. So not only did I want to just at least give you an idea of the makeup of the area, and the area of what I'm talking about is St. Louis, to Sahara, to 6th Street, to Maryland Parkway. And if you take a look in that area, it's predominantly commercial. Not all commercial, but it's commercial or non-residential types of uses. The other thing that I wanted to point out is this property is commercially zoned. The use that we're asking for is allowed as of right in your code. We're not asking for a zone change. We're not asking for a special use permit. It's allowed in that pink area of what we're proposing today. But even more importantly, that I'm going to touch on at the end of my presentation when I conclude, is this property is in a redevelopment area. And by being in a redevelopment area, this is a special piece of property where you have the developers who's willing to make a private investment into the community. And I'll get into that as I conclude my presentation. Now, with respect to the applications, as I've already said, we don't need a use permit. This use is allowed as of right in this zoning district. We don't need a zone change. We're not asking to zone the property from residential to commercial. We have commercial uses around us. What we are asking for is a site development plan review and a variance to reduce the parking. With respect to the site development plan review, I want to give you an idea of the building itself. This is the proposed building that we're looking to construct. As I said, we're going to invest approximately several $1 million into this piece of property to build the building for this type of use. More importantly, the building itself is going to be at 6 levels, and I'm going to explain the levels to you. And in your backup, and I apologize, you're not going to be able to see that, but on the overhead, at least on my computer here, it doesn't seem like it's legible. But on the first level of the building itself, you're going to have the entryway. Okay, that's the reception area. The second level of this building is going to be where the storage area is. It's only going to be for employees, management, etc., where you store your extra equipment and so on. Your third level is the welcoming area. The welcoming area is the area where you do your class, make sure you know how to do a skydiving exercise and go through the safety manual, etc., and so on. The fourth level of the building is the observation area and the lockers where you put your goods or any other valuables that you need to put away, and the observation of the skydiving experience itself. On level 5 is a propeller. Level 6 is the motor. That is how the building is designed. Now, there's been some questions and there's been some naysayers throughout the process that says, well, what happens if this goes and this goes belly up? Well, Breslin has designed this to repurpose the building as an office building. There's nothing wrong if something went wrong with this operation, which we don't foresee it happening, but if it did, we can always repurpose the building and use it as an office building. That has been designed that way, and I wanted to make that as a point because that has been a concern throughout the process, and it's been stated at the Planning Commission and since the Planning Commission, although we've been saying the same thing from the beginning to the end. What's important about the cylinder itself or the wind tunnel, there's a couple points that I do want to make because it's very important when I make a comparison to the existing flyaway. Number one, the building itself is entirely enclosed. Okay, the wind tunnel is entirely enclosed. Number two, with this building, there are no vents for outside air. Number three, the wind tunnel is enclosed in 12 inches of concrete. And number four, the covered motor is on top of the wind tunnel and the air is recirculated. Those are important points, is because when I start getting into the noise and the vibration issues, the one thing we're going to do is the comparison to the flyway that was built approximately 20-plus years ago versus the existing building that we are proposing with the new technology. You're going to ask about the operation of the business. We've had many questions about the operation of the business, which is going to segue into the variance application. The operation of the business is we're going to have about 6 employees during normal operation hours. In addition, you can only take, because of the size of the building and the size of the wind tunnel that we have, 16 people per an hour and a half of time. So at any one time, the greatest amount of people that we can have there is about 22 bodies in that building. The 16 people doing the experience, 6 employees in that area. That is what we model it off of. That's the business plan. The hour and a half instruction goes, you go through your instruction, you suit up, you do the experience, and some others continue to do the experience, which ends up to be about an hour and a half experience. The variance application itself, so I can make it clear. Yes, the requirement is to have 69 parking spaces on the property. We're proposing 59. As I mentioned earlier, we have an office building there, a medical office building, a dentist building, who's leasing the property from us today, the building. That provides 19 parking spaces. The dentist is only open on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, full-time, and then on a part-time, half a day, on Friday, and they're closed on Saturday and Sunday. With respect to having a conflict with their times of parking, there is none. The peak of the dentistry is during the daytime. The peak of the the body flying is late afternoon, early evening time is when you get your peak customers. The other thing that I do want to make note with respect to the variance that we're asking for is the amount of square footage. It's the way your code calculates square footage. It is what it is, but we have a building that we're going to be building about 9,970-something square feet. Of that 9,000 plus square feet, about 2,300 square feet of that building is non-usable, the way we define it. The way we define non-usable is that's where you have your propeller on the floor, as I said, on the 5th level. On the 6th level, you have the machinery, the motor. We have the basement level. We have some areas that you're just not going to get to. But because the interpretation in the code, we got to put that we have a 9,000 square foot building in there, and we're calculating the usable space. If we didn't have to do that, we'd come up with approximately 38 parking spaces for the usable area itself. Along with the 19 spaces that we'd be providing, we would exceed the parking variance or the parking requirements for the property itself. The other thing, I got 2 more points to support the variance. The other issue to support the parking variance is a majority of the people who use this type of facility are tourists. 80%. 80% will be using this facility. 20% will be from the local community. And finally, as we told the neighbors, and we've committed this to Republic Services, and that's why Republic Services made the traction on their letter, is they had a concern with the parking, and we've been saying this from the beginning. That medical office building will be removed in about 2 years. That will be demolished in 2 years, and we're going to add additional parking in that area. That has been the game plan from the beginning of working with the neighbors. It's not the prime choice to do. We'd like to keep the building there, the medical office building. It's good to have some more office space, square footage out there to lease. But at the end of the day, to try to work with the neighbors in the parking variance itself, in addition to, we don't see it being an issue of what we have today, we're willing to remove that building when that lease is expired. A couple other points before I end my presentation here is I want to talk about some of the issues that we've been talking about to the neighbors and has happened at the Planning Commission. Okay? It's sound and vibration. I'm going to combine those 2 issues together. Because I'm going to tell you, I got a sound guy here that could talk for about 20 minutes to 30 minutes and talk above all of our heads some stuff that we don't know. I'm made aware, although we've asked to meet with the opposition and sit down and compare studies in the past if they had any concerns with our sound study. My understanding is there's a guy or a gentleman that will be here to dispute our sound study. That's fine. I think we could cut this fairly close instead of having an argument and debate 20 minutes back and forth on whether or not this creates sound and vibration that's going to be a negative impact to the area. Let's look at, let's cancel those two out. By canceling those two studies out, let's look at the reality, okay? Let's look at in real life experience. Real life experience is if I ask if all of you have gone down to the flyaway today, or within the last several weeks or last several months. If you went out and did your own due diligence on the flyaway that's 20 years older plus than what we're proposing, you will know, and I was out there yesterday for 20 minutes to a half hour doing my own site inspection, and I'm going to tell you what I found out. And if you were there and did the same thing, I'm sure we're going to have similar results. Today, at the flyaway, there is a humming sound within 5 feet to 10 feet. There is a humming sound there, but I'm going to explain what the humming sound is versus what we're proposing. As you move further away from the building itself, if it's 25 feet, 30 feet, 50 feet plus, the ambient noise in the area out there by flyaway, you don't hear anything whatsoever except the helicopters flying above, the traffic that's driving by, etc. My point is now we're focusing on, there is still some sound. That sound is because it's coming from the open chamber in the flyaway cylinder. That open chamber gives that humming sound. What we explain to the neighbors is, as I said earlier, we're fully enclosed. The cylinder, in our building's fully enclosed. That humming sound that you hear from flyaway, and it's benign. I mean, if you're out there, I would hope you were out there and you could understand. It's very minimal. But you won't even have that humming sound within the fully enclosed building because in addition, as we already said on record, we're putting 12 inches of concrete around our cylinder. The motor's going to be fully enclosed in the building also. And then the last bit, we put in as a condition, and your Planning Commission recommended approval of this, subject to a third party doing a study prior to a C of O to make sure we hit certain decibel levels out there. So whatever I'm telling you, at the end of the day, a third party is going to have to confirm before we open up business. With respect to vibration, and this is the confusion that you get. You know, you talk about people in support and people against. We have people, we work very diligently on this, is the people we talk to 200-300 feet away feel that this thing's going to vibrate. It's going to vibrate like an earthquake or whatever. I'm going to use the word earthquake because I was out there yesterday again for 20 minutes to 30 minutes out there. The flyaway did not vibrate. The building did not vibrate. The ground did not vibrate. That's unfortunately a misstatement by somebody to put the fear in everybody out there that this operation is going to be an impact to surrounding properties. But if you use common sense here, and we use common sense, why would the city of Las Vegas or any jurisdiction or government entity allow a builder to build a structure that's going to continually vibrate and vibrate around? You're going to have public safety issues. You're going to have structural integrity issues. It's not going to happen. There's nothing more I can do on the record today than try to instill some common sense in here to tell you this is not going to vibrate. We had to talk to a lady. We had to talk to another guy. People are fearful that this operation is going to be noisy and vibrate and ruin their lifestyle. It's not going to happen. We put that together. We have the technology. And I'm asking you, instead of having sound studies go back and forth for another 45 minutes, that at least we use some common sense here, and if people went out to look at the site, understand the noises of what we're discussing. Finally, my last point that actually, before my last point is Councilman Reese mentioned the neighborhood support. What we did is we've went out twice, okay, because what happened is we've lost some neighbors in this process, and this is going to be the key when I start talking about redevelopment so we can all understand this. Is one of the big issues for the neighbors. And you know, we didn't go and twist anybody's arms to be in support. As you know what? Let me back up. There's a lot of people in opposition to this today, physically here. Okay? As you know, generally speaking, when somebody's upset against an item, it's easier to come to be against a project than it is to support a project. The demographics of this neighborhood. We got people, if you open up this book, and I'm going to go through a few of these people in here, these are hard workers. They can't take work off to be here at 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock hearing. So I'm asking you, these signatures, the 100 signatures that we got are legitimate, and don't let that diminish your decision making because there's 40 other bodies in audience today. If you've walked those doors and in that community, you'll find out, or if you read through the book, I'm going to just read a couple from a couple people here, and you're going to get at least what I got the message from the constituency out there. It's from one of the neighbors. It's a Timothy Keller. I'm going to say, he says, I support the current location because it is centrally located in the city. It is close to the Strip, meaning tourists and residential alike. I'm going to read one other one. It says, I want to do it. Also, letting jobs into the neighborhood, and it will bring up property values. And then I'm going to tell you, if you went through each one of these, we didn't press anybody to sign this. This is what they wrote, why they would support this. And they supported it mainly because they're looking at extra jobs. They're looking to do something to help rebound this economy. This is one of the things that I've went through here, and I went through it again this morning, and there's a theme. This is what's happening out there. This is what people are concerned about. They want to support something that's close by, that has entertainment value. Now, there's another argument here about the businesses and support. I don't care if we're on the south side or north side of Sahara. We have approximately, it's 15 signatures are in the city and 14 signatures in the county of businesses. Okay? I broke it down because Councilman Reese made a very good point, and I asked our guys out there. The point about the businesses, you know why they're in support? That area is dying down there today. They need something, they need somebody and something to bring and attract new people. The only reason why I go to Marie Callender's or Tony Roma's or you is because we're in the area. The only reason why other people can go if you bring more business there from the Strip is they'll use those businesses also by approving a redevelopment project. So the point is and I know we could split hairs all day. I don't care if the guy is across the street or in the city. This is a community that we need to look at in a redevelopment area. And we do have people in the city that's in support of this. And they need something new, which now turns into my conclusion with respect to the redevelopment agency, or the property being in the redevelopment area. I know this council and leadership mentioned, I believe in the State of the City address, and it was mentioned that the City of Las Vegas, is in dire times in this economy. And a part of that speech, because we went to the Planning Commission right after the State of the City, and a part of that speech honed on redevelopment and honed on coming in, bringing in projects and creating job creation. And it was a good theme to segue into our development and coming into a redevelopment area. Now I'm going to tell you, this area for redevelopment is not the crown jewel, the 61 acres in the city of for the city of Las Vegas, but this is a redevelopment area. If anything, I have a developer here today that flew in that says, I'm investing $7.2 million into a redevelopment area where no one has come in a very long time to make a substantial investment in this area. Not only am I going to make a substantial investment, but I'm going to help create jobs. I'm going to bring jobs, which, if you read this, this is what the people who are in support. Now, we lost some people. We lost a couple bodies that were actually here. You know why? Because their houses were foreclosed upon over the last 2 or 3 months. Because they don't have the ability to pay their bills because they don't have jobs. That's how critical these type of decisions are. With respect to trying to make this a win-win situation, 2 more points here with respect to redevelopment area. I represented ABC stores back in 2000. They came on Fremont Street. And I came in representing a beer and wine license. The casinos, the property owners, everybody was up in arms. They did not want another entity or another business out there selling beer and wine for various reasons. Okay? We could argue that all day long. You know what they did? They invested $2 to $4 million into Fremont Street at a time when people weren't investing at that point in time. The relevance of that is 10 years later, I'm very proud, and it's a beautiful store. If you didn't approve that beer and wine license and that investment wasn't there, it wouldn't have spearheaded the other people coming in, the other businesses are doing what they do. It's contagious. It creates other development. That analogy is no different than what we're proposing today. Number one, the use is allowed as of right. It's a site development plan review. We have a variance that we know the variance is not necessary, but because of code requirements, that's what we have to go through. But more importantly, what we're trying to do is we have a developer, we have an operator that's willing to infuse money into a redevelopment area that has very little, if any, development over the last several years here, to create jobs, to do what the businesses, I don't care if they're on the south side or north side of Sahara, the fact of the matter, these businesses are struggling today. These businesses need you and need a developer in there to believe in this area. And denial of this application leaves the property vacant, does not create any construction jobs. We figured about 50 to 75 construction jobs here. That's direct. Indirect business or indirect jobs we can't calculate, but obviously it's much more higher than that. So in my closing, what I'm going to ask you to do, this is a very difficult decision. I understand that. We got people that is against this, that feels this is right in the crux of their neighborhood, and they don't want to see this happen. We have other people that says it's going to create sound and vibration issues. We have other people that just simply says this is the wrong place to have this. But the one thing you need to understand, it's not every day in this economy, in these dire times of this economy, that you're going to have developers walk up and say, we want to do something here, and it's going to create a positive influence. It's not going to have a negative impact in this area. It's going to have a positive impact. That's why Marie Callender signed this. This is why PT's Pub and other people, they want this. Okay? We didn't have to strong-arm them. Some people were reluctant to do it because they thought their place was going to vibrate off. I can't explain any more than that. So in closing, I ask you to do what the Planning Commission has done. They recommended approval with the conditions to address the sound and vibration issues. But more importantly, what they did with their decision, they made it a winning situation. By approving this application, the neighbors who need the jobs, the neighbors who want this entertainment in the area, they win. By approving this application today, the businesses on the north and south side of Sahara, they win. And finally, the city wins. Because you have goals and objectives in your redevelopment agency that encourage private investment dollars to come in redevelopment areas. And that's what we're doing here. And we're coming in with a use that's on Sahara in a commercial area, and we respectfully ask for your support of this application today.
Thank you, Mr. Gronauer. Mayor Pro Tem, I have to excuse myself. Yes. I'm going to try to get back as soon as I can.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Do we have anybody here representing those that are opposing this? I see a gentleman coming up here.
Mayor Pro Tem, may I ask just a quick question? Absolutely. And I understand, I know you want to keep the meeting going, but one of the last things you said, Mr. Gronauer, you said something, if I picked up correctly, that the Planning Commission directed or approved or something with regard to noise and vibration. Margot, perhaps you could explain what the Planning Commission did?
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may?
Absolutely, yes.
The condition that was added by the Planning Commission and is part of your package as shown as condition number 7 reads, and this will take me a second, prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy, the applicant shall demonstrate that at a distance of 100 feet in any direction from the wind tunnel, the sound level from the wind tunnel portion of the facility, fan, motor, wind movement, will be a maximum of 55 dBA and not be a contributing factor to the existing sound level in the surrounding neighborhood. At a distance of 500 feet in any direction from the wind tunnel portion of the facility, fan, motor, wind movement, the sound level from the wind tunnel will be at a maximum of 41 dBA and will not be a contributing factor to the existing sound level in the surrounding neighborhood. The existing dBA levels in the surrounding neighborhood should be used as comparison for the sound levels resulting from the operation of the wind tunnel portion of the facility.
Okay.
So
Margo, can you explain to us now what you said?
there will be required to be submitted a noise study after the building is built and before the occupancy is allowed. So again, this is at the risk of the developer, of course, that they would do this because otherwise they would not be allowed to occupy the building. That noise study would have to show at both a distance of 500 feet and at, I believe it was 100, let's see, 1,000. One is at 100 feet and 500 feet. They will have to show what the noise levels are. That's your decibel levels, and that would be above the ambient noise level within that area. So they will have to have a noise study showing the actual noise levels at 100 feet and 500 feet from this building before it would be allowed to be occupied.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, if you don't mind.
Well, we're going to hear from this other applicant. He's got a sound study himself. So.
Well, I mean, if you don't mind, that's my point. Number one, is it their responsibility to submit this noise study? And are we going to get into a battle of an expert because they're going to submit their noise study before they get the CFO, and then somebody's going to challenge that? Are we going to get into that?
If I may, Mayor Pro Tem and Council, as with all these studies, and of course the more typical dueling professional studies are traffic engineers, because typically it's not unusual at all to have different traffic engineers give you different reports. The report will have to be submitted by someone who is certified and a professional to be able to conduct such a study, and it will be reviewed by staff. If we feel that we cannot review that appropriately, then we would have to look to having a professional in the field review that report to ensure that it is accurate. But this type of issue, the noise measuring, if I may, is at a certain level, and if that machine is calibrated properly, then that is the number that is in that situation.
And then finally, who came to those numbers? In other words, that's a condition recommended by the Planning Commission. There's certain levels. If you go above this level, it's too noisy or too vibration. If you're below, it's not too much. So where did we come to those numbers?
We have a noise element for the general plan, and there are certain levels that are generally allowed in neighborhoods, and these numbers are compatible with numbers allowed in neighborhoods.
If I just might add, Councilman, I just might add for you that 55 to 60 decibels is what you would call conversational speech. Not where I'm talking loudly to you, but where I might be talking to you. That's what you call conversational speech, that 55 to 60.
That is not incorrect.
Thank you. Yes, sir. We got to hear from you.
All right. Good morning, Council. Sorry to see Mayor Goodman go. I'm looking forward to having a good discussion today. My name is Daniel Stewart. I'm located at 100 North City Parkway, Suite 1750 in Las Vegas. I'm here on behalf of the Sierra Southridge Association of Business, and I just want to give a little clarification of what that is, because there's actually going to be people here speaking from the neighborhoods and so forth. We were asked specifically to represent a group of the small businesses located right in the heart, adjoining property owners just down the street and so forth. And we've gotten together a good collection of them. You'll be hearing from many of them today. And I'm going to try to be extremely brief, because I think, as we all know, their comments are the ones that are going to matter. I just want to, from my perspective, want to lay out just some of the legal issues that we have to get on the record and so forth. I appreciate Mr. Gronauer. I have a great respect for him, great respect for the work that they do. I'm here somewhat with a heavy heart and somewhat a different capacity. This is the first opposition I've ever been asked to be part of. I generally am on that side. I'm generally representing developers in this. My father's a developer. Second, it's somewhat unenviable to be sitting here before this council in this economy trying to talk you into voting against a new project, voting against something that could perhaps bring new jobs. I know that is not necessarily the direction that this council, the city, that people want to go to. We're all looking for signs of a recovery, and new projects are often one of those signs. I preface that because I want to say that the reason I'm involved in this opposition is because I really do think that this is in the wrong place. We've had a chance to look at this. We've only been involved for the last 3 months, 4 months. The neighbors have been assembling for quite some time. This is just in the wrong place. One thing I want to mention is that despite our collective sense of urgency about doing something about the economy, any project that ends up causing more long-term harm than it does short-term good is simply fool's gold. And I would ask that we keep that in mind. One thing I want to say too, just on the outset, is we are not, the group that I represent, we're not anti-growth. We're not anti-development. We're not even anti-competitive. This isn't a group of businesses that are seeking to keep a competitor out of the market. We would welcome wholeheartedly new office space, retail space, restaurants. It's just we feel that this use, although it is certainly allowed by right, but given the parking requests, given the potential sound issues, this use has a chance of doing more harm to the local community than good. One thing I wanted to mention that was brought up is Mr. Gronauer is right. This is a struggling area. These are surviving small businesses in the worst economy we can remember. They feel that this will be the death blow in many ways to their business community. It's somewhat strange that people in flower businesses, in antique businesses, and so forth would be against something that would bring in potentially more traffic, foot traffic, more people there perhaps to buy some of their goods. The problem is, one thing to keep in mind is Sahara Road sees last traffic count 60 to 65,000 cars a day. It's not necessarily exposure that these businesses are lacking. What they need to maintain is accessible ability, or their businesses need to be accessible to these cars. They need to have comfortable shopping environments. This is what they need to preserve. It's not just exposure. Having gone over the pros and cons of this, we are against it. And I want to just lay out the three areas. The first one is parking. That's obviously what they're asking for within a variance, so the parking issue should be squarely before us. I want to read, because they're talking about a combination of parking between the medical office and this commercial recreational amusement park. just want to read. We're discussing shared parking here in that respect. And one of the things you need to do, this is from Title 19 here. One of the things in shared parking, as you well know, is there needs to be at least a showing or some evidence that these will separately, that there'll be separate generated parking demands. We've heard that these businesses operate at different times. The fact of the matter is that in many cases they're open at the same time. Second is the owners need to execute, this is 2 subsection H, a shared parking agreement satisfactory to the city attorney. We haven't had a chance to see any shared parking agreement. We don't know exactly how the shared parking arrangement's going to work, and we're concerned about that we're actually incorporating in another business to meet the parking demands of one variance request. Second is that this area is already overbuilt, as staff has mentioned in their report. I want to give you, if I can pass these out, I should have done this a little earlier. Packets here. A couple of things. Is that enough? I think I counted 7. I'm bad at math.
Thanks, buddy.
And these two, sorry. These came in today. Didn't make it to the presses. I meant to have everything put together in one, but a few of these we got to just right at the last moment, hot off the presses in a way. First thing you'll see is it's making your way around in the blue spiral. Is we had a traffic study commissioned by Superior Engineering, and they determined, and we just we'll keep it in the record, but in the interest of time, simply that the parking was inadequate, that the requested variance would still leave it far short of parking demands. The second thing I want to point out, and we have no reason to dispute the figures that we've been given about the number of people that will be in attendance and so forth. We have no reason to dispute this will be tourists or so forth. We don't know the facts. What we do know is what has been advertised in some of the similar businesses. If I can have you in the opposition packet itself, we're going to be on pages 3 through 10. Sorry if this feels like being back in school. I'm not going to go through and read everything specifically, but I just wanted to point out on page 3, about in the middle there, this is from the Flyaway, which we'd mentioned, similar business, is this is the best choice for large groups. We anticipate and expect that this will be used mostly by large groups. I think a good example is if you turn to page 5. It's a picture there. This is a gathering of people that were at a competition event. You can see it's quite large. Once again, we have no reason. We're not stating that anybody's making any misstatements about the number of people that are there, but we have reason to believe that if this business thrives, it's going to be a lot more people there than perhaps first anticipated. This is the type of amusement that brings both participants and observers of those participants, that people like to do in groups and to enjoy together. The second thing I want to bring in, this is the thing I mention that we just got off the presses. I may have given you, here we go. We just received this letter, one of the things, this April 6th letter from Development Services here in the city of Las Vegas, mentioning the expansion of Sahara Avenue. This was delivered to one of the property owners, the Nevada Coin Mart, whose building is actually adjacent to the applicant. And they discuss that their demand or their desires to expand Sahara Avenue. One of the things that they're going to do is they're going to remove the on-street parking along the north side of Sahara. So businesses, some of which are here, that count on having people being able to park on Sahara in order for them to use their businesses, that parking is going to be removed. So in addition to having new parking demands by this new, hopefully successful business, old parking is going to be removed. There's going to be even less for that. And as I mentioned, accessibility is one of the key factors to this business. The second thing I wanted legally to discuss is just the various neighborhood plans. There was a mention of redevelopment. If I can get you to turn to page 18 in your book, this is a section of the redevelopment plan for the downtown area. And I just want to mention it because if you look at D, as they discuss the objectives of redevelopment, they mention retail, office, and other commercial and residential functions. Now, we could certainly get into a debate. Obviously, by zoning, that this does qualify as commercial. But we see this as amusement. I mean, it's even defined as a commercial amusement. We believe that this project then discords with the redevelopment plan. Additionally, if you go to page 19, the very next page there, this is just for the purpose of completeness. You can see this is the Beverly Green Southridge neighborhood plan that we have. This is the excerpt that I have for them. If you look up at the top, number 2, they discuss various land use issues, and in the middle it says, any amusement ride proposed in the area east of Las Vegas Boulevard and within this neighborhood's plans, boundaries will be no higher than 50 feet from the natural grade of the ground. So the height of this building discords with the neighborhood's plan. So we have, in addition to parking, we also have various objectives and neighborhood plan issues. And as a perfect example of why we think this discords, and Mr. Gronauer did address this, is we are still very concerned, and we think it is very strong proof of the way that this project doesn't harmonize with the properties. Is if it does go out of business, we would hope that it would be able to be turned into a commercial. We would hope that it would be able to, they'd be able to make something out of it. It's hard for us to fully understand how that's going to happen. It does feel like a one-use type of building with a large turbine, but we'd hope. But we are concerned with that. And then if we have a derelict building there, that's a good example of why it will discord with the neighborhood surroundings. Finally, and contrary to Mr. Gronauer's suggestions, I do wish to discuss sound, and I do think it's a good time-saving effort to perhaps cancel the sound studies out. I would be doing my clients a disservice, though. They pulled together their resources themselves and hired a sound expert, Mr. Robert Wu, who I'm going to have. You want to come up here in a second just to make some explain his study just a little bit, which is right here. Should have done it all at once. Here, let me just 1 second. One couple of things I just want to point out from sound. We had one of our residents do a little bit of cloak and dagger. I want it on the record that it wasn't with prior approval of council, but she emailed Breslin Builders, and this you'll find on page 21 through 23 of your oppositional packet. She emailed Breslin Builders. Active imagination, I agree. Claiming to be a business in Panama that wants to build an indoor skydiving building just like that we have here. This certainly is probably not evidence that would make its way in any courtroom, but it is an email back, and we certainly subject to authentication. If you turn to, I believe it would be page 22, where he writes back, "Gentlemen, if you look down at the bottom, she asked about the sound distances that are needed. It says, in our fact sheets, you can find the noise levels produced. This gives the distance. And a distance of approximately 50 meters, and that is my handwriting next. I did have to get a meter calculator to figure that out. At 164 feet, the noise will approximately be 52 decibels, which is okay for commercial neighbors. If they're residential, we suggest there being 100 meters, better 200 meters. As you can see, that's 328, 656 feet. So there is some information from them about the sound levels. Second is, in our sound study, one thing I want to point out, and he'll mention this, is that the nearest neighbor, the levels are anticipated to be about 62 decibels. Now, just to put that in perspective, if somebody were to build a small wind farm in the code, small wind energy system, the small wind energy systems can't exceed 60 decibels. So this would be, according to our expert, it would be worse than having a small wind energy system right next door to your building. With that, would recommend denial of this variance request. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Wu and ask that his testimony be incorporated into mine just to explain a little bit about his study and to answer any questions you might have. And then most importantly, I'm going to let I'll have the residents come up and speak. Mr. Wu?
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Robert Wu, and I'm a principal of the Acoustics Group, 2300 West Sahara. My clients had hired me to take a look at the noise study prepared by the developers and determine its accuracy and how it may or may not affect the nearby properties. Just to add, I'm also involved in a few of the projects in the area. I'm the acoustical consultant for the Summerlin Parkway Widening Project, as well as the 215 Beltway project. First point I wanted to make was the applicant's noise study made some measurements in the neighborhood to quantify existing noise levels. And what they simply did was they used a Radio Shack sound level meter, went out, measured at a few locations for 30 seconds each time, 3 times a day, averaged those numbers, and used that as a representation of the baseline noise environment. That is not acceptable methodology with respect to the city's noise ordinance measurement requirements as well as industry standards. What we did is we went out and we selected 5 locations. We measured for 25 continuous hours, and we presented that data in our report. And what you'll see is that the hourly noise levels vary, obviously lower at night, higher during the daytime. But there's a pretty good switch in there. So depending on when this wind tunnel could be operating, it could have a greater impact in the evening, in the earlier morning periods versus at the peak hour, such as 5 o'clock or at noontime. Second point I wanted to make was that the methodology used to predict the anticipated sound levels, what the applicant did was they took an interior sound level inside the skydiving booth, applied a sound transmission class rating, which is a single value rating, to propagate outside. That, again, that methodology is not acceptable because it does not consider the frequency of the sound that's going through, per se, a 12-inch concrete wall. And the reason is that if you've ever been in a stoplight and a car pulls up with a boombox, you'll notice that the low-frequency noise just drives you crazy. It's not vibration, but the sound causes vibration to be perceived inside the car that you're next to. So, and the last item is the applicant's methodology did not consider other additional noise sources such as support equipment that's outside. So what they did was they used a single number to propagate to a single location and said that was a point source propagation inverse square law. This structure being 70 feet tall will act like a plane source, and it does not obey those rules in the near field. So I asked that if you're going to apply a condition, if this project were to go through, it also has to consider noise at a distance of 40 feet or 50 feet, which is the nearest boundary. And you'll clearly see that at those locations, it exceeds the ambient noise environment, and there will be an impact. That concludes my testimony.
Any questions? Any questions, Mr. Wu?
No.
None. Are there any questions for Mr. Stewart?
One thing I meant to say, I did wanted to say that we, if you do approve this, we do agree with the Planning Commission's recommendation that subject to the condition of the sound, the showing of sound ahead of time.
Thank you. By show of hands again, how many want to speak on this item today? Okay. We're going to have a time limit of 3 minutes. Let's try not to be repetitive. Those that are against this project, step up on this side, and those that are in favor of the project, step up over here, and we'll have you come up one at a time.
If I may, Mayor Pro Tem, just a few facts before you get started as they're walking up here, if I may.
What kind of facts?
Well, you asked, for instance, sir, about the date of the sales of the lot, and I've looked that up on the assessors. The most recent sale of the property was in May of 2008.
Yes, thank you.
Also, the issue of the shared parking, there is not a shared parking agreement being proposed because this is a variance. The findings for a variance must be made. They are not asking for a shared parking agreement, and that's why you do not
I
have
that
one
noted. Thank you.
in front of you. The residential properties, both to the north and to the west, are approximately 500 feet, so that you have that information. I have scaled that. And the issue of overbuilding spoken to in the staff report is with regard to this subject site and the building of this development, not that the area itself is overbuilt. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Farlow, please.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. First of all, Mayor Pro Tem, I'm neutral on this. But after the planning commission, I went down to that current thing that they've got. They call it flyaway or something. And with my hearing aid on, if you step back 100 feet, you can't hear it above the ambient noise. The second thing was at the planning commission, they were talking about the parking, and they have a side street there that they're parking on, and they were talking about encroachment to the street and all of that. But the people that were parking there were the people that were the businesses that were opposed to this. So it's kind of like a little bit of hypocrisy there, I think. So that's where I am on that.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hello, I'm Eugene Godina. I'm a co-owner of the Tiger Lily Flower Shop at 700 East Sahara Avenue. And I would just like to address from the standpoint of the builder, what he's talking about to the council as real-life experiences and common sense. And I'll take that to sound and noise. What we'd like you to...
Excuse me a second. Can you tell the council members where your business is located to this proposed...
700 East Sahara is directly across. We have Suite A, B, and C. We are directly to the west of the development.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
What I think the neighbors, and what I believe the neighbors from our conversations are concerned with, is the real-life experience. And that is the fact that this business operates after 6 o'clock. It's not necessarily the vibration from the wind tunnel or the building itself. We believe that maybe they've taken that into consideration in the engineering. But they have 170 tons of AC units sitting on the ground. They have large groups, according to their website, which we downloaded this from the Tennessee website. And it invites large groups and event companies and wedding parties to come in and to utilize it. They've just stated themselves that they expect 80% tourists to utilize this, and they expect it to happen, in the mid-afternoon hours to early evening hours. That's when the ambient level of the noise in the neighborhood drops because the businesses have gone home. What we're concerned with is the 40 people standing outside hooting and hollering at 10 o'clock at night when they're leaving the experience. We're just, based on what their application says, they've said that they're going to have approximately 20 people in the space. What their website is doing is inviting large parties to the environment, and we're just trying to figure out how the two of those fit together. What happens when the busload of, whatever event happens to show up for the evening pours out at 8 or 9 o'clock at night and starts hooting and hollering, and there are residences that are, hundreds of feet away from there. So when we speak to common sense and we speak to real-life experiences, we hope that the council will take into consideration that it's not just the vibration of the possible vibration from the motors or engineering problems that arise, but there's 170 tons of AC units on the ground, which has not been addressed and has not been asked to be addressed by the council, and that there are people that actually come outside of this development after hours and are probably going to be a little wound up. I mean, it's an exciting experience. I've done it before. It's fun. I'm not opposed to the development. I'm just not sure that this little lot of land is where that's supposed to be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Scott Swank. I live at 546 Barbara Way, which is in Beverly Green, the neighborhood just across 6th Street from this site. I'm here to oppose the project, not because I don't like it. I like it. I want the development. I, in fact, want this area to thrive. I want businesses like Tiger Lily to succeed. I patronize them. But I don't think this is the right place for this particular project. There's been a push in the past to extend the Las Vegas Boulevard gaming corridor down Sahara east like this. Tick Seeger-Bloom opposed that on our behalf, and that's why I think his letter is especially germane, because putting in tourist-centric entertainment areas like this is a de facto move in that direction, and that's the sort of thing that will really jeopardize the home that I live, the home that my neighbors that are here live in. That's what we're afraid of, is to the greatest degree, this is going to be a move toward destabilizing the neighborhood that we've been working very hard for. Many of you have seen us here before. I'll be brief. It doesn't meet with the redevelopment plan. That's already been covered. It doesn't meet with the neighborhood plan. It's a tourist-centric amusement that's been tried to be. It was presented as a recreation area. We're sorely lacking on park space. It's a slap in the face to say, here, have an indoor skydiving building that's 80% for tourists, and we're contributing to your community. I do know the only person they mentioned by name, Tim Keller. If I remember correctly, he rents the house at 558 Ellen. So I've walked these blocks myself. He likes the idea, and that's his right. But most of the people I've talked to, when I've said, look at what could happen, look at how we could be destabilized by the tourism going down that direction, by that supporting the people who are trying to turn this into a gaming corridor, which has come up multiple times at the state level and been pushed back. When I've talked about these issues, a number of people have been concerned, they've been opposed. I haven't found anyone else who supported it. And I've been the president of the Neighborhood Association for 2 years running. I'm not currently. Another fellow, Steve Franklin, is. We simply want to have a stable, enjoyable neighborhood. We want development. We want restaurants. We want professional buildings like the dentist office they're talking about tearing down. We want retail shopping. We want all the things that everybody else wants. What we don't want is a 70-foot tall, tourist-centric building that honestly looks kind of like IKEA's little brother architecturally. So I respectfully ask that you decline. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me, Pam Hartley. I live at 1700 Rexford, Beverly Green neighborhood. And I'm just going to keep this short and sweet. We worked very hard on our neighborhood plan. It does request that the height be capped at 50 feet, and this project is way over that height limit. And then I'm also very concerned that with large groups, that the parking could have a real detrimental impact on the neighboring businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Terry Hunt, co-owner of the Tiger Lily Flower Shop, 700 East Sahara. Just so you have an idea, this is where the tower would be. Our building is just a few feet away to the west side of it. I would request that if the project is approved, that any limitation as far as decibel levels on sound include not only the propeller operating at maximum speed, but also all air conditioning units operating also at maximum speed. That's an important aspect of the noise that would be generated by this project. I've had a very interesting experience with this. It's been very rewarding, and more than anything because I have met some incredible neighbors and been able to share some wonderful stories with them. One of the things that I will remember more than anything else is meeting Dorette Williams. Dorette Williams sent a letter to Mayor Pro Tem Reese, and I would like to read a part of that letter. My name is Dorette Williams. I am the owner and administrator of New Horizon Rest Home, and I am a licensed nurse. My health care facility is located at 700 Alhambra Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada. We are licensed to care for 10 adults with special needs, and this is my only means of livelihood. I understand that there is a skydiving facility that they want to build close to my health care facility, and I'm afraid that the noise created by the operation of this facility and the traffic that will take place will be harmful to the welfare of my residents. I am also afraid that it would mean a decrease in residents for me, since no one would want their family members to have to live in such a noisy environment. As you can see, within a few feet of my property, there is a parking turnaround. I understand this would be operating up until 11 p.m., and I am very concerned about vehicles idling close to my facility and causing disturbance late at night. This has been an excellent location for my residents, and my residents enjoy the peacefulness of their neighborhood. Thank you for your help in this matter. So this is Dorette Williams' property. She happens to be the residential property owner that is closest to this project. And this is the subject property right here. And the access for any large vehicles, buses, tour buses, taxis, limousines, comes off of Sahara here, and they would have to turn around at this turnaround in order to be able to
Mr. I'm going to have to ask
exit.
you to
I'm sorry?
I'm going to have to ask you to hurry up.
Okay. That's the final part of it, is that they would have to turn around right close to her property, just within a few feet, in order to be able to exit that very narrow street. This is the only entrance and exit to the subject property.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm
Yes.
sorry. Could you please point on that map again where that facility is that you were just referring to?
It is the yellow one right here.
Okay,
where
I'm
it
not
says-
seeing it on my screen yet. Hold on a second. Okay, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so it's at the at this side of the cul-de-sac.
Thank
right
you.
Back there.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you.
Young man?
Hello, my name is Paul Benedict. I am a real estate broker in Las Vegas, and I have friends who live and work in the neighborhood, and I'm here to support the opposition. In regards to not repeating anything, I support what the opposition has said. I am in support of development as a real estate broker in Las Vegas. However, one concern that hasn't been mentioned yet is the sustainability of this project. It will definitely use a ton of energy, and I am concerned about the energy consumption. That is one piece of new information that hasn't been voiced yet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tatiana Gretskaya, and I'm in a position of this project as well. I have friends and family who live and have businesses in that area, and I support their decision on that, and I see the reasonings that they brought up today were valuable and important.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Scott Martin. I work immediately adjacent to this project in the Nevada Coin Mark building. On the second floor, immediately my wall is right next to the property where we're building this new tower with the wind tunnel. I'm concerned there about the noise being disruptive, my quiet enjoyment in doing my job. I'm in opposition to their project. Thank you.
Thank you
Mayor
very
Pro
much.
Tem?
Yes.
I'm sorry. For clarification, sir.
Yes, sir.
I was told that this business was not currently operating.
There is a asset business that does estate sales, that is utilizing a portion of that business. I'm an independent contractor there. I'm not there all the time, but I do come and go in support of their business.
Okay, now the Nevada Coin Mart is a building that is directly adjacent to what's proposed. Okay. And how many square feet is that building?
I think it's roughly 11,000.
Okay, and you're telling me that you work on like the second floor in a
Yeah, there's an office area there.
Okay, in a secondary type of business.
Correct.
Okay, is the Nevada Coin Mart itself open and operating business?
No.
Okay, thank you.
No.
Yes, sir.
Councilman, how are you doing today? My name is Benjamin Morris, 4564 Vincentia Way, Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm just here to oppose the project. It's everybody's for development, develop in the right place. If you're going to have something, make sure it falls with everything in the business plan. If you have all white houses, don't put a red house in the middle. It doesn't make sense. It's not common sense. So I'm opposed for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hanratty, I had a letter I was going to read.
To me?
Yes, from you. I was going to put it on the record, though. Thank
Okay.
you. Go ahead.
No,
go ahead.
I'll try to be as brief as possible. Michael Hanratty, President of Southridge Neighborhood Association. Never mind all the particulars. I just, you're going to read it, but to iterate that, what keeps coming to my mind is the applicant, his location is within a mile of his old business, which is the old body flying place. And even though it's a new building, it's all new, it still serves the same purpose, simulated skydiving. And to have, it's like saying, because they're both unique, it's like somebody looks at the stratosphere and says, I'm going to build one of those, and I'm going to build it less than a mile away. So you have two stratospheres standing there, and you're looking at them. And of all the places in this city, which is vast, he decides to pick this particular location. And he's spending a whole lot of money to get this on, and it just raises a lot of flags, red flags, and questions to why is that so imperative that he be within striking distance of his old business. And it just, something doesn't ring true in all that. So,
Thank you, sir. I would like to put on record, while Mr. Henry is standing up there, this is a letter I received from him. It says, on behalf of the Southridge Neighborhood Association, I am asking that you deny approval for the bodybuilding U.S. variance 35528 and site development review 35186. As you know, this item has been lurking in the shadows for a couple of years now, and it's about to rear its ugly head tomorrow at the council meeting. I've been told that the outcome of this weighs on your shoulders, and you will make your decision based on the number of people that show up either for or against. Let's put aside the body count for now and look at some aspects of this case. Access will be a big problem. Those cul-de-sacs are small and very congested already. Did you know they are privately owned? They are not public streets. Another point I'd like to make is all the places there are open up a new skydiving amusement facility. This person wants to open this place about a mile from the current facility, as you put on record. Also, the owner of the Convention Center Drive facility is his ex-partner. Even though his applicant will be building a new facility, the result will still be the same: stimulated skydiving. I could go on and on about this, but I'm hoping you get the picture. We developed this Sahara Southridge Association of Business because we felt the business owner should have more of a say in the development of the Sahara corridor. We have a plan that does not include an amusement facility. This issue has not received the media attention that the roller coaster of the Stratosphere did, so the interest will not be as strong. I think the applicant prefers that. Sincerely, Michael Henry, President of Southridge Neighborhood Association. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, ma'am.
Could I ask, is his old business still operating? Is it...
It's still operating, yes.
Oh, it's still operating as the same type of thing that we're talking about today?
It's new ownership, yes. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name's Tom Schlesinger, lifelong resident. My family's been in the city for 3 generations now. I see this project going 2 ways. One, it takes off and is very successful. 80% tourists means everybody's going to be coming in on buses, taxi cabs. Where are they going to be parking? Where are they going to be driving into? Secondly, it doesn't do well. All of a sudden we have a 7-story office building with a wind turbine in it. I mean, it just doesn't really make that much sense. And to say that it's a benign sound, I don't know if you've ever heard of benign and a turbine ever been in the same sentence together, but it doesn't really make too much sense, so I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
just to help us down at this end, this other business is within a mile of the current business. Is it on Sahara also?
I measured it off. I did not measure it off, no.
Well, somebody said that today.
Yes.
Okay.
It's been referenced, yes.
Is it also on Sahara?
No, it's on Convention Center Drive.
Convention Center Drive. Okay, thank you.
You bet. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Stan Zarowski, and I am the owner of the Nevada Coin Mart building at 750 East Sahara, which would be adjacent to the proposed body flying business. If this happens, we're going to be within probably 6 feet of this wind tunnel, which would say that we were going to have probably a Category 5 hurricane next door to us every day. And would you want that next door to you? And the parking is a real problem, and we do operate our business, and we are in our building every day except Sunday. We have been operating there. I'm also an appraiser, and I also build the coins that go in the casinos. So that's our offices for that business. Even though the bottom floor, or the old Nevada Coin Mart, we don't operate to the retail public anymore, but we do operate out of that building, and we do use the whole building. The fact that I was at a planning commission meeting with this applicant, and they specifically stated that there was not going to be any observation, that people weren't going to watch this happen, and that's on record. Today, I hear something completely different. They're saying, oh no, we are going to have an observation, and people are going to be able to watch. That makes a big difference on the amount of people and the traffic that that's going to bring. And that also opens up the competition of what is going to happen. And I concur with all the residents as far as the noise, the height, what's going to happen after hours. There's a lot of concerns, and what we heard today is they're going to take the parking off the streets. That's going to eliminate a lot of the parking that is being used now. So I ask, don't put this next door to me. I don't need a hurricane next door to me every day, and I don't need a lot of traffic that is going to steal my parking when they don't have enough parking. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am?
Linda Zarowski, 750 Sahara. Obviously, I'm the wife of the man you just listened to. I've come up today to let you know that I'm confessing I'm the one who wrote the emails that Mr. Stewart was talking about to try to get information concerning the noise element that's going to be built next to us. It wasn't Breslin Builders I wrote to. It was actually a company in Switzerland called Bodyflying. What they haven't told you today, that this is a two-part building. The silo itself, if you will, the flying portion, is a prefab unit that comes from Switzerland, or it is purchased from them. Breslin builds the facade that goes around it. I knew I wasn't going to get any accurate information off of the people that were building it, so I went straight to the people in Switzerland. And I specifically asked them questions. What does this mean? Well, how does this impact the neighborhood, the homes, the businesses? How far away from an existing building should this be built? How far away from homes should this be built? If you look in your packet, he gave us answers. An existing commercial business should be 30 meters away. That's 100 feet. I will be lucky if I'm 8 feet away from this. I will listen to this noise every single day that I'm in this building. And I also worry about the homes right behind us. They don't seem to think that this is an issue for them. We've got 170 tons of air conditioning on the top of this building. I wouldn't want to be sitting in my backyard trying to enjoy a barbecue listening to that drone day and night. They will be open till 11 o'clock. That's their proposal. I don't think anybody in this building wants an amusement facility like this built next to their business, much less next to their home. Please do not let them do this in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Hello. Pleased to have the opportunity again to make this presentation. My daughter just had to leave here. She's Tanya Ferris, owner of the Cafe Heidelberg, and it's a family business.
Can we have your name and address, please?
Excuse me?
Your name, please.
Leonard Ferris, Ferris.
Thank you.
And we've made these presentations here before in the area, and our concern is the same. Cafe Heidelberg has 80% of the business are customers that are over 60 years old. A third of the business is a food market and a deli, German ethnic, and our customers are such that they have to park very close, so we're very sensitive to parking and anything that happens, and not be concerned with having more business like Marie Counters and Tony Roma's and PT Pubs. We don't sell liquor, and we have a different crowd. We're not 30 years old and younger, much like the Bedford High Flyers. I don't think too many will be coming into the Cafe Heidelberg, but they'll be taking up parking spaces. That's our concern. I haven't read anything yet that can convince me that there'll be a spillover, and especially in the springtime and when they have these entertainment flyers. And of course then our customers have to park down 6th Street. They are not going to walk that far. Most of the time we have to help put the groceries in the trunk of the car. So our concerns are parking. Okay?
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilman Lois, John McCormick, 1064 Canosa. I want to bring to your attention that the applicant at one of the neighborhood meetings agreed to bring a very cursory sound study from another flyaway operation in another state, and subsequently refused to make good on that promise. It brought me over to the opposition side. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Joyce Perlman. I own property in the area in question. And I live at the Las Vegas Country Club, although I didn't get a list of names of the people that were in opposition, but there was a great deal of opposition. I have no objection to the vehicle that they wish to build. It's just the location that I'm not happy about. I've lived in Vegas for 50 years, and I remember at the Sahara when Louis Prima and Keely Smith performed. So I bring this to your attention to the effect that this is a very old neighborhood, Sahara, and this particular location. And when the vibration that I understand is going to occur, who's going to take care of the street in the event there's an eruption of one kind or another, pipes, electricity, whatever, as a result of this? This is not the place for this to be. My suggestion was in the past 121 South Sunset, where the sports arena exists on a 23.61 acre premise and would be an excellent place to put this amusement along with other amusements that have been there in the past. This is my main objection. So be it.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on this item other than this lady here? Please have you come forward. Yes, ma'am.
I am Betty Rumford. I'm Director and Neighborhood Coordinator for the Mesquite Club, located at 702 East St. Louis. And all these good folks here and the business owners meet in our clubhouse building. And they are so diligently working to rebuild that neighborhood, to take it back. And I am here to support them. I have listened to many of their meetings because they meet in the clubhouse. And I ask you to support them in their effort to rebuild their neighborhood.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for showing up. Okay, we'll close the public hearing. We'll allow the applicant a couple minutes for rebuttal. Let's make it 3 minutes, please, Beth. 3 minutes.
There are a few things then that I need to go through fairly quickly. First and foremost, some of my disappointment, because I want you to understand what we've been dealing with for the last several months. Regardless, win or lose today, we walk out of here, I want to make sure we have our integrity intact. One of the things that we did with these neighbors from the beginning, we told them we will work with them with the sound study, work with us, come physically to the site so we could work around it. We want to work with you. Okay? We gave them our study, we called them, we expressed that. If I was on the other side and I failed to do that, you would definitely be lashing at me today. But that's fine. I just want to mention that because then we dovetail that where we go cloak and dagger, go incognito to try to figure out some kind of email that they send about some business in a vacuum. I don't know if you caught that, but sitting here, these are the things that we've had to overcome to try to get our support. And that's fine, but I at least wanted to mention that because it's insulting to a businessman trying to put $7.2 million into the city to be told that is cooperated, and we have failed to get that type of cooperation. It works both ways. I want to mention that. The second thing that I want to mention is, again, what we're dealing with, the next-door neighbor. And that's fine if they're in business, but I can tell you from the eye, and if you go down there, they have a chain link, a chain going across the property. There's no cars there. Very rare have I've never seen a car there, and I've been in that area many times in the last several months trying to go and scope that area. But the reason why I mention that is because we're being told it's a Category 5 storm that you're going to be living next to. There's nothing more I can do. That's what happens with these neighbors. The one gentleman that read the letter from Dorit, the lady at the senior care center is 314 feet away. We talked to her too yesterday. She's the one where Councilman Reese, absolutely, you have every right to be upset about. She was in support, no, she was against, she was support, and now she's neutral. She's all over the place. You know why? Because the misinformation that goes out there are people thinking that this thing's going to vibrate right off the property. There are people that think this thing is as loud as can be. We're willing to accept and work with the sound study person that they have. I wish we would have had that opportunity instead of standing up here and being told, well, the study would work at 40 feet and 50 feet. We don't want to deceive you. If there's anything that we've done through this process is we've openly communicated with the other side. We believe, I'll wrap up. I mean, there's a few other things because I know I have about 3 minutes here. But the competition. This building was not designed for competition. We'll accept a condition that says no competing within the building itself. There's no difference between a renter and an owner. Okay? As a matter of fact, if we're going to make that distinction, a lot of the people in opposition rent their facilities to business people. There are business owners that own property there. So let's not make that distinction. As I said, it's unfortunate I cannot get live bodies here today because people do work, but I can tell you, we've worked hard in that neighborhood. We don't have a majority of the people in support or a minority. There is a good division in this area, and I really believe, and I'll wrap up here, that the right decision here is to allow this investment in this redevelopment area, because this use is allowed as of right in a commercial zoning district. And the way this has been laid out, and if we could continue to work with the neighbors, and there was reason and rational basis here, we could actually get something done. But we're here today asking for your approval to follow the Planning Commission's recommendations, and I can answer any other question that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Groenauer. Before I ask for questions from the comments from the council members, I just got a couple of comments I want to make also. This council has been very, very active in our neighborhoods, especially in Wards 1, 3, and 5. I know in 2, 4, and 6 they also are very active also. But again, we redid St. Louis Avenue because that's what the neighbors wanted. We put speed humps along 6th Street from Sahara clear over to Charleston because that's what the neighbors wanted. I went out to many, many neighborhood meetings over different issues. I helped create, we talked about these neighborhood plans. I hate to say it, I helped, I was there. And what Mr. Groenauer and the applicant is asking me to do is to find favor on their side and go against everything I've done for 15 years. And it's really, really hard, Bob. I want you to know that. It's really, really hard for me to even to sit up here and feel like I have to make this decision, number one. Number two, I do appreciate those neighborhood presidents that take time to come, to write letters or whatever, because that's what we asked them to do, is become active within the city government. And I know that it's really, really hard. It's hard sometimes to take away from what you have to do to come here and sit here for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, however long it may take. And I appreciate all of you that came here today. Council members, I would entertain any comments or questions you might have. Mr. Wilson?
Councilman Ross and I were fighting over the button.
Oh.
You stole my thunder on an item a couple hours ago. So, a couple of questions, please, Bob, and I think this is for your client primarily. You stated that your client has been in the business of skydiving for 25 years. How many types, or how many different skydiving operations has he built in the last 25 years? Just roughly, 10, 5, 15?
Gary Spear. I've been involved in the ownership of 2 facilities, one in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, the other here in Las Vegas, Nevada. I participated as a consultant for a facility in Osaka, Japan for 6 months. I spent 3 months in Switzerland at the first body flight facility built in Europe. I've also consulted for a Egyptian military facility in Cairo. And last 2 years ago, spent 3 months in Russia at a wind tunnel that was being built and opened there, and then spent 2 weeks with the Turkish military training their operational staff for a facility that just opened outside of Ankara, Turkey.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gronauer, it's come out that your client purchased the land first and then made application that we're considering today. Why does a person buy land, which is expensive, with the hopes of building this kind of facility when it's probably obvious that there's going to be opposition? This is a unique type of commercial facility that would go into this area. Why would you put the cart before the horse? You know, sir, whether you answer or your attorney, I don't care. It would just seem more prudent, but I'm not a land use lawyer. It just seemed more prudent that you would bring the idea to us first. Hey, what do you guys think? And if we can get some sort of, informal approval, then you buy the land versus the way you did it.
Well, we did an analysis of the various locations we were considering to purchase, looked at the code to find out if it was a permitted use, and Councilman Reese may recall that he and I had a meeting just before Christmas 3 years ago where I introduced myself, explained the project, and Councilman Reese showed some interest, thought it was a good idea. He said it hinges on getting neighborhood support. If you have the neighborhood support,
the neighborhood
you'll have my
support, that's right.
Okay, and I guess that's the chance you take. So you did what I suggested, got a good feeling. I mean, I'm interpreting for you. But as Mayor Pro Tem Reese confirmed, he was looking for neighborhood support before he'd give any kind of approval.
Right.
My next question, 80% tourists, 20% locals. Why is that? Why aren't more locals enjoying this kind of activity?
He's the expert on that.
Is it an expense? I've never done this. I mean, I'm going to get to you, Councilman Ross, next, because I understand you have some personal experience. But is it an expensive recreational activity?
It is.
How much does it cost?
Typically, what we project in our business model is a $75 experience per flyer.
That, to me, wouldn't distinguish necessarily between a local and a tourist. So why do you think that most of your patrons are going to be tourists?
Well, the activity itself is somewhat addictive. It's high excitement, high adrenaline. It's the dream of human flight.
We have a lot of addicts in this town. I mean, seriously, I don't know why more locals wouldn't enjoy your facility.
We're not talking about drugs.
Well, again,
is it just traditionally in the business or the other skydive place here in Las Vegas was mostly tourists? Is that what you're basing it on?
Yeah, just based on historical usage, and again, just building a business model that would have the greatest opportunity to succeed. I would not consider this business in any city that did not have a major tourist influx on a year-round basis.
The average age of your patron, 20s and 30s? Younger people versus
the full
age.
spectrum. No,
Pardon me?
you would be a candidate, the full spectrum.
But most of your clients are in their 20s and 30s?
No, I would not say that, no.
Where are they? 40s?
The full range from, what's your typical Las Vegas visitor?
So it's across the board. You get people in their 50s and 60s too?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, this is not a taxable event. There's no sales tax that is imposed on this, right?
Correct.
You don't charge a sales tax for this.
But there is sales tax from the retail sales of souvenir merchandise.
I understand that. But the 90% of your gross income is from the activity itself. Isn't that a fair statement?
A significant amount.
The
But
hours, I'm sorry.
There is a significant sales tax revenue.
Okay. The hours of operation that are being proposed, Mr. Gronauer?
It was up until 11 o'clock at night, and I believe there was a certain session from 8 to 11 in the morning. Like a special session from 8 to 11 for, I believe, for more professional. And Gary, please clarify with me, because I know we can curtail it.
At an optimum basis, you'd have the turbine, is that the right term?
Yes.
Running from 8 a.m. to 11 p.m.
Potentially.
Well, but that's the worst scenario as far as noise and vibration and stuff like that. Jobs, I noticed, and one of these days, Councilwoman Tarkini and I were talking about this. You guys do good work. You bring us large packages of impressive things, but I'm not going to read this. I got it 5 minutes ago. We should come up with some sort of rule that things should be submitted to us no later than 24 hours before the meeting. And I apologize because you put a lot of time and effort and money into these things, but I can't read it. I'm listening. I don't have time to read it. But I did glance at it, and I saw that a lot of the support documents were supportive because they said more jobs. But how many more jobs? This facility will employ...
For the business itself is 15 plus jobs.
Okay.
Just in that area, you can go 20 on the high end, but 15, let's say, is the low end number, so we'll stay with 15. You're looking at, as we mentioned, the construction jobs is somewhere to 50 to 75 in that area. Those are direct jobs. Indirect jobs, we don't have a number on the amount of indirect jobs that would
Mr.
create.
Wilson, just for an item of correction here, earlier in your presentation you said there's going to be 6 people working at this facility.
During the operation. Because what happens is you get 6 people that work, but those 6 people don't work 7 days a week, 24/7, whatever.
15 jobs,
so you need
6 people on site.
Yeah, you need more than 6 people because I may not be able to show up to work, so Gary has to show up. Got it?
15 employees, 6 or 8 people on premises at one time.
6, yes.
Okay. And Councilman Ross, forgive me, but I understand you've got some personal experience. Whether you care to share that with us or not, I enjoy listening to it.
He can't do that today.
He's not allowed to, or he doesn't remember?
Yeah, there you go.
No, seriously, I mean, if you don't feel comfortable.
No, absolutely, Councilman. I spent 3 years working at the Flyaway when I was in college in the 80s before you owned it, and for Marvin Crowder when he owned it, and have personal experience of the facility. And I'm not sure, Mayor Pro Tem, if this is the appropriate time or if you just want me to answer that question, Councilman.
Mayor Pro Tem is running the meeting, whatever he says.
He's going to make a few statements and he's going to abstain.
I want to echo the comments of the Mayor Pro Tem for all of the neighbors and the businesses, because this is a wonderful democratic process where everybody gets the opportunity to be heard. Interesting enough, I mean, people just assume that developers run everything around here. That's just not the case. I mean, we need to hear from the people that this is going to affect. And I think the word I want to use is wow. Both sides have put a lot into this. And I think it's a little bit blown out of proportion, and I'll tell you why. You may understand this because you know this business. I understand this because I worked there. Granted, it was a long time ago, Councilman. The noise is not an issue. The air conditioners, they made a lot more noise than the actual propeller did, the 800 horsepower electric motor did. In regards to parking, there were fewer parking spaces at the Convention Center Drive location than there are at this facility. And we had empty parking places. People were walking mostly to the facility, taking a cab. I don't know how you operate your business, but we seldom had buses. Now, granted, we're going back to the 80s now. But
They didn't have buses back then.
They didn't have buses back then? But in my opinion, and in my observation of this facility, I didn't know that one was ever going to last as long as it did, and it did. People love it. I loved it. It is addicting. I left college at UNR and came down here and never went back. I did go to UNLV, however, Councilwoman. But that's how it was for me, and it was a lot of fun. And I have to tell you this, for everybody listening, you have a base of locals that will continuously come down there. It's not like there's a whole bunch of new ones. You'll get those, but we had a base of flyers who just came all the time. And then we get that influx of tourists for whatever show was in town or whatever convention was in town. And we had very few problems. It was actually an asset to the businesses on Convention Center Drive. And I think oftentimes, Mayor Pro Tem, and you and I have talked about this in regards to sometimes people are afraid of things they don't understand. They're not sure. I don't want to accept it because it's different. Now, folks, I'm familiar with the neighborhood plan. I respect that. I think it's an incredible plan. But then again, because I've grown up here too, that's Sahara Boulevard. And as I drove down Sahara Boulevard last week to look at this location and the other businesses, they're hurting down there. There's empty buildings down there. There's deserted buildings down there. And it breaks my heart, both on the city side and the county side. Commercial center's a wreck. And it hurts me to see that. So I think that whether it's this business or something different, something new, something exciting, something that will drive traffic to your businesses would be helpful. I'd forgotten the two restaurant locations I'm looking at on the overhead, the aerial photograph here. My goodness, those restaurants are going to be packed. You want that. You want people to step into the Tiger Lily and buy flowers. You want those things to occur. I just think this is getting way blown out of proportion, and you're exaggerating this way beyond its needs. I think it's a great idea. I think that area of the city needs revitalization. It needs that new blood and that new money. Those are my comments, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes.
This is definitely a tough decision because you have somebody wants to build something with $7.2 million, and you have a neighborhood that's against it. But let me ask you a couple of questions. I went out to the site that's currently on Convention Center, and I stood about 10, 15 feet away, and you could hear a humming sound like an air conditioner. And then I went back around 25 feet, and you could hear a very faint noise. I went back about 50 feet, and you couldn't hear anything. There was no noise whatsoever. And there was no vibration. I stood right next to the building, and there was no vibration. And as far as the parking is concerned there were probably 15 cars parked there. So it didn't seem like that particular operation was really disrupting anything. And then I went over to the site where it's being proposed to build this new one. And Councilman Ross is right. That area is getting a little tough. There's empty buildings. That piece of property looks terrible. It's an empty piece of dirt property. There's nothing happening there. I went to the back of it where the houses are, and the houses are set quite a ways back. I was surprised how far the houses were away. So what I want to ask you is you're saying that this building, because of the way it's going to be constructed and technology, is going to have less noise than the one that is currently on Convention Center Drive? I want to hear that on the record.
Yes. The new proposed facility will be significantly quieter than what you experienced at the Convention Center Drive location. And if you could allow me to elaborate, a lot of the hum noise that you heard emanates from the frequency drive. That's a piece of electronic equipment that controls the variable pitch on the electric motor. When you were involved in it, Councilman Ross, they used a combination of hydraulic or variable frequency drive. And that control unit is actually set in at ground level in the breezeway between the support building and the wind tunnel. It's enclosed in an EMA electrical case, but it's open to the atmosphere. And as minor as you say the noise it produces was evident to you, that equipment that we'll be using, the equivalent of that equipment, will be located on the rooftop of our structure, 79 feet above the ground, totally enclosed within the concrete structure. The air conditioning equipment, that you probably heard more of that at the existing location on Convention Center Drive. That, I think, is 120 tons of air conditioning. That's located, again, ground level. And in our project, our air conditioning cooling units will be located on the rooftop, 79 feet above the property, above the grade level.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
The parking seems to be a topic of conversation, and what's interesting is we're basically arguing over 10 parking spaces. I mean, it seems like that taking away 10 parking spaces is being described as creating some kind of traffic havoc in that area. I mean, it's only a 10 parking space variance. That's not big. So what I want to ask you is, are you going to design this in such a way that people are going to drive into that street off of Sahara, and the most convenient thing for them is to drive onto your property to get into the building to access the air tunnel? So they can't go on. If they parked on another person's property, it would be less convenient for them to get in there. Do they have to drive through other people's parking lots to get to your particular parking? So I want to know if that's the case. It's going to be pretty much a self-enclosed operation where you park on the property to access the building, and then you drive off the property when you're done. Is that how it's going to be designed?
If you could get, if I could get your attention to the overhead, this will give you a better picture instead of me trying to explain it without a picture. Is that on?
You're on.
Okay. If you look, as you can see here, Sahara Avenue, you'd be heading west on Sahara, and you'd make a right-hand turn in, and you'd come located right in this building, located right here, this ingress-egress.
That's not a city street, yes.
No, that's a private street.
That's a private street.
Yeah, it's a private street.
That's what he's asking.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. This is a private street in this area. You do have parking back in here also, and since it's a private street, there's also parking along this area on the street too itself that everybody uses.
Okay. So how many parking spaces on your piece of property?
Our property, it's 59.
You'll have.
Oh, yeah, 59. All 59
So you'll have,
out of 69. Yeah,
okay.
69 is required. We're providing 59.
All right, so you're going to have all 59 parking spaces on your property, and they drive onto that private street to access onto your parking.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if I got to clarify that now. Show us the overhead, please. Now, you're not counting any of these streets, those parking spaces along the street.
No, it's in the gray area. Wait, I want to make sure.
There's not 59.
These parking stalls here are allowed because our property line is right here.
Okay.
Because it's a private
This is a private street,
It's no
though.
different than what's here.
Yeah, this is our you can't see it on the overhead, but this is our property line here. So although this is a private street, we're putting parking spaces on our side of the property in the area there. So that counts as the parking spaces.
Okay. But it's on your property, though.
Yeah, there's
Yes.
no off-premise parking.
Yeah.
So the way I look at that, there would be no reason for a customer to drive onto that street and drive onto somebody else's property to park unless there are no parking spaces available.
Yeah.
I mean, that would just make sense. You'd park as close to the building as you possibly could. Okay. I think I have one more comment. Okay, there was some discussion about, 10 o'clock at night, there's going to be parties out there. There was a picture of 100 people that are, sitting in front of the building. There's going to be kind of a big party atmosphere. People are going to leave. They're going to hang out in the parking lot, a big party. How do you respond to that?
Great point. That was pulled off a website of one of the locations out in Europe, if I'm not mistaken. That is a total different facility that's built for competition, and we addressed this issue at Planning Commission. I would put this to bed, but I'll bring this up again. This facility is not designed for competition. This facility is designed for 22 members to come in, during an hour-and-a-half time with the six employees. So what we said is, number one, because it's not designed for competition, it's too small. And number two, we would accept the condition if you were inclined to approve this, requiring no competition. That's apples and oranges between the two different things. We've explained that, and hopefully I'm clear with that that is not the intent, and that's a whole different concept in a whole different country.
So what you're saying is people will go there, go through the event, and then leave. There's no reason for them to hang out in the parking lot and drink beer and party, that sort of thing, correct?
That's never been an activity that I tried to promote or would condone.
Okay.
Actually, we have a prohibition against drug and alcohol use. The activity, Councilman Ross, you can verify this. It's not permitted to be under the influence of any drug or alcohol and engage in activity. It's a sporting event, and any impairment of your physical abilities would put you at risk, and other people, your instructor, other people in the flight chamber with you.
Okay. And then just one last comment. You do understand the condition that's on there that you're not getting in the building if it exceeds a decibel level, correct? You do
That
understand?
was
So you'd be spending $7.2 million and possibly not having occupancy, but I'm assuming that you can meet that condition.
Hopefully you understand that's how much faith we have in our engineering staff and design to achieve that benchmark.
Thank you.
Councilwoman?
I just wanted to ask a question. If it turned out you could not build in this location, would you look at other locations in the city?
We looked at many. We spent quite a bit of time prior to our first.
So you would look at other locations because there might be some you haven't looked at yet that are available, right?
Well, my money is involved in this location now.
See, that's what
You mean your attorney? Where's the money involved? Oh, because you already purchased them. Sorry, forgot that. Okay.
Any other questions? Okay. I do remember that meeting, and I don't remember it exactly word for word, but I believe I told you it's always best to make sure that you can get approval before you buy the property. And I said, I only got one vote. As far as I'm concerned, you have to go to the neighborhood and convince the neighborhood, not me. I don't live over there. It's not my neighborhood. So that's not got anything to do with the decision we're making here today.
We understand.
Well, he said that he met with me. And I did meet with him. I remember that.
Well, what I took away from the meeting was you said it sounds like a good idea. If you have the neighborhood support, you'll have my support.
No, I didn't say you had my support. I said if you get the neighborhood, and I said I only got one vote. I've only got one vote, and so that's not enough to buy a piece of property on. Anyhow, there's been a lot of comments made about the vacant buildings. The city of Las Vegas has tried and tried and tried through our redevelopment agency to get good businesses to come into our redevelopment area. This is a redevelopment area. There's been a lot of comments made about across the street and the deplorable condition that the commercial center is, the help that they need. Well, our fellow elected officials over in the county, that was in their redevelopment agency too. They had a director that came from the city over there. And their redevelopment agency went kaput 2 or 3 years ago because they couldn't see doing this. And so I don't feel responsible, anybody, the council members or whoever, I don't feel like we're responsible for what happens across the street on Sahara Avenue. We have, this council has supported new construction, new jobs. We've said create jobs, 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 jobs. I got a Walgreens drugstore down in my new neighborhood, a new store down in my old neighborhood. They're opening up today. They hired 30 employees just to work today. How many will they employ next week or next month? It's hard to say. But they have hired 30 people out of the neighborhood in the Walgreens drugstore. So we do support and we do want to have this type of development in our redevelopment area. I did get a letter from another gentleman who has been very active in the neighborhood associations, Greg Brown, who couldn't be here today. He's been, to me, a neighborhood stalwart. He's supported the redoing of St. Louis Avenue, what we did there with the neighborhood. And again, even when we redid St. Louis Avenue, we didn't have full support of the neighbors. Again, I'm going to mention that, you know, you're put into a position where you want to create jobs, you want to do all those good things that you can to help in a redevelopment agency. But yet, on the other hand, I've done everything I can do to make our neighborhood associations to be successful. I've helped them find locations to have their meetings. I've went over there early in the evening and came home late at night, trying to dispel some of the rumors that they've heard that's going on in their neighborhoods. We had a ride at the Stratosphere. I guess one of the richest people in the world wanted to put that roller coaster ride off the top of the Stratosphere, the side of the Stratosphere, down in the neighborhood. Would that have been a good thing? Would that created jobs? Absolutely. The neighborhood didn't want it. You know, it's just really, really hard to sit up here and have to support two sides. And so I guess I'm going to ask the other council members to please take that into consideration when I make my motion today. I have received more oppositions today than any other day since I've been receiving these. I got stacks of letters. If I can find them, I got all this stuff up here. Today, I've got a sheet, people denying it or didn't want it. But again, I appreciate the work that the neighborhood business did, as well as Mr. Gronauer and Jennifer on what they tried to do. We have, on item 77, we have a variance request. It's been mentioned about 80% of their business will probably be coming in by cab or walking. I guess that's from the strip area. Maybe we don't really need the parking variance, but we have to have that. And I don't know whether they've met the hardship that they're supposed to present today to allow the variance. I got one other letter here. Anyhow, I can't find it. That's okay. On the item 77, I really don't know that 10 parking spaces is going to make or break any neighborhood. I'm kind of like Councilman Anthony when he says, you know, they're not going to be going across other people's businesses, but still it's part of the whole application. So I'm going to make a motion for denial of item 77, the parking variance, because I don't think that the business that we're going to be putting in there will be harmonious as has been projected here today for this neighborhood. So my motion is for denial of item 77.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Before you take the vote, I'd like to make just a couple more comments.
Okay.
And I apologize. It's been actually one of our longer afternoons.
Yes.
And I appreciate your indulgence. I don't know which way the vote's going to go. We're going to find out momentarily, but I would ask that if the vote is in the affirmative, if you get approval, let me put it that way, that if there are tests that are required to be run to determine decibel levels, that they be done at peak times. Because I think somebody made a good point. If we've got a bunch of air conditioning units running,
I'm going to make that motion on 78.
Okay. Well, then I'd ask you to incorporate my comments so I don't have to repeat them. The point is, in August, you've got air conditioning units running at peak level at 3 p.m. versus January. So I think that it would be appropriate if the purpose of running these tests is to determine decibel levels for noise and vibration, let's get the worst levels, if you will. And I would think that this applicant would have to pass at the worst times. Secondly, I just wanted to comment that this is a tough decision, Mayor Pro Tem Reese, and I respect your devotion and your compassion to your constituents. But I want to make an analogy, and that is to the Red Rock Casino and the fight that the people put up over the height of the tower and the fact of whether or not we should have a neighborhood casino out in the rurals like that. And that was a huge fight in the county whether we should have the Red Rock Hotel and Casino go out there, and it passed. And it's one of the most popular facilities in southern Nevada. And I guarantee you, a lot of the people that fought that project go and visit and patronize and enjoy the Red Rock Casino. And then finally, it's real hard for me. I recognize that this is an area that is troubled, and different of my colleagues have used different terms, blight and tough times and things like that. But I've lived in this town. This August will be 30 years. And I'm very familiar with what's in this city, and this is a tough area. And I'd like to see this area come back. I'm concerned about the noise. I'm concerned about the vibration, but I'm just not convinced that it's really going to be a problem. I'm not. This man has to meet a condition. He doesn't get his certificate of occupancy unless he passes a test which basically says it's not too noisy and it's not a nuisance. And that's a pretty tough condition. And he's getting ready to invest $7.2 million into a rough area. And I'm convinced that it will increase traffic to that area. And I mean good traffic, like Councilman Ross says. The people that are going to benefit the most are the people that have up and going businesses. Because these are people that are spending $75 to go fly. So they're going to spend another $20 or $30 to eat and buy flowers and do whatever else is in that area. And it's just hard for me to say no in today's times of a recession to a business venture like this coming into the area. So I just wanted to put those comments on the record, Mayor Pro Tem Reese.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. Yes.
I just want to make one comment because I know that your ward, Councilman Reese, mirrors my ward to a great extent. I know what you've done in going out to your meetings because I have done that also. I know the commitment you have made to the residents, and I know how torn up you are on what you have to do today. But I want you to know I think that any of us here would understand you have a value system of standing up for what you say and for what you've believed in, and we would go with you whatever because we know you know your ward better than any of us do.
Thank you, Councilwoman. You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Motion is for denial of item 77. Please post. Motion carries. And item 78, again, we talk about all these decimals. I've had many, many calls for loud noise in the neighborhood where I live, that I represent. And they come out there and they got these machines and stuff. And I've always maintained that if you have, you're inside your house, you're watching TV, and if there's noise outside that you can hear with your TV on, then it's too loud. You don't need a machine. Just come inside my house and listen. So I really feel like that noise is an issue. We had a study done by Mr. Wu, who came up here and explained to us what he thought it would be. So we kind of have dissenting opinions on the noise level. On the site development plan review, I just feel like that this building is too high for what we have in the area. I don't think it's harmonious with the other buildings. We have a lot of one-story. We have some two-story. When we start talking about 7 stories, I just think it's out of place. I do support the use, the body flying. I just think this is the wrong location, and I would definitely support this project in a different location, just not at this little block right here. So my motion for item 78 is also for denial. You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you very much, Council, and I want to thank you for your time in putting into this project. Thank you.
Number 63, this is a public hearing on local improvement district for special improvement district number 1485, Alta Drive, Rancho Drive to approximately 275 feet west of Lacey Lane. This is landscape maintenance for fiscal year 2011, $62,800 special assessment capital projects fund in Ward 1. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Lori Leonard Dunford, Department of Public Works, Special Improvement District Office. This is our annual hearing on Alta Drive, SID 1485 for the landscape maintenance for fiscal year 2011. There are 37 parcels in the district, and our budget for this year is $62,800. That is a 4% decrease from our fiscal year 2009 assessments. Their payments would be quarterly, July, October 2010, and January, April 2011. 0% interest on the maintenance district. It's levied each year to cover the 100% cost of the landscape maintenance and the utilities along this corridor.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? All right, hearing none, it's a public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard? All right, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
As I remember, we were able to reduce from 2008 to 2009. And this is an additional small reduction too then to that. Is that correct?
Actually, what we did last year, that was for the 2010 assessments, we were able to give a 17% credit back to the property owners because we had a surplus in the district. That was a one-time credit. This is actually a decrease in the assessments from the 2009.
In any case, I just wanted to say that there was gratitude from the people along Alta, number one. Number two, there are a few places that have not had the landscaping replaced since we had a problem, but I spoke with Daphne and your department head, and that's going to be taken care of, and I just want to thank you very much.
Absolutely. As part of this hearing process, we did receive a letter from one of the property owners, and that replanting, they're supposed to be putting some more plants out there in the next week or so.
But there are a few little areas besides that one where the plants have not come down since we had that bad gardening situation. So I'm just counting on your department to look after that too. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much for the report.
Thank you.
Item 64 is a hearing to consider the appeal regarding the nuisance notice in order to comply located at 409 Santa Fe Street. The property owner is Michael E. Pavich, and this is in Ward 1. Mr. Smith.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. As you said, this is an appeal to a notice and order that we'd given the property owner to clean up his property, remove some vehicles. The subject property was determined to be a public nuisance defined in Las Vegas Municipal Code Title IX dealing with nuisance. A nuisance notice in order to comply was mailed to the property owner to correct the public nuisance as defined in Las Vegas Municipal Code Title 904.010, Classic Vehicles, 904.010, Vehicle Inspection Enforcement, Title 9, Enforcement 9, 12.030, Stored Materials. A copy of the notice order was also posted on the property. Today's hearing is to consider the appeal of the nuisance notice in order to comply filed by George E. Grazidelli and Esquire of Grazidelli and Cantor Limited on behalf of...
Graziday, George Graziday. He's an old-time lawyer that I've known since 1964.
Well, you say it much better than I do.
Well, I say it the way it's supposed to be said.
Thank you for the help. On behalf of Michael Pavich, owner and responsible party, the recommendation is that the City Council approve the notice and order in order to comply. I just want a little history on this. And when we first went out to the property, we noticed the property owner of the vehicle storage, too many vehicles on site, vehicles being stored that were not in compliant with the vehicle ordinance. We have illegal structures that are built on the side of the house, an illegal carport, an illegal storage shed. Myself and the City of Las Vegas building official reviewed this site together and determined that these structures needed to be permitted and or removed in order for them to remain. On the south side of the property where vehicles are being stored, our vehicle code does not allow them to be stored on the side of the property unless that they are enclosed by a 6-foot fence with opaque gates to enclose them. He is a member of a classic car club, which gives him the right to have classic vehicles. But our classic vehicle code also says that these vehicles must be in the process of being restored, and that there must be some type of progress, that they must be a vehicle that falls into the classic stance, or it must be a vehicle that's a rare type vehicle. There's only one vehicle on the site that's operational right now. The rest of them, although would fall into the class or could fall into the classic vehicle ordinance, are not currently in compliance because there's no repair, no restoring being done on them at this time.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Smith now? All right, hearing none. Gentlemen?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Scott Cantor in behalf of Mr. Pavich.
Excuse me, I just wanted to ask a question of Mr. Smith before we heard the other speakers, and that is, as we discussed this earlier, the question is that they were noticed and no changes were made. Is that what happened?
A couple of the vehicles have been removed.
Yes.
But those are the only changes that have been made. We still have the vehicles on site that are not in the process of being restored. We still have the illegal structures on the north side of the property that need to be removed and or permitted.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that was still the situation. Thank you.
Mr. Cantor?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Pavich started to receive notices on his door. He had no contact with the city or the inspectors up to that time. He had requested that he have a hearing on this matter, and eventually that resulted in this current appeal. In the meantime, there have been matters brought in city court for purposes of code violations, which are pending litigation now. At the same time, although none of those violations have been adjudicated, the city has sent Mr. Pavich to collections for about $14,000 in claimed violation fees and penalties, and he is being sued in small claims court because the collection agency has chosen to break up the claims into parcels, if you will, so that they fall within the small claims court jurisdiction. On February 3, Mr. Grazade, Mr. Pavich, and I met with Mr. Still of the City Council's City Attorney's Office, and we believed that we were making progress. There were a number of items stored on the property that were removed, a cooling unit, some cloth chairs, and some other items. I don't recall them specifically. We did discuss the issues of the automobiles. We provided to the city documentation that we had evidencing the ownership of the vehicles, the age of the vehicles, and it's my understanding that Mr. Pavich has two vehicles on that property, an old Henry J. and a Ranchero that he is in the process of restoring. The other vehicles sometimes are on the property, sometimes they're not, because he does work at the Tonopah Test Range. He is often away for many, many days at a time. His trash days and street cleaning days are either Tuesdays and or Fridays. So if he knows he's going to be out of town during a period of time when it's trash collection, he brings the vehicles up onto the property, driveway and or the property. The only thing that I can see that we have not accomplished since we met with the city was the issue of the structures on the property. These were structures that were on the property when Mr. Pavich bought the property some 12 years ago. And now he's being told he is in noncompliance and he is receiving violations and fines and is in collection on these issues. The city offered to assist Mr. Pavich in walking him through the building code process, and we appreciated that offer. Mr. Pavich has been spending a great deal of time on the Tonopah Test Range. We have not done that, and we admittedly have not yet done that. But I believe that's the only specific item that we discussed at our meeting with the city that has not yet been accomplished. It was our understanding that there might be some way of receiving variances, if you will, if neighbors did not oppose the neighbors on the side of the property where the structures abut don't oppose the structures. Mr. Pavich has talked with these people directly. We do not yet have anything in writing from them. But the issue of the structures themselves are still an issue, and they do need to be resolved. Whether that's going to result in him being able to be permitted or having to take them down, I don't know. But our concern is that Mr. Pavich seems to be the only one in that neighborhood who is facing a compliance problem. And we have shown the city photographs of the neighbors who have just as many, if not more, violations than Mr. Pavich, and none of them are being cited. And when we raised that issue, we're told that by the city attorney that he did not know that this was a problem, but that still appears to be the problem. And when Mr. Pavich tried to raise it with the initial compliance officers, he was told that as long as he was in noncompliance, he could not raise an issue of any other property owner being in noncompliance. He felt victimized at that point. He's now facing $14,000 in collections on unadjudicated citations. When the mayor called for, I think it was agenda item 62, for matters to be deferred, I'm sorry, that's not the proper term.
Abated.
Thank you. Abated. I was going to stand up and ask for that so I could continue to work with Mr. Pavich in the city. I did not notice Mr. Still at that time. I don't know if he was sitting in that chair or not, but not seeing him, I did not approach the microphone at that time because I honestly felt he would probably object. But that would still be our desire, that this matter be abated. I think we have shown good faith. Mr. Pavich is dealing with a difficult situation in regard to his employment. Just within the last 2 weeks, he has had to undergo credentialing on 5 new clearances and has been out of town. So we did meet in February. We're now here some 2 months later, and the issue of the walkthrough at the building department isn't accomplished, but he is trying in good faith to meet the city's concerns and objections in all other regards.
All right, thank you very much. What is the city's position? What are we trying to achieve at this time, and what are they appealing?
Like I said, this goes back to the original notice and order that was issued about the vehicles. We still have vehicles that are being stored on the side of the house that are in violation of city ordinance.
Let me ask you this. Is it possible? I'm venturing into your area, but I'm wondering whether or not the vehicles could be moved until there's a resolution between the city and Mr. Pavich, so there won't be any continuing violation. And perhaps that would be
Mr. Mayor,
yes.
I just want to tell you, if you note, the first time this was brought to their attention was in 2007. We're talking about 3 years.
Yeah, well, as I said, I was venturing into an area that I'm not familiar with.
I know, and that's why I just wanted to bring up. It isn't that time wasn't given. Time was given. 3 years was given. And the fact of the matter in saying theirs was the only one in the neighborhood, I can attest to the fact that if we ever receive a complaint, and Devin, you know this, in any area in Ward 1, we immediately pass it on to Neighborhood Services and ask them to address it as quickly as possible. But remember, we are not proactive in this. We don't go out and look for it. We only react when somebody else has turned it in, and somebody else did turn it in. For you, it was someone anonymous. This comes up many different times, but we tell you it was anonymous. We did that for someone, and then he got upset, and he turned in 2 or 3 of his neighbors. And you can do that too. But that's the fact, and it was 2007. And that's what I can't understand. And I will tell you, I go by that area many times. I see those cars there many times. And I don't know why he would, on trash days have to move his vehicles. You don't have to move your vehicle on trash days. The only time you might want to move it is when they have a cleaning of the road. But on trash days, that would have nothing to do with it. So I must tell you, we work so hard in the city to build up and to try and beautify our neighborhoods, which have gotten older and we have problems, that when we see someone who doesn't react in 3 years, and someone who obviously has the intelligence and the means to do so, then that concerns us, and we feel this is where we need to take action. And I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, but
Fair
That
enough.
was what the background showed.
Your Honor, if I may.
Yes.
The problem that we have with the vehicles, although by age they fit into the classic car if they were under restoration, but we have documentation for the last 3 years there's been no restoration on any of these vehicles except for one that he drives on a regular basis. So even though they meet by definition by age, they don't meet by definition because they're not under restoration. And it also, our code clearly states you can only have one inoperable vehicle on site for up to 90 days. And that's one of the problems. Then the structures that are on the north side of the property, they're bare wood. And one of the problems that we have with that is that we feel it's a life safety issue. If for some reason those would catch on fire, that you have a property setback ordinance to keep fire breaks in case of a building catches on fire so it doesn't jump to the next one. With those being exposed lumber, the problem is if they did catch on fire, we'd immediately have a problem with it catching the adjacent property on fire. So when I met with the building official, we both agree that those buildings something needs to be done. They either need to be torn down immediately or permit needs to be issued so that they could be built correctly. I met this gentleman out on site on my day off approximately 3 months ago and walked the property and explained to him what we needed to do and offered that if he got with my office that I would go meet with Mr. Knight personally with this gentleman and walk him through the building permit process so we could get this thing started. And we just feel that it's become that if we allow it to continue on, that we have a life safety issue there with the house that's abutting his property.
Very good. Thank you. Are there any further questions?
And one other thing I wanted to add is that problem was brought up in 2007 also. And that we feel is a safety problem.
If I may address the comments?
Briefly, please.
Thank you. These problems did start in 2007, and again, I don't want to go into specific details here because I think those are rightly going to be discussed in the municipal court. But suffice it to say that when Mr. Pavich tried to deal with these matters directly with the enforcement agent at the time, he was told things that I think were untrue. He was put in a position where I think he was being compromised, and I won't go into any more details than that. Mr. Smith did offer his assistance. That was after the meeting of February 3, some 2 months ago, and as I stated, Mr. Pavich has been out on the test range quite a bit, and on his only days off, he has been with me either in municipal court or in small claims court, trying to have these matters resolved. Yes, he can certainly find a place to store these vehicles temporarily. We do agree that the issue of the building is an issue of safety and it has to be addressed. But I do not want the board to think that it is because of lack of his desire or that he has any disrespect for this council or for the process itself.
All right, thank you. All right, Councilwoman, do you have a motion?
What was the recommendation from staff?
We're just asking for the notice and order to be upheld to either get a permit on these or have them demolished. And I think we'd be looking at, I really believe that a reasonable time to have some type of plan or something submitted to the building department after all this time would be 2 weeks to have something submitted, whether they're going to do a demo. If they're going to demo it, they need a demo permit. If they're going to refurbish these and make them into compliance, they would have to have some kind of plan turned into the building department for some type of review to begin.
It's unfortunate there wasn't additional communication because your client could have called the ward office, our office, or even the mayor. He gets lots of calls like that, and then he sends them on to us. This is your ward.
The mayor doesn't do much.
Yeah, but no, he does a lot. But I would move to follow the recommendation of our staff, and I think you're aware, isn't it true that you can put a wall up there so you can't see into the backyard, and he could put his automobiles there? It's not that you have to move them someplace, but the problem is that you can see all these 8 cars on cement and everything that are, some of them in disrepair, from the front. And the rule is that put the wall up so you can't see them from the back and they're not an unattractive nuisance to the neighborhood, and then that might solve that problem. Am I correct? I want to make sure.
That is correct. That was one of the things we went over, that he'd have to go down and get a permit to extend the height and the length of that wall.
Of the wall.
And then put gates to block the view from the public right-of-way.
And then he wouldn't have to move the cars. He could leave them there, and if he wanted to work on them as slowly as he wanted, he could. Did you want to say anything else?
I appreciate the opportunity, Councilwoman. Again, these are issues that we have tried to address. We do agree that something needs to be done in short term, but if it is going to be a motion to uphold the notice and to require a permit or demolition, then only because of the amount of time he spends at the test range, we would ask for something more than 2 weeks to obtain the necessary permits, either for construction or demolition.
Would 4 weeks be all right? That would give him a full month. Would that be all right with staff? Then I move to follow staff's recommendation, but making the time limit 4 weeks.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Item 65 is a hearing to consider the appeal regarding nuisance notice in order to comply, located 531 Bedford Road. The property owners are Margaret H. Christ and Orrin Eric Montgomery, and this is in Ward 1.
Again, Mayor and Council, Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background is that the subject property was determined to be a public nuisance as defined in Las Vegas Municipal Code Title IX, dealing with nuisances. A nuisance notice in order to comply was mailed to the property owner to correct the public nuisance as defined in the municipal code. Title 9.04.010 dealing with nuisance and Uniform Administrative Code 301.1 permits required. A copy of the notice and order was posted on the property. Today's hearing is to consider the appeal of the nuisance in order to comply filed by George D. Greenberg, Esquire, representative of Mr. Orrin Eric Montgomery, owner and responsible party. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the nuisance and notice in order to comply.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Eric Bromson from the law offices of George D. Greenberg on behalf of Mr. Montgomery. And actually, with all due respect to City Attorney, Mr. Montgomery is no longer the owner of that property. The property was foreclosed on March 9th. GMAC is now the owner of the property. The nuisance notice in order to comply was recorded on March 16th, 5 days after the notice, 7 days after the notice of trustee sale. So the city should have been actively and constructively notified that Mr. Montgomery no longer owned the property.
All right, talk to Mr. Still about that.
Well, I can tell you, Your Honor, I wish things recorded as fast as council says they do, but they don't. Just because it's filed doesn't mean that it shows up on the website for quite some time.
Right, but constructively, how are we affected?
We have no constructive notice at that point. I mean, I have no, the city has none. Our notice is going to be through whoever is of record at the assessor's office. And at the day that they sent out the notice and order, the property owner was the client's Mr. Montgomery. Is that his name, I believe?
That is correct.
Yeah. So the bottom line is that we didn't have notice. Matter of fact, I talked with Mr. Smith this morning, and he checked the assessor's record, and I think he brought it with him here today to show that he still shows a record as of this morning. So I'm not sure, and I know
that is correct.
So I'm not sure where the confusion is, but the city, under the code and under state law, has an obligation to provide the notice to everyone that's of record in the assessor's office. Unfortunately, his client was of record and still is, that we know when we look at the
No, but it's a
assessor's
practical
office.
matter. Let's assume that we uphold the finding of the nuisance notice and deny the appeal. Who are we addressing? Are we addressing the new owner, or are we addressing the owner of present-day record?
We're going to be addressing whoever is the current owner.
So in other words, with your representation, who is the current owner?
GMAC is the current owner, according to this printout that I have from the assessor's office.
All right, so I assume that we uphold the city's position on this, Mr. Smith's position, then the notice should go to GMAC, or should it go to Mr. Montgomery?
Well, Your Honor, the problem is that Mr. Smith has a document that says that Mr. Montgomery is still of records. I'm not sure. We need to actually clarify that with the assessor's office. I mean, I know counsel is saying he's got a piece of paper. He sent it to me. I saw it this morning. I asked Mr. Smith to look it up. He looked it up while I was on the phone with him, and I asked him to print out what he saw. He brought it with him, and that indicates that Mr. Montgomery is still of record, so I'm not sure where the confusion is, to tell you the truth.
Well, I'm confused. I'll tell you why. Because there's a representation that GMAC owns it, notwithstanding the fact that that does not show up in the assessor's record. So do we send a notice to GMAC or just to Mr. Montgomery again? If I were Mr. Montgomery and they foreclosed the home on me, that would go right in my toilet.
Well, frankly, Your Honor, this appeal, we haven't done anything on the property. And we will certainly send a notice and order to GMAC once they're of record.
Fair enough.
Absolutely. And we'll be dealing with them also. But until he's not of record or he's not showing up on the record as Mr. Smith sees it when he looks on the website, that's who we have to serve.
Your Honor, if I may, just for the record, when we record these on a property, at some point it would be recorded. It always stays with the property. So as soon as we're notified that a new owner or a bank, then we send that notice to the bank saying that this.
I just want somebody to be responsible for responding to us.
Correct.
Okay.
And then we will start sending notices to the bank as soon as the assessor's page shows
very
that.
good. Any other questions? I know your position. Right? You want to say it?
These are the outfits that got billions, hundreds of billions of dollars in this bailout money. Hundreds of billions. They don't show up when to reconcile to the poor homeowner. They got the homeowner out and we're stuck. Did you see that bunch of weeds out there?
Okay.
Well,
do you have a motion, Councilman?
I wonder, you think if we called the assessor, the county assessor himself, told him we were in a jam, could he look it up himself to see it's done or not?
I do have the APN.
Okay, just to make sure. And then if he is still of record as the owner, could we then wait perhaps another month and see if it changes? Or contact the GMAC people and see if they have anything to show they're the owners?
We absolutely could. We just need to get somebody responsible because this property is deteriorating rapidly. So in order for us to start our process, once the notice and order is recorded, then at that point we can start our cleanup process. It could be 6 or 8 months before the bank does anything. And I understand his position if he's not the owner, but all we're trying to do is get the process started. So if I have to go to abatement.
If I may, the record shows the same owner that you have here.
Is that on the
So it's the same one.
It's on,
or the assessor? Because I know that
I'm on the assessor.
Both of those sites have sometimes conflicts. One is updated quicker than the
She's
other.
got the same site that you're talking about,
So
I
there's
think.
a recorder site and there's an assessor
Well, we're going to send the notice to both GMAC as well as to Mr. Montgomery, and whoever is the owner is going to have to respond.
And I'm wondering, we've done this in the past, we've done cleanup and everything, and then assign that bill to whoever owns it at that time.
Absolutely.
And then we could move ahead. But you're saying you can't move ahead unless you know exactly who the owner is.
Once I have a notice and order placed on the property, then we can start moving forward with our process in case we need to go to abatement. Then if we go to abatement, by that time, if the bank does own it, now the bank will show up, we will send all the records and everything and the 10-day before abatement and all the notices to the bank to let them know that we're now moving forward with cleanup.
Well, could we have a motion to move ahead with the abatement and then have you bill whoever owns it at that time? And if you get the bill, you know it's because you're still, the gentleman that you're representing is still the owner?
You know, if I could just add one other point really quickly, the website also showed Mr. Montgomery disclaimed his interest, and that was recorded on January 4th, which was a full month ahead of the first compliance notice from the city. So even if I think that's the first thing, and then the second thing is he's no longer even the owner of the property.
But the problem is, even if he disclaims that he's the owner, he still could be the owner. And we have to go on something more formal. Where is this help I usually get from all these lawyers here?
Basically, all you have to do is move to follow the staff's recommendation, and then whoever's going to be responsible will be
Is responsible at that time.
Right.
And just understand that we're moving the way we need to move, and if there's a problem with the assessor's office, then you need to contact them. So I so move.
Okay, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 66, a public hearing to consider the reported expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 1309 North 22nd Street in the amount of $6,973.30 and assess a maximum of $105,700 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is Sarah Malikian, and this is in Ward 3.
Again, Mayor and Council, Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background is the condition of the property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired Disaster Cleanup of Nevada to install minimum landscape requirement all yards and to have gravel rock covering sufficient to cover the dirt surfaces. To date, there have been 14 inspections conducted at this location. The estimated value of the property based on Zillow.com is $76,507. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include a $1,448 invoice for disaster cleanup of Nevada Services, in addition to other fees, for a total of $6,973.30, and consider assessing a maximum of $105,700 in daily civil penalties.
All right, thank you. Any questions of Mr. Smith at this time? All right, yes, sir. Would you please identify yourself?
My name is Sarah Melikian, landlord of 1309 North 22nd Street.
All right. What's your position, Mr. Malikian?
I want to just to ask you for your support if you will let me just to sell that property, because I cannot afford that thing, because there is a lot of things was going on in that property. I have all the police reports with me. If you give me time, not to
This is what happens.
lien.
This is what happens. Depending on how the council votes, whatever amount of money there is will become a lien against the property. We don't go after your pocketbook, but when the property is ultimately sold, then that money is paid to the city.
If I ask you to support me, not to put that lien on that property, whatever they spend, before, is going to be sold, and that's going to be paid. Just not to put that lien on that property.
That's the only way we have to protect ourselves, though.
Just give me time, then we'll take care of this. The other money, whatever they spend it on it.
Okay.
Just not to put that lien on the property.
He doesn't want the penalty to go on it. He just, I think he'll take the assessment, but he doesn't want the penalty.
Your Honor?
Yes.
Just Phil down here. Can I make a point of clarification on your comment about the lien? It is a lien, but it's a lien of an assessment, and it's the equivalent of a tax lien, not a typical lien that would just sit there and do nothing. Ultimately, it'll go on the tax roll and become due and payable as the property taxes are due and payable the following tax year. So
I appreciate that.
It will actually become due and owing.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, sir. When can you pay the $6,973.30 that you owe us that we spent to clean up your property?
Actually, we're doing now short sale, and we advertised whoever buys the property, they're going to be paid for it too. Because it used to be cost $375,000, but now bank approved to sell it $68,000. That's why it's not much money. I think they're going to afford that too.
But we spent $6,973.30 to clean up your property. We need the money. We can't wait till the property's sold.
It's maybe in this month, because we got 2 offers already for it.
Councilman, if I might make a recommendation, you can go ahead and move forward with the lien and place it on the property. If, in fact, it's going to go into escrow and be sold, that'll have to be sorted out once they get a preliminary title report and see that there is this lien of assessment against the property, and the purchaser and the seller will have to figure out who's going to be responsible for that money. In the meantime, if you wanted to pay the money before the property sold, we would certainly accept it and we would do a lien release.
Okay. I would like to follow staff's recommendation to recover the cost of abatement and nuisance of $6,973.30. If we have to put a lien on, then we'll put a lien. And if we haven't got any of this money back in 90 days, I'd like this to come back, and we'll assess a maximum. We'll assess a civil penalty of $50,000.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 67 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 3900 San Angelo Avenue in the amount of $4,805 and assess a maximum of $55,550 in daily civil penalties. The property owners are Dania McKee and Eddie J. Cohen, and this is in Ward 1.
Again, Mayor and Council, the purpose and background of the condition of the property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired American Demolitions to secure all openings, rear slider, broken front window, air conditioning opens, repair dilapidated fence, and remove all trash, debris, and high vegetation. To date, there have been 11 inspections conducted at this location. The estimated value of the property based on Zillow.com is $114,500. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include a $900 invoice for American Demolition Services in addition to other fees assessed for a total of $4,805 and consider assessing a maximum of $55,550 in daily civil penalties.
Any questions of Mr. Smith? Property owner present or representative? It's a public hearing if anyone would like to be heard. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
I move that we assess the total amount of money that the city has already spent for abatement, which is $4,805, and that the city also then include $20,000 as civil penalties.
That's the motion. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 68 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 10305 Wellside Hill Avenue in the amount of $3,506.75 and assess a maximum of $36,550 in daily civil penalties. The property owners are Bradley M. and Cinnamon A. Martin, and this is in Ward 2.
Again, Mayor and Council, the purpose and background was the condition of this property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired Weaver Construction to secure all windows, doors, and any openings, rear door and garage door run locked, open, and accessible, remove all trash, debris, and dead vegetation. To date, there have been 7 inspections conducted at this location. The estimated value of the property based on Zillow.com is $444,500. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include a $985 invoice for Weaver Construction Services in addition to other fees for a total of $3,506.75 and consider assessing a maximum of $36,550 in daily civil penalties.
All right. Any questions of Mr. Smith? Yes, sir. Sir?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Eric Morris. I'm with BAC Field Services representing the property. What I understand is that the fees were paid, the abatement cost to the city.
The $3,506.75?
We received a check for, it was only for $3,422.75. It's missing for some reason $84 in late fees that should be assessed.
You have $84 on you?
I can probably arrange it in the next couple of days if I'm given the time.
Miss Morris could loan it to you.
If I have to, I'll throw it.
Come on, we're trying to close these things. We're trying to close these things up.
If I have to,
would anyone please give the gentleman $84?
Just for the record, Your Honor, this gentleman has been working with us on other properties, and they've been very responsive. And when they do take over the responsibility of the property, they've been very responsive to us and keeping them clean and taking care of them.
Right, that's good.
I think this was just an oversight as far as the check coming in.
Very good. Councilman Wilson? Well, first of all, it's a public hearing if anyone would like to be heard. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing.
I don't have $84. I do. Are you a property manager? Is that who you are?
I coordinate the issues with properties with the city. I'm a regional property consultant, but we work with a mortgage servicer. So it could be any number of owners or investors that I work with indirectly. But my job is to keep these properties out of his hands at all. And if they do get there, to take care of them immediately. If fees are owed, I arrange those to be paid.
Who owns the property now?
I could not tell you that at this point.
Well, does Mr. Bradley M. and Cinnamon A. Martin own the property? Who's your client?
I'm with BAC Field Services. I work, like I said, with mortgage servicer pays my department to manage these properties in order to get them cleaned up.
Well, here's
I'm not
what-
allowed to give out information on status of property or ownership.
Well, here's where I'm going. You paid most of the costs of abatement, but this is a request to consider assessing civil penalties. So what is the condition of the property now?
If I may speak, I went
Sure.
out there today myself. I walked the property. It is secure. It is clean. It's excellent looking property.
Okay,
So
is
it's-
anybody occupying the property now?
No, sir.
Okay, what is the condition of the pool in the backyard?
It is empty.
Okay, now is that against code or is that within code?
No, it's okay to be empty.
It's okay to be empty, okay. What's going to prevent our code enforcement people from getting a complaint in 60 days that the weeds and the bushes and the trash and everything are back?
Well, and hoping at some point here, this property will change hands, and then we'll be in the process of maintaining it on a regular basis, keeping the weeds controlled. I'll keep an eye on it. At this point,
And is that what you do? You keep an eye on it after?
my job is to survey these properties, yes, city, county, Henderson-wide. At this point, when we have problems like this, I do keep these properties on a file. I do visit them on a regular basis to make sure they're being kept up. If they're not, then it's a special order for me to do these pre-bank-owned properties.
I'm trying not to violate too much of a client privilege, if you will. I don't know that you have that.
Well, no.
I'm
my
just trying
deal
to
is-
figure out, hold on a second, I'm just trying to figure out who is paying you to do the work you're doing. Is it the property owner? Is it the mortgage holder?
Yes. My deal is
You're a lawyer.
I know that. My deal is, this is my deal.
You're a lawyer.
Well, that's the scary. I just found out about this yesterday. The bank would have sent a representative that could actually give you this information. I'm not at liberty to. But yes, we go out. I mean, the investors are requested to pay this. The bank that owns it is requested to pay it. Depending on life safety or danger, sometimes a mortgage servicer will pay it to get the property secure, boarded, pool emptied. But these are all as a process that goes through once it's determined who has ownership.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I may.
And that's not my job, unfortunately. I'm sorry.
Councilman, it would be my belief that since the check came from Bank of America, that they may be the mortgage holder on it or the person that's getting ready to foreclose.
Okay.
Because that's who the check came from.
Okay, here's what I'd like to do. Will you promise that this $84 will be paid within 7 days?
I guarantee you personally, if I have to pay it, I will.
Okay, so the $84 will be paid within the next 7 days. I'm going to not ask that the civil penalties of $36,000 and change be assessed, but I would like you to report back to us. It doesn't have to be an agenda item. You can call me in my office individually on the condition of this property in 60 days. Because if the condition goes back to where it was, I'm not going to be happy, and we're going to have to do something about it.
Well,
But
again,
that's not a formal thing. We're not re-agendizing this thing. But just keep an eye on the property.
I will keep an eye on it. Again, I work very close with Devin and other codes officers. If something happens that I haven't caught, they can contact me, but I will keep an eye on this property.
Okay, that's my motion.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Item 69 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 4312 Amethyst Avenue in the amount of $3,466.50 and assess a maximum of $41,550 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is Gene Senior, and this is in Ward 6. It's a public hearing which is now open.
Good Mayor and Council, the purpose and background is that the condition of the property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired American Demolition to board front and rear doors on the mobile home, board all openings and accessory structure, prime and paint over surface areas of fire damage on mobile home and accessory structure, remove all trash and debris, remove fire-damaged white van, remove dismantled brown GMC truck. To date, there have been 9 inspections conducted at this location. The estimated value of the property based on Zillow.com is $101,500. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include a $950 invoice for American Demolition Services in addition to other fees assessed for a total of $3,466.50 and consider assessing a maximum of $41,550 in daily civil penalties.
All right. Any questions of Mr. Smith? All right. Yes, sir.
My name is Gary White, Mayor and Councilman. That's my mother's property, and she died on March 8th last year. I've been staying there up until the time of the fire. That's a small room in the back. The part you're seeing right now, there was a little bit of burn right on the back, but the fire marshal said that the main house was totally okay to stay in and everything. The city suggested that the back be boarded up. My neighbor and I boarded the front up just to keep it from vandals and stuff, out of there. I haven't been able to get through to probate or find out. I'm the only living heir, you might say, but my mother didn't leave a will, so I don't know what my options are, whether I can take it to probate to get ownership of the property, to pay the fines. I'm just stuck as to what to do, so I'm asking your...
Let me ask you, are you in a position to afford a lawyer?
No, sir, I'm not.
All right, well, we have pro bono services. We have legal aid, and I think if you would speak...
Mayor, he's also able to go to the city Senior Citizens Law Project.
Right,
they probably can also help him.
I think so. Perhaps what we can do here, let him get some help. And Councilman Ross, would you have any problem if this were abated for 2 weeks so we can seek some legal help here and maybe get this thing straightened out?
Your Honor, I'm okay with abating this for 30 days. Devin, you're all right with that? I mean, we've got it cleaned up. He owes us a bunch of money, but in light of the circumstances, Your Honor, I think we need to do everything we can to help him out.
Yeah, go to Clark County Legal Services. If you need the number, ask our city attorney's office. They'll give it to you.
Okay.
Let's see them give you some help on this thing and
Thank you,
get this
sir.
straightened out.
I appreciate that very much.
If I may, Your Honor, Mr. White,
Yes, sir.
we are going to bring this back in 30 days.
Okay.
Bev, the date of that? May 5th.
On May 5th.
Okay. We're bringing this back. So hopefully you can come back to us or certainly communicate with Devin what's going on.
Okay.
I'm certainly not interested, I don't think this council is interested in hitting you up with the civil penalties. I think we're more interested in collecting what's owed back to the city for the abatement process. Okay?
Yes.
And if we can help you out, we'll do that.
But get on it right away, okay?
Now, my motion is to obey for 30
Very
days.
good. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 70 is a public hearing to consider a request for a waiver and/or reduction of fees for the property located at 308 Jackson Avenue in the amount of $57,302.21. The property owners are My Home Real Estate, Inc., care of Jay Tanuri, and this is in Ward 5. It's a public hearing, which is now declared open.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. Today's hearing is a request from Jay Tanuri to consider a request for a waiver and or reduction of the fees imposed on the parcel at the City Council meeting on September 2nd, 2009. There were 2 abatements conducted on the property, one on October 10th, 2008, and the second one on April 7th, 2009, which resulted in a vacant, abandoned, and dilapidated residential residence being demolished by the City of Las Vegas. The home was owned by Fannie Mae, and My Home Real Estate took possession of the property after we did the abatements. The fees associated with the abatement and inspections total $7,007.85. There's $50,000 in daily civil penalties. To date, no payment has been made, and the total owed on the case with civil penalties is $57,007.85. Staff would recommend that should a waiver reduction be considered, that the abatement fees be paid in the amount of $7,007.85, interest in the amount of $293.36, and 10% of the civil penalties, of which is $5,000, for a total of $12,301.21.
And who owns the property? You say Fannie Mae?
Fannie Mae owned it prior to Mr. Tanuri taking possession of the property.
I see. All right, Mr. Tanuri?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and council members. I bought this property in June 18th. At the time, the escrow or the brokers not disclose any information about they have the lien on the property.
Did he have title insurance?
Title insurance, they not found that lien on that property.
I know. Did you have title insurance when you purchased the property?
Yes, sir.
You did?
Yes.
Well, go after the title company. That's their job.
But now, the Fannie Mae, I bought from the Fannie Mae, they did not disclose that one. But now, I'm not able to pay any of the amount.
Well, I appreciate that. Right now, there's a lien against the property, is there not?
That is correct.
Right. So what you do, you go to see a lawyer, And if you can't afford a lawyer, we'll tell you where legal services are provided, and tell him to go after the title insurer. It's not your fault, at least from what I understand, but that should have been disclosed in a title insurance policy, and you should be held harmless from that. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
All right, fair enough. Okay, Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor. I agree with you. But what I'm going to do to bring some level of relief to the gentleman is I'm going to assess a 10% fee to the total of the daily civil penalties, and that should be in the amount of $5,000 to include the actual abatement costs plus interest, which I believe comes right out to $12,000.
It's $12,301.21, and what staff would recommend is that we leave the existing lien in place. We'll give Mr. Tenuri documentation saying what you're recommending, and that way he can work out whatever he needs to work out.
Okay, then that would be my motion at this time.
Right, and help him along if he needs some help, will you?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, that's the motion. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you, sir. Item 71 is a public hearing to consider a request for waiver and or reduction of fees for the property located at 613 West Monroe Avenue in the amount of $366,885.30. The property owner is Chase Home Finance, LLC. This is in Ward 5. It's a public hearing which is now declared open.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. Today's hearing is a request from John Bailey of Bailey Kennedy LLP attorney to consider a request for a waiver and or reduction of fees imposed on the parcel at the City Council meeting on April 15, 2009 in the amount of $355,550. There was an abatement conducted on the property on November 8, 2008, resulting in a vacant, abandoned, and dilapidated residential residence being demolished by the City of Las Vegas. Fees associated with the abatements and inspection total $11,356.75, $355,550 in civil penalties. To date, $502.01 have been paid. The total owed on the case with civil penalties is $366,404.74. Should a waiver reduction be considered, staff would recommend that the applicant pay the abatement fees in the amount of $11,335.30, interest in the amount of $480.56, and 10% of the assessed daily civil penalties of $35,555 for a total of $47,370.86.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions? All right. Mr. Bailey?
Mayor, members of the City Council, good afternoon. My name is John Bailey. I'm here with my partner, Dennis Kennedy.
Kennedy?
We're from the law firm of Bailey Kennedy. We're at 8984 Spanish Ridge. And we represent Chase Home Finance. I'm also here with the Vice President of Field Operations for Chase, Mr. Matthew Caulfield. We understand staff's recommendation. We've worked with staff, and we appreciate and accommodate, and we appreciate and we think you should accommodate staff in how they've worked with us because they've been very cooperative. Before we respond to staff's recommendation, Mr. Caulfield would like to say a couple words to the council.
Very good. May I inquire, sir, is Chase Chase Home Financial a subsidiary of Chase Bank?
Yes, sir. J.P. Morgan Chase.
Okay, thank you.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, my name is Matt Caulfield. I work for Chase Manhattan Mortgage Corporation or Chase Home Finance LLC or any of those other versions. We have a property preservation department in Columbus, Ohio that handles all of these issues and is supposed to do a much better job than they did on this particular file. I talked to Devin Smith quite some time ago about this particular issue. I've researched it extensively. This original bill for $11,000 for the demolition of a badly fire-damaged house was supposed to have been paid. The person in Columbus who was supposed to do that failed to do so, resulting in it being late. And once it was late, it came to council as, look, these people aren't paying, and that was the beginning of the civil penalties. The civil penalties were applied to back to the beginning of the case. The case began long before Chase foreclosed on the house. We were in possession of the house for some 45 days, more or less, when the demolition occurred, and we didn't protest the demolition because, the house was not rebuildable. There were some other parts of this file that caused a long delay in foreclosure. There were a few different investigations going on, and we're sorry that it came to this point. We have been asking to come before the council to rectify this for some time. We did bring a check for the $11,000 with us today. And I left Mr. Smith my contact information. And I also have some more cards if you need to get a hold of me. I can come, not on a moment's notice, I live in Southern California, but in 4 hours, if I don't have another appointment that day, I can come out and meet the code enforcement officers and walk through a property.
You have several properties in our community?
We have thousands of properties in your community.
You do, thousands?
Yeah.
More than 2,000?
Oh, yes.
More than 3,000?
This is the second time I've been asked this. I should have looked it up before I came out.
No, I'm interested. I mean, not that it has any pertinence or relevance as far as this particular matter, but I'm just interested as to how many properties are owned by Chase as a result of foreclosures in our valley.
I don't want to testify to it, but I would bet that it's around 10% of the homes in Las Vegas are funded by Chase.
I see. Okay.
Or serviced by Chase.
All right. Thank you. It's a public hearing, folks. If anybody would like to be heard.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Chase indicates that they have several properties in foreclosure. What I want to know is, how hard are they working to reconcile these loans with the people that are in there? Are they working with these people? I saw in the news where the people show up to try to bring their homes back from foreclosure, get refinance them, whatever, and most of these banks are just they're no-shows. I want to know if Chase is showing up. If they aren't, no mercy on these guys. He says they dropped the ball someplace back in Baltimore or something. That's the problem. The big banks have dropped the ball now for so many years that they've dropped the entire country down with them. So this is what. If they show mercy to the homeowners, or the people behind them, the things, we should show mercy on them. If not, no mercy.
Would you like to address that issue?
I'm not sure you want me to respond directly to that. I can tell you that Chase has a very robust and vigorous program that deals with home modifications in accordance with the Supreme Court rules. With respect to his comment about all of these homes are in foreclosures, Mr. Caulfield, I think, will tell you that not the thousands of homes that Chase has in this community, either by mortgage or by ownership, not all of them are in foreclosure. The point that we're trying to make specifically with respect to this property is Mr. Caulfield, who is the Vice President of Field Operations, is making a personal commitment to the city that with respect to any problems on any of the homes that Chase has an association with, that he's the man who you can contact directly. He has been in communication with the city's staff. We have put measures in place to hopefully assure that something like this that happened on this particular property does not happen in the future. And we would ask, first of all, I do have the check here for $11,356.75.
Will you give it to us before we vote?
I will hand it to Ms. Morris right now. She did mention a number that I think was a little bit less than that by $10 or $15, but we'll tender that.
Why don't you loan that money to the gentleman who owed us $15? We'll get that all resolved today.
We are happy to fulfill our commitment in that regard, and we hope that the city understands that this was really just an inadvertent mistake. We've tried for some months now by filing the request for the reduction. We hope you will see that we are committed to being a partner with the city going forward, because we do have a lot of interest in common between Chase and the city. We hope that will demonstrate that commitment. We know that there's a civil penalty, and we understand the city's recommendation or the staff's recommendation with respect to that civil penalty. The actual lot, it's a 7,000 square foot lot, the actual value of that lot, based on appraisals that we've had done, is at best about $12,000 to $15,000. We would ask that the city consider allowing us to donate the property to the city or one of your redevelopment organizations, whichever entity is appropriate, in lieu of that penalty. And we'd be pleased to work with the city attorney's office to document whatever transactional things need to occur so that the city, so that we could donate that property to the city in lieu of that penalty. And we'd ask you to consider that.
All right, interesting proposal. Thank you. Councilor Barlow.
Mayor, you're right. A very interesting proposal. Being that this isn't something that is agendized today as far as the acquisition of the parcel, I would like to direct you to work with staff in the city attorney's office in that respect as far as the donation of the parcel. I do accept the check for the abatement costs, and thank you so very much for your representation, and thank Chase for coming to the table and working with the city of Las Vegas in respect to the elimination of a property that was very dilapidated and blighted the community. And I thank you for your gesture as well as far as the donation. But at the same time, I would like to ask that you work with staff in the city attorney's office. I'm not sure if Brian or Val, you all want to say anything beyond this, but that would be my direction at this time. As far as the motion, I will motion to I'm not sure if I can do a split motion in the sense of accepting the $11,000 and obeying the civil penalties.
We surely can do both.
You can.
Okay.
You
We can take the money and obey it.
Okay. Then I'm most definitely going to take the money, and I'm going to obey the daily civil penalties in the amount of $366,404.74.
Councilman, just for clarification, you mean you're waiving those, or you're setting them aside for a time certain when you say obey? You mean waive, you're forgiving them? Waive?
Waive. But my thought is if I waive it, then they don't have to necessarily.
We are committed.
You are committed?
We are committed to donating the property.
Okay.
You take our word. We will do whatever you need.
Before we decide that we're accepting it, that'll have to be considered by our real estate division and the council before we can actually.
That's why I was trying to walk very lightly with the determination of the waiver or the abeyance. So, but my motion would be to go ahead and accept the $11,000 and waive the daily civil penalties, and that would be my motion at this time. And thank Chase and your representatives for working with us. That would be my motion at this time, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, that's a motion. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Good luck, gentlemen.
Thank you again, Mayor.
Thank
you very much.
Mayor Goodman, real quickly, if you don't mind. Mr. Caulfield, is that how I pronounce your name? Thank you for coming in today, because I think your presence here and your offer to be available on a moment's notice is worth a lot. Because if we've got somebody who can respond on behalf of your company, because what we care about is properties that are kept up and kept occupied. That's what we care about. So we appreciate you coming into town.
Yeah, and Mr. Smith does have my cell phone number, and Chase will do work. No, and Chase will do whatever we can on a property. There, if it's in bankruptcy, we're restrained. But I can explain why. If I can't do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Items 72 through 74 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the Department of Planning and Development. May I have a motion, please, to approve the consent agenda, items 72 through 74?
Yes, I move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of these items with all conditions, please.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Items 75 and 76 may be considered in one motion, one vote. They're considered routine public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Number 75 is SUP 37152. The applicant is Rapid Cash. The owner is Becker Investment Company, LP. request for a special use permit to add a jewelry store, Class 3 use, to an existing 2,400 square foot auto title loan and financial institution specified at 1532 North Jones Boulevard in Ward 5. 76 is SUP 37198. The applicant owners J. Shi Kwan and G. Buam Kwan et al. Request for a special use permit to add a gaming establishment, general business-related use, 4 gaming machines within an existing convenience store at 1600 North Martin Luther King Boulevard in Ward 5. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval for both items. Both items are public hearings, which I now declare open. Would anyone wish to be heard on these items?
Mayor, just I see Mr. Pat Jen from Jen's Chinese restaurant here, who's the adjacent property owner. And Mr. Jen, I'm not sure if you want to come and speak on the item in relation to the property across the street. Are you here to speak on that item before we go forward? Because this is a one motion, one vote item. So I'm not sure how you want to handle that, Mayor, but I just noticed that
That's fine.
He's a property owner
No
across
problem.
the street. So,
Mr. Jen, how are you?
Good evening,
and this is
Mayor,
item referencing item number
Council.
76.
Good.
Since I'm invited, I'm going to say yes. Go ahead. Let them have it.
Let him have it?
Yep.
Like to let him have it good. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Okay, hearing no others, may I have a motion, please, to approve items 75 and 76?
Yes, motion for approval.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. I think we'll do 77 and 78 over again. No, just kidding. Just kidding.
Thanks, brother.
Okay. Item number 80 is VAR 37295, request for variance to allow no additional parking spaces where 36 additional spaces are required. 81 is SUP 36961, request for a major amendment to an approved special use permit to add 2,820 square feet of building area and outside seating area to an existing 7,265 square foot supper club use. Number 82 is SDR 36962, request for a major amendment to a previously approved rezoning and plot plan review for proposed 2,036 square foot addition to an existing 6,648 square foot commercial building. The applicant owner is Winter Properties LLC. The project is located on 36.8 acres at the northwest corner of Fort Apache Road and Sahara Avenue, and items 81 and 82 at 9500 West Sahara Avenue. The Planning Commission recommends approval, and staff recommends denial of all 3 items. These items are in Ward 2. They're public hearings which are now declared open. Is the applicant here? Anybody here on behalf of the applicant? Gentlemen, would you introduce yourselves to us for the record?
I'm Dwayne Eschenbaugh, the architect with Novus Architecture.
I'm Andrew Carolus with Winter Properties, 553 Los Dulces.
Very good. Be happy to hear from you gentlemen today, if you'd like.
We're just hoping that the City Council and everybody can approve the submittal tonight.
And we're open for any questions.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of the gentleman? Folks, a public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard. All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. It's Councilman Wilson.
Your Honor, my motions are the same for items 80, 81, and 82. It is for approval consistent with the Planning Commission's recommendations, all 3 items. Maybe we have to do one at a time.
All right, let's vote on all 3 items. Opposed, please? Motion carries. Good luck to you, gentlemen.
Is that a first? Can we do all 3 items at
Yeah,
one
we've
time
done it
like
before.
that?
Yep.
Beverly says no. It's a new day.
Item 83 is VAR 372296, request for variance to allow 119 parking spaces where 132 spaces are required. Number 84 is SUP 37153, request for a special use permit to add a jewelry store, Class 3 use, to an existing 3,240 square foot auto loan and financial institution specified. The applicant is Czech City, and the owner is Becker & Sons, LLC. The project is located at 1990 North Rainbow Boulevard. The Planning Commission recommends approval. The staff recommends denial of both items. These items are in Ward 5. They're public hearings, which are now declared open. Are you representing the applicant?
Yes.
Very good. We'll open the public hearing. Be happy to hear from you.
Good afternoon, Your Honor and council members. Lucy Stewart, 101 Convention Center Drive. And this is an existing Czech City, Yeah, Czech City. I'm getting confused. I have too many of these. Czech City, which has been in operation for, I think, about 3 years. They're now going around to all their locations, which I think at your last agenda, or at least last month, you approved a couple of them, and adding gold purchase. So one of the issues on this side, I guess, is that there's an existing variance with regard to, because of the tavern that expanded a few years ago, and because of the expansion, it required additional parking. What we're doing, this is an existing use. We're just adding another use, but your code requires us to provide 18 parking spaces for this use, in addition to the 13 spaces for the payday loan. We're not expanding the location. We're not expanding the suite. We're not adding anything. We're just adding the use. Czech City has added this to all their other payday loan businesses in Clark County and in other states, and they've indicated that it's pretty much their existing clients or customers that use the service. They may pick up one or two, but they haven't noticed any additional parking issues, and so we would ask you to follow the Planning Commission's recommendations.
Fine. Any questions of Ms. Stewart? Folks, public hearing if you'd like to be heard. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor, I've drive past this location every day, and I'm okay with the expansion of the jewelry. Just make sure it's high quality.
Well, actually, it's all we're just purchasing the gold, and it's by weight, and so unfortunately the craftsmanship doesn't get taken into account on that.
So no fool's gold, right?
They apparently, when they first started doing this, they got a little bit of that. But I think they're a little bit better and have better testing systems now.
All right. Well, thank you. I'll move for approval, subject to all conditions. Thank you.
Okay, is that on 83 and 84?
That is 83 and 84. Thank you.
Okay, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. 85, and that should be 86. Correct? 86 is SUP 37155. 85, VAR 37297, request for variance to allow 85 parking spaces where 91 spaces are required. 86 is SUP 37155, request for special use permit for a jewelry store, Class 3 use within an existing 3,308 square foot auto title loan and financial institution specified. The applicant is Czech City and the owner is Newberg Group LLC. The project is located at 2475 South Jones Boulevard, Suite 2. The Planning Commission recommends approval and staff recommends denial of both items. These items are in Ward 1. They're public hearings which are now declared open. Ms. Stewart?
Good afternoon again. Lucy Stewart, 101 Convention Center Drive, representing the item. And this is similarly situated to the other one, except there was not a previous variance on this site. So we're asking for a reduction of 6 spaces, and it's because of the same situation. We're occupying the same space as the Czech City, and we're providing we've already provided 1 space for 250 parking spaces, but now because of your code, because we're adding another use just into the exact same suite, we have to provide 1 space for 175. But again, it's the same clients, it's the same customers, it's the same pretty much everything.
All right. Any questions of Ms. Stewart? Folks, public hearing. Anyone like to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
We drove through there the other day, and there is plenty of parking. And every time we've been buying there, there's been plenty of parking. And the store is nice, by the way. It was the first time I was in it, and I thought it was very well kept up. Move to approve.
All right, that's on 85 and 86, okay?
I'm sorry, Mayor. We'll actually need to take those separately.
All right, sorry. That's on 85. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries at 86, Councilwoman.
Move to approve.
Let's vote. Post.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Barlow.
Brian just mentioned that you should take them both. This is very similar to the vote that we just cast also when I approved 83 and 84. I'm wondering if we should have taken those separately as well.
We should take those separately. I'm sorry, I was doing something else. So I'm sorry. You should take these individually.
All right, well, let's vote on 86, and then we'll go back to the others.
83 and 84.
Motion carries, and once again, I'm going to have to leave. I have another commitment over at the Fifth Street Elementary School. We're having a lecture series there tonight that I have to host. It's going to involve a discussion about the Mob Museum and the Neon Museum. And everybody's invited if they could get there. The doors open up at 5, and the lecture will begin at 6, and Councilman Anthony is ordered to be there.
Okay, we need a motion to rescind our votes. I'm going to listen to him down here. What did you say we have to do?
We just need to vote individually on the items that you took collectively.
So we need to have a vote to rescind the votes then, to bring it back.
That's correct.
I will make a motion to rescind 83 and 84, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. You need some help down there? Ronnie was there. Post, please. Ronnie. Motion carries.
I make a motion for approval of item 83, subject to all conditions.
You've heard the motion. Cast your vote. Where's Ronnie at when you need her?
I think you're doing great.
Post, please. Motion carries.
And move for approval of item number 84, subject to all conditions.
Got a motion for approval of item 84. Cast your vote.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Post, please. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are we okay now, Brian?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. You'll need to just recall 80 and 81 and then vote separately on those items, Councilman.
My motion will be to recall 81 and 82, because you can consider the vote for 80, right, as cast?
That's fine.
So my motion is to recall 81 and 82.
You've heard your motion. Cast your vote, please, as soon as it comes up. Thank you.
My motion is now on 81 for approval. Motion for approval on 81.
Cast your vote as soon as it comes up.
That's true.
As soon as it comes up. Thank you. Post, please.
I pushed it. We withdraw the new.
Okay. On
Motion carries.
On item number 82, my motion is for approval.
Cast your vote, please. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay. We'll go to item 87. It's a required review. RQR 37490, public hearing applicant CBS Outdoor, owner 305 Las Vegas LLC, required review of an approved special use permit for a 40-foot tall, 14 by 40 off-premise billboard at 330 East Charleston Boulevard. The staff recommends denial of this item. I met with Mr. Arnold. Oh, there's Mr. Arnold. Yes, sir.
Okay. Ryan Arnold, 2620 Regatta Drive, here today representing the applicant, CBS Outdoor. I'm normally used to hearing the staff report, so I'll jump in. This is property.
What we discussed.
Okay. This property basically has been approved for a redevelopment, and we're aware of that. It has not started yet, so we simply are asking the board to approve us for another length of time, and we'll come back and revisit this.
Like I said, I met with Mr. Arnold. This is right at the location where you're entering the Arts District, and we got the paintbrushes going over the top of Charleston, just off of Main Street, as well as Las Vegas Boulevard. And I don't know how this billboard is going to affect where it goes or how it's going to look. So we're going to bring this back in a year, if we have to see if it interferes with the city's redevelopment of that area. So that would be my motion.
If I may, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Then that would be a change to condition number 2, that this special use permit shall be placed on an agenda closest to April 7th, 2011.
Thank you very much. Cast your vote, please. Post.
Thank you.
Motion carries. I'll catch up on my book here, I'm sorry. I would instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the city planning commission meetings on dangerous buildings or nuisance litter and abatements. Item 89 is citizen participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the city council. No subject may be acted upon by the city council unless that picture is on the agenda, that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record and the amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single person is allowed may be limited. Is there anyone wishing to speak under citizen participation? Come forward, please. We'll allow you 3 minutes to speak to us.
Thank you, sir. My name is Ken Small. I live at 5174 Supai Drive. I'm here today because members of the City Council are on the Debt Management Commission,
yes.
And members of the City
Yes,
Council.
just a moment, please.
Mr. Small, would you remove your hat, please? Out of respect to the council, thank you.
I apologize.
It's okay.
You're probably wondering why I can't find a hat that matches my suit, right?
Looks good.
Oh, I want to talk to you about it. So this logo here, the F- logo, refers to the lowest letter grade that you can conceivably get in an A through F grading scheme. And as you may know, and as I know the mayor knows from hearing him interviewed on TV, we're all in the midst of somewhat of an embarrassment, and that is that the state of Nevada has been granted status of 50th in the nation by Education Week magazine. And I have been trying to talk to the Clark County School District trustees for about 3 years now on improving their methodology of planning and decision-making in order to help our children. And I have thus far not achieved much success, but I have decided to go around and talk to all the various commissions about this because it is very important to our families and our children. I sat here today and listened to a lot of homes that had been abandoned and will probably not be reoccupied anytime soon. And I think a major consideration in my moving to Las Vegas when I came here in 1990 was that I did not have any children. And so I did not ask the important question of how well is our school district doing. As you can well imagine, I know. And so I created this logo, which is the No F- logo, having a gnat visit me over here. And the No F- logo means that we need to do better for our children. We need to do better for everyone with regard to education. And so I'm a recognized educational facility planner. I'm one of the few architects in southern Nevada who is a school designer, an architect, and a recognized educational facility planner. I'm the only one who is also International Code Conference certified architect for persons with disabilities and disability inspections. And those are some very major areas that we need to work on in improving our schools for students and helping our community. So I would hope that all of you would go home and tell your constituents and your families that we need to look at this education system and look at making some improvements as best we can, and take a look at the upcoming election and decide if we want to continue on with the incumbents or if we want to try something new. My suggestion to you is, why don't we try a little better management in the future? Thank you very much, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Mr. Mayor Pro
Yes.
Tem, I assume, sir, that you're probably aware that they now have put together a blue ribbon committee that's supposed to be able to make some changes. I don't know if they'll make positive changes or not.
Councilwoman, we can't take any action at this time, but as soon as we get through this participation, we'll allow you to speak.
Oh, okay. I just was going to tell him he may want to contact that committee.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
We're not supposed to take any action. Yes, ma'am. Stick
Good
around, sir.
afternoon. My name is Michelle Scoville. I'm at 9148 Lawton Pine Drive in Las Vegas. The reason I'm here before everyone is that my son is a huge participant in your extreme sports. it has come to my attention through emails that the extreme sports program is going to be being eliminated. It has brought a lot of great concern to not only myself, but hundreds of parents that have children that attend this program, and also the kids that are attending it. It was brought to my attention through the email that the reason that this program was going to be canceled was due to the fact of the funding. And I understand that right now everybody's having a difficult time. My concern is that it has also been brought to my attention that Manager Betsy Fretwell presented a budget to the council that would go ahead and give 2 vacancy positions from the pool. And what I want to find out is what I need to do, what the kids need to do, and other parents need to do in order to make sure that this program remains for these kids. I have spent many years with my kids in the football programs, baseball, basketball, soccer. I've actually helped coach them. And during the times that I've done that, I have seen unsportsmanlike activities go on there that I just did not like for my kids. Not between the kids, not between the coaches, and most importantly, not between the parents. In the time that my son has began with the AmJam, you never have seen a problem like that. These kids, regardless if they are competing against each other or not, they're dedicated to each other. They're dedicated to helping everybody learn new tricks. They're dedicated to making sure the parks remain clean, remain safe, not only for themselves and their friends, but for the younger kids that are now starting to attend. And one of the most amazing things I've seen is the parents have now become involved so much in the sport that you don't see kids running around at the parks anymore, hanging out by themselves. You see parents there. We've seen less violence. I myself attend every single park that is located in Las Vegas, the city, the county, Henderson, Pahrump, Boulder City, along with my son for him to practice. And it has been amazing in the opportunity that I have had in reaching out with other parents and other kids to supply them with this opportunity to go out there and express themselves, learn sportsmanship. There's so many things, and especially one of my biggest compliments is the two individuals that are running this program. They have a way of speaking to our kids and understanding what our kids are foreseeing and going on. And they're teaching our kids. They're teaching them so many things, and I do not want to see this program end. And I, as a parent, along with any other parents, if you can give me advice, I am willing to go out and do whatever I have to the community, to other parents, to help earn money to keep this program going.
See this gentleman right over here? Talk to him.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
If you don't mind, ma'am. In fact, that's who I was going to direct a question. Orlando, and I know we can't take action, Mayor Pro Tem, but the line item cost for this program, wasn't it about $80,000 or $90,000? Do you remember?
I think.
Was it twice that?
Can we wait until we're just about through it? Let's wait until we get under our.
Well, but I want to answer a question, so I need that piece of information, though.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilman Wolfson, based on the figures we've been providing you, it's basically $100,000 per individual, so we're looking at about $200,000.
Okay, about $200,000. Okay.
If I could just express one example of why this is so important to me. When I moved here from Vegas, I have a son with a disability. He's 15 years old, 4'9", weighs 80 pounds. This kid's got absolutely no height to himself. And because it was so difficult for him in these other sports, he tended to be one that went out, found a little mischief around town, wasn't a bad kid, but found some mischief to get into, along with a lot of the other neighborhood kids. Once we found out about this AmJam, it has changed my son's life. He has received scholarships to go to Woodward Camp. His grades have come up dramatically. He has now become such an important citizen in this community. And it's not just him, it's a lot of other kids. And I'm asking if there's anything I can do, if you guys can put this on the agenda, whatever needs to be done, give us some time to continue a program that is so important to the community. Please. Thank you.
Thank you. I've been asked to make an announcement. The lecture series over at Fifth Street School is going to start at 5:30, not 6 o'clock. Starbucks. Next, please. Talk to this gentleman over here.
Hello, everybody. My name is Donald Ray Prentice. I reside at 1825 East Lewis. I'm here to represent my father and stuff, on behalf of my father, which used to reside at 1662 North G Street. And I'm having a real problem and stuff, with his house and stuff, because I went to neighborhood services and stuff to get money and stuff, a grant and stuff, refurbish my house, my father's house, because it was condemned. And once I went through that process and stuff, just about the time that I was about to get the $50,000 to redo the house, it ended up catching on fire. So it put me back down to ground zero. And that happened on March 3rd. Well, I got a notice of order and stuff, from code enforcement and stuff, telling me I have 10 days and stuff, to do something with the house. On the other hand, I was getting in touch with the fire investigators and stuff, and they told me it'll be about 2 weeks before they can come up with a cause for determining why the house caught on fire. And I'm pretty much stuck, in one place and stuff, because they'd already charged me $2,900 and stuff, code enforcement and stuff. And I'm trying to get money to try to get this house demoed. Because the house is a mess. It's a nuisance over there. It's right on 1662 on the west side. And I'm between a rock and a hard place right now and stuff, because I needed allotted funds and stuff to try to get this thing demoed and stuff, because it's a real hazard to the neighborhood and stuff. And I need to try to see if I can get directed, because I've talked with Habitat for Humanity, Help Hope Home. I went through a lot to try to get this thing situated and stuff. And now like I said, I'm back to ground zero right now, and I need to get directed and stuff to see if I can try to find some help to get some finance and stuff to try to get my father's house back together. At least get it demoed and stuff, that way it won't be such a nuisance.
Mr. Scott?
Yes, sir.
Will you be glad to meet with this gentleman?
I can, and I can, if he calls me tomorrow, I can get him, put him in touch with Lisa Morris, the Neighborhood Services. So I'll give him my card.
He'll help you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
And, sir?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, sir?
Yes, sir.
Was that 1662 J Street?
G.
G.
G as in George.
Okay, G Street.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, ma'am?
Hello, council members. My name is Kathy Black, and I have a nonprofit organization that's geared toward working with in-placement and out-placement employees, where we do a complete vetting service for the in-placement employees, and we will be offering higher education for the out-placement employees, trying to get them into areas of the future careers as opposed to just low-paying jobs. We want to get them educated so that they will be able to get careers where they, get degrees and certifications, so that they can give their families a good living, and they can afford to pay for their homes and buy new homes and everything like that. And I need some help from the city in trying to get everything together, who I could go to, because I am already incorporated. I'm working on my business plan and my marketing plan, and there is a federal grant that I am eligible for as a nonprofit, and I want to know how can the city help me make a difference, because I know that for years the city has been trying to get high-tech businesses to come to Las Vegas, but because of the fact that the average person over 24 in Las Vegas, there's only, as far as having any college education, is at 13.8%, which is the same as our unemployment here in Las Vegas, 13.8%. So I want to take these people, nurture them, put them in class, work with the community colleges and Kaplan College, and if they don't have computers at home, have classrooms where they can come in and do online classes and get their degrees so that they can be ready for much better jobs. And when you guys go to bring big companies in, you'll have the workforce there that they can really do something with.
Ma'am, just check with this gentleman down here also.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Early this morning, we had the National Reading Month or something, awards. And I've got a suggestion for everybody to read. This is in regards to item 48 this morning under the budget. It was taken out of Foreign Affairs magazine. That's the ink rag from the Council on Foreign Relations. It's called Complexity and Collapse by Neil Ferguson. He's a professor of history at Harvard University. Basically, the gist of the article is this. When the financial markets, or whatever it is, when the collapse comes, it's a gradual thing until at the very end, there's what they call a fat tail event. There's a triggering event that it's like the old Roadrunner cartoons where the Roadrunner goes off the cliff. He's suspended in air before he drops down into the abyss. And the thing that I'm trying to impress upon, and I wonder if the council understands how critical our bond rating is. If our bond rating drops to even from a AAA to even a AA, our costs of borrowing money skyrocket. And what Mark Vincent, when he had the graph this morning, he didn't extrapolate on the downside. He projected in the 2010 and then going down to 2011. That was under a AAA bond rating. But if we don't carry that surplus in our budget, if we don't carry that, and if our bond ratings, and by the way, the bond ratings are under pressure right now to redo all their ratings because of the fiasco that they did with the banks. They gave them ratings better than that they should have had. But my thing is this. If they lower our bond rating to just another grade level below what we are, our costs skyrocket. And that graph that Mark Benson gave this morning, where it had a gradual downslide, and it was bad. But I mean, it can be a disaster if this problem isn't addressed on these labor negotiations. And our employers are the best there is. I will go in that. But still, people, we got to keep that budget, or we got to keep that surplus in the bank, or our bond rating is in jeopardy.
Thank you, Mr. Barlow. Appreciate it. Anyone else wishing to speak? See no one, will close the public hearing. Our next item.
This gentleman, I think, is waiting. Are you waiting because he told you to wait?
Yes.
Actually,
Our next.
to find out about the commission.
Oh.
Our next item is any member of the council who wishes to speak on this portion of the agenda. Now's the time.
He's just trying to get us to go the right way. We just keep interrupting you, don't we, Gary?
Councilwoman?
Okay. I wanted to tell you there is a Blue Ribbon Committee recently appointed by the governor. You could probably, the co-chairs are Elaine Wynn and Klaish, the chancellor of the university system. But if you call the governor's office, they probably could give you a contact number. And they didn't want to have public meetings. I think now under pressure, they are going to have public meetings. So you should be able to attend and then maybe contribute what you can contribute. This is supposed to be something that will help us change education. I just want you to know I hope it does. I don't know if it will or not, but I hope it does. But that gives you your opportunity to give input. And I'd call the governor's office and go from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other council members? Any comments? Councilman Barlow? Any announcements today?
Not today. I'll hold off until the next council meeting, but thank you for the opportunity.
You bet. Councilman Ross?
I'm good.
Councilman Anthony?
No, sir.
Councilman Wilson?
No, sir.
Me neither. Meeting's adjourned.
Longest meeting we've had in months.